Should we wait for the other colleague? Yeah, yeah. Let's start when everybody is here. Yeah, there's another gentleman who just who was in the lift with me. He came from Hosur. Yeah, yeah. Is this working? Or it's just for the this thing? It's not for the. हाँ ठीक है ठीक. नहीं नहीं. can get to know each other. And my objective is at the end of this, not everything will get done in these 3-4 hours, right? Through this 3-4 hours, you get to know me a little bit, and we get to know each other. And if you ever need assistance during the course of the program, you can reach out directly. Okay, so I think we are going to do introductions for those of you who came in late. The rules are that you have to, of course, introduce yourself, but you have to tell us about, these are not my rules, that you have to give us one superpower that you think you have. And second, that you have to tell us, if you were an app, on a mobile phone, what app would you be? Okay. So, I think you want to go first.
Yeah, I've shot myself in the foot now. So.
Mic on नहीं है, मैं देख on है, आवाज आ रही है? नहीं आ रही? क्या किया मैंने?
One step ahead of the digital transformation, in this digital transformation era, you are not going to be able to sell anything soon. So that's one of the reasons. So one of the superpowers, right? So I'm not getting thought about
it. Tell us a little bit about your background before Gartner also.
Sure. So spent about 8 odd years at Dun & Bradstreet with selling their data and analytics. Before that was with SBI Capital Markets into investment banking, and before that there was a lot of retail banking and retail product sales like insurance and CASAs and the like. So I've been across multiple genres of sales, right? But it's largely been in frontline and sales leadership.
Where are you from and what did you study?
Sure. I'm actually an economics graduate from University in Bhopal. So my dad was posted.
Bhopal is where you are from?
No, I'm basically, by mother tongue, I'm a Bengali.
Okay.
But my father was with the SBI for 36 years, so he never got on an accent, so I never got on an accent. And we were posted all over MP, UP, Delhi, Hyderabad. So you will never catch the
yeah, I did catch the Bengali in you.
Yeah, that's kind of difficult. Yeah, and that's the background. I've done professional management professional degree from MIT in Pune, right? And that's where post that is where the career started.
Got it.
Yeah, so from a
superpower and app.
Okay. So from a superpower perspective, and I'm again shooting in the dark, I suppose. From a superpower perspective, it will be the ability to just dive headfirst into things that I have no idea about, including digital transformation and digital leadership, right? Because in sales, we only know one route to.
Yeah, that's what constitutes the power, right? Stupidity. It has to be a little bit of stupidity, right?
Yeah, it is. And it's blind faith, I would call it. It's blind faith of that confidence, that level of confidence that I honestly do not have the level of academic credentials and expertise that that my fellow cohort mates have. But I've still decided to take a dive into this. So one may call it stupidity, one may call it blind faith on self, but I consider that a superpower.
Yes. Perfect.
Yeah. And if I were an app, I would rather be one of those delivery apps because I think
Closure.
Yeah, closures are important.
closures are important. So from a sales mindset, yeah, those delivery apps are pretty useful.
You mean these 5-minute type things?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
quick,
the Instamart and kinds of.
the Instamart, yeah, those Blinkits.
And Blinkits and everything.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, it's really good.
Especially for people who are not very
Long
long
just
term in
taking
there.
away the planning part of our brain. Just like you don't plan anything. My wife wakes up in the morning, orders Swiggy, cook the breakfast, and that's it.
Okay, this is not about discussing
Exactly.
our spouses.
You can do that.
You are on camera. This may be
recorded.
I want to cook.
Okay, Gaurav, thank you.
Thank you so much, God.
Who else wants to
Right. Me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, good morning everyone. My name is Aditi. I am a part of HR technology domain for about 16 plus years now. I started my journey, I'm an engineering graduate, electrical engineering graduate. I started my journey with BFSI domain with RBS Bank as a software developer and analyst. From where I pursued my postgraduate diploma in HR, and that's how the HR and technology or the HR and IS piece came into picture. I worked with Mahindra, Raymond, and briefly a 4-year stint with consulting as well, which is HR consulting again. And currently I'm associated with Z Entertainment Enterprises as the lead of HR technology for their pieces. So anything in HR automations, in and out in the peripheral systems that I'm working on is something that I do, and I love what I do. So that's a brief about me. I'm basically born and raised in Mumbai. That's about me. Superpower, I would say my smile, because I think most of the things we really underestimate the power of smile, and being in HR, that I think is one of the most important traits we need to have, because I deal with periphery of people, I deal with different people from different domains, because it's HR and technology, so I have to deal with IT, I have to deal with HR and everyone else around basically. So yeah, I think my superpower would be my smile. And I would, if an app, I would say a food app, because I'm a real foodie, I love food.
Like a Zomato.
Anything would do.
Dining app.
Or probably I might create one of my own.
You're making him very angry. This food
No, but
thing,
I'm on a positive side of side for his spouse. I'm okay with that. So yeah, that's about me. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, I'm Nitin. So basically, I'm a chemical engineer, and
Did you say chemical?
yes, chemical engineer, and I have 20 plus 25 years experience in oil and gas predominantly. So that took me across the world wherever there is oil and wherever there is any kind of wars. So I've seen 3 wars, 2 natural disasters, 1 nuclear scare. So in that way, nothing scares me.
that's
Yeah, I can
what-
understand. That's a superpower.
That's your
And then with that, I work with pretty much every kind of oil and gas system as well as automation and advanced solutions. I am kind of, I would say, few engineers in the world who can do economic optimization of the refinery. We can pivot a plant to produce an naphtha when the demand of fuel is required, or when kerosene is required, when ethane is required. So these are specific cuts of crude which can be produced in maximum quantity from the same crude, just changing the parameters of the plant. With that, I always had a dream that automation will take over the world, and automation will bring such advanced solutions that there will be minimum to minimum intervention from human. And that way, I always had a dream of some kind of an AI which I didn't knew. So this was like 20 years ago. I had that kind of imagination when I was working in simulations. So with that thought, I always keep on pursuing knowing more about automation and control theory. And that's how I work with Honeywell, Aspen-Tech, Rayon, Schneider. And now I lead the AI chapter of Reliance for the industrial AI, and I'm also in charge of producing products and devices for industrial IoT. So from the hardware to software, I connect them in. The charter given to me by MBA sir is like to make sure the technology is accessible to SME and MSME of the country, and it should not be the how to say only the large groups and deep cash. So we are in that process, and this becomes a very natural transition point to understand the parameters by which we can produce products and services which are accessible to all, and that's where the Geo theme comes in. My superpower is kind of a curse because I can remember a lot of my childhood, lot means, and with that, in my school days, I have friends from everyone has a story with me, and I have a story with them. So I have a lot of friends which are very connected from very childhood and a lot of stories. So I remember very specific things which they don't. That's kind of nice. But that gave me a lot of grounding, where exactly I stand and where exactly I'm going. The app I want to is more like a super app of dating.
Wow.
Because what I want to understand is how phone works, how life works. That will solve a lot of problem with optics if you can figure out lies. No one lies better than us in all dating.
Sure. Interesting.
Yeah. So that's what we do.
Very good.
Interesting. Thank you, Nitin.
Myself, and I'm from Bangalore, and I studied engineering and computer science engineering, and overall 2 years of experience and predominantly to IT services. And currently I'm working with one of the cloud services provider and private cloud service provider, which is we give solutions for co-location services, private cloud, hybrid cloud, edge cloud, manufacturing, oil and gas, and any edge cloud is required, right? That's the solution we give, and entire cloud continuum management. Today's date actually hybrid multi-cloud management is going on, right? On that actually our solution is going for the how to manage it. Once you provide the solution, how to manage it, right? Managing the entire perspective of the operation, and then managing the optimization, and then going forward building based on this digital transformation, giving that kind of, that means infrastructure services and platform as a services, and then on top of that application and digital transformation, what we call it. Currently I'm working with all GSI partners like Infosys, Wipro, SCL, all GSI partners. They take our solution where customer is looking for more into private cloud solutions. Okay. Now customer is looking for cloud repatriation, sovereign cloud, industry cloud, so package solutions offered, right? So we work in that kind of solution and give those our direct GSI partner, B2B business basically. They take our solution to end customers. That's the overall I have. And prior to that, I was in Wipro, SCL, Infosys like companies, GSI partners companies. The way we are looking into RFPs, all these RFPs and RFIs coming from the customer side, and overall above everything moving to a digital transformation. And where cloud is the best, security is the best, paramount. We cannot ignore that actually. And I work actually a lot of like Gartner, Forrester, IDC, to interact with them, multiple features and how the life cycle is going on with this space, basically AI, ML, and cloud, and cybersecurity. And again, I have a product management marketing team, which we launch the product, detailed strategy, and then solutions offering, pricing, and working with the pre-sales people and launch the solutions. And predominantly, I work with the practice server, and the global practice director, and where actually I define from the strategy to marketing and the chain operation, till operation. Coming to superpower, I always like to take the challenge. Okay, so coming towards the closer of the customer and try to solve their problems. So nowadays, I'm going through all the digital materials that we are talking about, complex scenario, how to solve a complex scenario. So today's date, actually, complex scenario, you talk about many people felt understand what is the completion, what is the system engineering, right? So this is where the market is, the demand is there. This is where they need actually solid people actually to convince the customer, execute them successfully and make the next level of business outcome. And not like that business will run actually as it was running 5 years before, the same way it will run now. It is going to be faster. And the application side, I am very much fond about new application whenever it is launching actually, right? And if you talk about Digijatra also, I am very fond of actually taking the Digijatra paperless operation. So now industry is moving into digital transformation, ticketless operation, paperless operation, humanless operation. So all these actually elimination is happening. This is where actually many of these RFPs are coming from the customer side. Give me this kind of solution where we can take our journey next 6 to 1 year as a successful. That's all.
Any particular popular go-by lab that you identified?
Not so much of familiar like that.
Yeah.
Whatever is coming, I'm just using. Let's say Ola application, Uber application. So I'm using it. Like
Okay.
as usual. Like here it goes.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Suresh Satyanarayan from Tamil Nadu, Hosur, near Bangalore. So I don't know how much time I can take.
Take your time, it's fine.
So basically, I'm an ELT professional, an English language teaching professional. And of course,
Just speak up a little bit because
Okay.
the noise is getting.
If you want to use the mic and camera, please.
hello?
Yeah.
Use your teacher's voice.
Yeah, it's fine, just.
That's very easy for me.
Yeah, just speak up a little.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm Suresh Satyanarayan from Hosur, Tamil Nadu, which is very close to Bangalore, and basically I'm an ELT professional, English language teaching professional, and I'm an IELTS coach. I was an examiner in one of the partner institutes in British Council, and of course later on, of course, I did my BA in English, MA in English, MA in Sociology, MA Journalism Mass Communication, HRM, MEd, of course B.Ed and MEd, all these things. And
You have what, 5 masters or 4?
five
Five
masters and 2 UG. And why I did all of them, that's a real joke. Like after I passed out of my plus 2 in Tamil Nadu, we call it plus 2 in Tamil Nadu, and in Karnataka we call it PUC.
Yeah.
So I finished it, and after I came out, my father wanted me to become a teacher only. Because the people who don't know how to cheat, let them become teachers. So, so of course, I became a teacher basically first. Then, obviously, I couldn't speak English. I was not able to utter a single English word after I finished my plus 2 and teacher training. Whenever I saw somebody speaking English, I was escaping. So, okay. Then I started to learn, I decided to start to learn English from English institutes like Veda, that. Fortunately for them and unfortunately for us, they taught us English grammar but not spoken English. Anyway, so what I missed, I wanted to give my people. So I missed English language coaching, because of which I really suffered a lot. So I joined Regional Institute of English South India in Gnanavarthi campus, Bangalore University. And in that 60-day training program, I was learning 2 for the whole South India.
Wow.
And
Coffee, right?
Coffee. So what I missed, I wanted to give my people, and even now that's the same. And after that, I joined RIE Bangalore, Regional Institute of English, Gnanavarthi campus in Mysore. We call it the place name is Kengeri. Why I am saying this name is because my friend will become very happy because he's in Bangalore. I trained, of course, after that also I couldn't speak proper English. Like, okay, anyways, I trained after that to learn English. I trained people to learn English. Then I went on to train more than 30,000 people across South India. And of course, so many are my clients like Tata, TVS, Hydraulics, Caterpillar, any important, I would say, GL, anybody for that matter. Then after that, like, okay, like I missed, I was able to make only say 5-6 lakh rupees per month. So which was, because no, wealth is very, very important. I mean, money, instead of saying wealth, money is super important. So how to make money? So I was missing a lot of money. Every month only 4-5 lakhs income. That was not enough. Even though I was taking classes, spoken English classes, a lot of people written English, business English, advanced English, whatever English it is. So it was very less. So I started to attend classes from across the globe. More than 300 training programs I attended across the globe, offline, online, paid, unpaid, everything. It could be Harvard, it could be Tony Robbins, it could be Macrathon, anybody for that matter across the globe. Almost 90% of the trainers I am very much aware of. They know me and I know them.
Okay.
So I learned, of course, the greatest joke is that after having attended those many training programs of how to go about making wealth, they were becoming wealthy by making by not making people wealthy but by faking. So I understood that idea. Okay, so only those of the people who actually wanted to, those of the people who claimed that they would support people to make wealth were becoming wealthy, but actually the people who were attempting to make wealth through those training programs, everybody was going broke only.
Yeah.
That's what, even today that's what's happening.
I was going to ask you that you must have spent more on the training program.
I did not spend even a single rupee. I invested. I want to use I invested more than 3 crores on training programs alone.
Wow.
Across the globe. Anywhere training means I am there. Then I really understood the real science behind wealth making. It's not an art, it's a science. Then I became a wealth coach because now what all the mistakes that these people were committing, like how Shukera wrote that book, You Can Win. He did not write the book after winning. He won after writing that book. This is a fact of the matter. Like, he went to his coach and he said, I'm not at all winning what to do. After having lost a lot of money. Then his coach only said, how did you lose? You make a big list of it. So he made a big list and he asked Shukera, okay, you know synonym antonym? Yes, I am good at English. Synonym antonym, okay. You just write the antonym of this, whatever you have written. So how he failed, he wrote the antonyms. So it became a success formula. So then because of that only he won. So on the planet, anybody who claims to be a wealth coach, money making coach, this coach, they only are becoming wealthy, but not the student.
I hope you are now becoming wealthy.
That is the thing here. That's the most important thing here. Here, after having learned this hidden secret of becoming wealthy, claiming that they will make people wealthy, that is a secret, but it is a killing thing. That much is cheating people. Right. So I was not much interested in actually giving too much of advertisements, this, that, and no. Of course, digital marketing here you pay money. You know how things are going on today. Like people who beautifully studied, wonderfully studied, and scored very good marks, they are teaching in schools, colleges, and those who never studied are running schools and colleges. So that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Very true.
If he's running schools and colleges, there is 1% possibility that he is also a good teacher and also running school. 1% possibility. 99%, he might fall in that 1%.
No, he is absolutely right.
He might fall in 1%.
Lousy students make for.
Not only engineering college, any college.
Okay, let's do a little faster on this.
Yeah.
It's a good story.
Yeah.
So finally,
Gave you a
okay.
warning in the beginning.
So after But that's the reason why.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I asked how much time
Yeah,
I
I
can.
No, no, but
But there is a limit.
There's a lesson for.
Yes, anyways. So the most important thing after that, now I started to train people. I started to train people in Regency Road, Bangalore only for free because now I wanted to get practice of how to go about making people wealthy. So I should not charge.
Oh, I
So
see.
that was it's like this one hall like this in Bangalore. There's a very famous place called Beehive Workspace, where I had one connection. We had an MOU. So every week, okay, come on, I will make you wealthy. Like whether I would make them wealthy or not, I would attempt to make them wealthy. But I was not charging, no. So there was no guilt feeling here. So I was doing something. Trial, exactly. And in that alone, I trained like not I cannot say I cannot claim I trained, but I spoke for more than 1,000 hours to those people in Bangalore alone directly, only Bangalore, Chennai, and sometimes in Goa. Okay, then like you all very rightly said, basically I'm a real estate person. Basically, my ancestors for the last 300 years, my ancestors, my forefathers, real estate. So I have completed 3,000 acres so far in my life. So now the thing is like, I wanted brokers across the nation. Brokers to sell lands, to sell properties. So the only way was to to get brokers, to again coach people in real estate, then they become your brokers automatically because they don't know what to sell, where to sell, how to sell, obviously they become. So there are simple tricks. Finally, like in this wealth coaching, I coached more than some say some 25,000-30,000 people I coached for free mostly. So like this, but I was making good money, but some of my people, like say some hundreds of people started to make wealth. That was not satisfactory for me. So then I decided, okay, like this is for upgrade or for Golden Gate University, the data that I give about me is like English Plan Training Services India Private Limited, CEO, that's all. But actually, after that, okay, one final thing I did, okay, in 2017, in 2016-17, something very important was going on in this history of, you cannot write the history of world economy without referring to blockchain today. People cannot write the history of world economy without referring to blockchain. So Vitalik Buterin in 2015 came up with a beautiful concept called Ethereum, even though Satoshi is a mystical figure or mystical community, whatever. But Vitalik Buterin, being a very, very, very young person at the age of 17, came up with beautiful concepts with very nice use cases in 2015. But a lot of things were missing in that. He was coming up with decentralized applications, okay. He was coming up with the fintech concepts, okay. But my concept was, see, if there is an asset on the planet and if that can support people make money, there should be a source. Like for example, traders' mindset, traders' emotions should not decide, or hype should not decide, or international news should not decide. Real use cases, real world assets should decide the price of any asset for that matter, especially investors' interest should be protected. So I entered blockchain industry, and of course I started a company in Singapore in 2021. In 2020, in just last 3 to 4, 5 years, I started a company in Singapore, in Dubai, and in Dubai we got VARA approval, Virtual Assisted Regulatory Authority approval, and now I have a company in Thailand where I have a lot of real estate properties. Everything we are attempting to do in blockchain, and now I am into 11 industries: agriculture, education, healthcare, energies, blockchain, gamism, e-commerce, and of course there are so many.
How do you remember 11?
Yeah, sorry.
How do you remember all your 11?
Yeah, I can easily say all of them. But the concept is very simple. Now, so to do all these things comes my superpower. There is no, obviously to execute all these projects we need manpower, we need people. And you cannot recruit this many people like to do all these things. So only way is to create owners. So right now, at the moment of talking, at this point in time, I have 785 families working for our group of companies. And I am the first and I am the last employee of the group of companies. They call me CEO, and actually there's a joke. I am the first and the last employee of the group of companies, and right now it's increasing only in all countries. Our projects are very nicely going. Because I am on record, I cannot say a few things. Finally, right now, my superpower, like you said, no, my community. Because I trust one simple concept: community creates immunity. So community is my superpower. Like, it is ever increasing. My throat is like this because before I came here, I gave a 3-day training program where I increased my 127 participants into 1,167 participants on the spot. Increased on the spot. So that's the thing. So my superpower, and if I want to be an ad, that's a very brilliant question, really beautiful question that I will use in the days and months to come in my training programs. So I always want to be a money-making guy. Because earthly success is measured by the amount of money a human being has. So that is my TEDx talk also. I have given a TEDx talk, and that is my TEDx talk. Like, what I wish my people should get. That's all. So finally to say, no, I will have spoken as World Peace Representative in UNO by 2027. I will have spoken. Future perfect tense. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I met Suresh this morning while I was walking, and when they say that you couldn't tell a man book by the cover or first impression, I would have never realized. He was quietly coming in. He was, very. He didn't say a word, and look, now he can't stop talking. Yeah.
Wonderful. So, namaste everyone. My name is Dr. Vivek Sinha. I am a medical doctor by qualification. I did my MBBS. I am from Rajkot, Gujarat. And in India, there is this mindset that पहले doctor engineer बन जाओ, बाद में जो भी बनना है वो करो. So, we belong to a family of educators, and both my grandparents were principals and teachers, and both my parents have been principals and teachers, and I always wanted to be in education. I grew up in a school that my parents have been running, so I always wanted to pursue education, but I was not allowed to, so I had to go to medicine. I topped my ICSE. So in my 10th standard, I was an ICSE topper, and then I got shifted to state board because ICSE doesn't put out a merit list. Both my parents being educators, they were thinking कि you scored 96% in your 10th, तो गुजरात बोर्ड में तो अगर 95-96% आता है तो it will be like newspaper पे even our schools when the kids get merit listed, so all these publication newspapers तो बोले आप ICSE में तो कुछ आता ही नहीं है, you move to Gujarat board. Then I was moved to Gujarat board, and it was a horrible mistake that happened, and then I lost my way in 12th, about 80-82%. Went to medicine, MBBS kiya. I didn't want to go to medicine, but I did that. Then after completing my MBBS, I wanted to join the schools. So they gave me a very tough assignment. They gave me a small preschool with 22 students, and they were like, ये चलाओ और इसमें से कुछ कर सकते हो. We don't want your money and we won't invest anything. This is your rent free. आप इसमें से जो भी कर सकते हो. You see how tough it is to run a school. So that is the challenge they gave me, and they thought that I will be tired in a year or two and I will move back to being a doctor. Yeah. So I was working in Sterling, and it was a part of a deal. So I was working with Sterling Hospital as a medical officer from 2 to 8, and they would allow me to go to the school in the morning. So I go to the school from 7 in the morning to 1:30, have my lunch in 30 minutes and go to the hospital. Work there for for till 8 p.m. Yeah. So that I did for 3 years. I grew 22 students to 200 students. I doubled the fees in like 2-3 years. Most of the schools that we were running are affordable schools with average fees below 15,000. So the mindset that my parents used to have was like, if you, it's the education should be free, it should be affordable, it should be all those things. I belong to a different mindset. I believe that education should be top notch and it should elevate and it should empower the learners to take them to the next level. And so that conflict that we had gave rise to me setting up a school in 2016. So I started an innovative international school spread over 6.5 acres. Took out a huge loan, bad decision, but I overcame that loan. We paid back. So education is a finance and a real estate business, basically, right? And I did that in 5 years. We right now in that school we have more than 1,000 learners within 5 years, with a fee level of more than 1.5 lakhs. So paying back the loan also it is profitable. Yeah. So then, but then it got me to thinking that the amount of effort that we are taking taking care of 6 schools with more than 700 employees, with more than 6,500 learners. So somewhere what I was feeling is that pull between being an institution of excellence and being able to serve the community, and that is where both your books I came into touch with, and I follow the philosophy of Ikigai, and my purpose is to save the children from the expectations of the parents and the society, right? So because it pushes them on a completely different path. Parents are not educated, even though they mean well for the children. They put them into courses and things that they don't know. Abhi we need JEE coaching. In small cities, it is all about doing need JEE, nothing else. So I started a new project called School on Wheels. So 5 years into running this school, I had a deep passion for learning, teaching and being with kids. But in the 6 years that I've been running these schools, the least amount of time I am able to spend with my students, because most of our time goes in managing, administration, government, compliances, all those, firefighting, all those things that are happening. We do overcome all of those things, but the biggest challenge was this. So I started in May, I started a School on Wheels. If my vacation hai, I will take the kids on trip, get them through various experiences of their life to make sure that they find the right path. So that's kind of my vision moving forward. But then it was like, I'm 39 years old now, so एक midlife ये होता है कि भाई people my age are making far more money than what I'm making in my schools. Even though I'm doing working for 16 hours a day, basically it's a real estate. Yeah. So we are secure financially, we are settled, but everything is well. But we don't understand like what it's for, and now which way to move forward. Whether we keep on doing what we are doing and create impact, and people. We've seen the CSR reports. I've read all the things that are happening in the sector, and I believe if we can deliver 100% results for an annual fee of 15,000. Uh, uh, People are spending more than 25-30,000 per learner on their CSR reports, and no real outcome is being delivered.
Yeah.
So this is the fundamental thing, and so then I understand that academics matters, going to IIM matters, being in certain circles matters, because funding जो है वो इन लोगों के circles के अंदर limited है, which is not percolating to the bottom level. So that is something that I believe if we want to create real impact on the ground, it doesn't cost that much. 15,000 a year में हम लोग सारे compliances के बावजूद बेहतर quality education दे ही पा रहे हैं. So it shouldn't be what it's there in the reports that we see. So this is something that now I want to move towards the basically consulting area, or basically in the area of why these things are being done in certain ways, and maybe we need to push up our skill sets in that area and create a digital transformation for us. That is what.
Superpower.
Superpower is clarity, decisiveness, and that is something that empathy, having a deep connection with whoever I'm dealing with. So these three are the superpowers that I can think of. If I would be an app, I would be an app that gets things done. So
Oh, nice.
yeah. Yeah.
What things specifically?
Anything. And always think win-win, and always help someone achieve their outcome. Win-win में पहले win सामने वाले का, दूसरा win
US there is a term, I have a guy.
I am a guy. So I am the guy. I am the guy.
I did this now, I have a guy.
I am the guy.
He wants to be the app.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am the guy. I am the guy.
आप लॉन्च करते हैं गाइड
यहाँ पे आपका सारा प्रॉब्लम वर्ड का सॉल्व आप लॉन्च करो वेल्थ क्रिएट करो
Okay, yeah, I'll go next. I
Yeah.
think
Yeah.
probably I'll be the ad break between the stories that you've heard so far. I'm basically a mechanical engineer.
Name?
My name is Monisha. Sorry.
Monisha.
And then I also did my master's in manufacturing management. That was 10 years ago. I currently work for Collins Aerospace in engineering of aerospace components. Earlier I used to work for Saint-Gobain in their R&D, before that in the plant to the product development. So my core areas are sometimes from ideation to making some products. When I say products, here they are real products that are put into cars or aeroplanes or anywhere that we use touch and feel kind of products. Because I see a lot of software engineers where product come in makes a different meaning altogether. So yeah. And yeah, that's it about me. Probably we'll get to know more.
Where are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Chennai basically. Currently work in Bangalore. And superpower. Very interesting. Okay, my superpower is I can change myself depending on people. I can go from an introvert to an extrovert in a minute. So that's my superpower. And an app, I would be that. I also have an emotional side to me, so I want to be that app that people want to talk to. Every time. Sometimes people want to talk to a random person when they're emotionally weakest. They don't want to go to anybody they know because the fear of judgment is there. So I want to be that person X. The app would be the person X who you can talk to.
Last one.
Yeah.
I'm Ravinder Kokhar, natively from Haryana. Parents migrated to Delhi, pursued to educate their kids. Born and brought up in Delhi. experience of various industries within the bank, so various departments. I learned very early that if you have to kind of be relevant, you have to keep learning new stuff. I specialized in anything. So started with corporate banking on the credit underwriting side, then moved to project finance, transportation finance, again on the credit underwriting. Then thought that I had a unsaid inclination towards tech without being in the tech vertical. Like when I joined the bank, HDFC, we used to write the political caps about the people, etc. So I went to my super boss that I did to my CEO for this clerical job, which make me for the decision making, I make decision in 2 hours of discussion with the client. Worth funding, not worth funding. Why do we do all this? So then he said, do something about it. So then we built a system, so that's why I got exposure towards the working technology side. Then after 5-7 years, then full time moved into the digital projects with tech aggregations and a lot of stuff like on OCAN, amount aggregator, on the fintech space which is happening. Closely watching that, working on that from the bank side. Then finally I thought that unless I have a pressure of delivery, all these will go to PPT projects. So 3 years back was the decision to move to business. I had a micro SME business today. So in the last 2 years, we first worked on building the runway basically for the micro SMEs and the Bandas, so that the most complex problem to
So
solve.
is this a startup or within the bank?
Within the bank, it's a most valued startup, but we have now labeled as well. So a couple of years we invested in the product, design, journey, etc. And this first January basically we launched it with the actual resources deployed for this. So that team reports to me. So last 10 months we have onboarded 50,000 Dukandas basically. So fastest 1,500 crore book created in retail segment basically in BFSI. Despite being in a kind of a big bank where things to change is kind of little take times, but it's a wonderful organization. If you do logical things and find a ways, basically it innovates basically. So I'm so to say
This is UK, I say it's
HDFC. So what the challenge what I face is that there are a lot of senior group heads etc. who have done very well in their careers earlier, but the tech first mindset is not there, right? So they're just worried about a month ka business, a quarter ka, but nobody is investing in the future. So that is must basically what I find. So that's why I decided to kind of join these courses. That I don't want to be those people that maybe I'm towards like the 50s and all. I wanted to create some impactful, some highly impactful outcome to the society at large, basically, and the micro SME space which we have kind of taken in this project is in that direction. We still believe it's still we are scratching the surface, there are miles to go. And a lot of stuff on that with the MSME industry, with the RBI innovation hub, etc. We are that should make it very big, basically, not just the bank specific, but as an industry specific, how a lot of people can come together and design this course. So that's where I am today. On the superpower, I'll say that I somehow basically I find myself equilibrium kind of equilibrium kind of emotions, whether it's pain or pleasure. I find that both are same, both are temporary in nature. And before I didn't never get too excited, whether something would happen.
That's what nature learns. Try to be observant while being in the action, all the time. But have a balcony view also. That look yourself from some bit and see how you are doing and what you are doing.
Being a witness.
Being a witness to yourself is a superpower, I consider. App, I find all the current apps are rubbish. You have to create something to meaningful. Not SME, that's a transition, like for the next 2-3 years, I'll maybe kind of do that, move to some more,
Yeah.
let's maybe agree, why not, maybe, something larger stuff. I don't want to make myself specialized in something, so that's also app, and make something.
You make something.
Which connect, the app hasn't yet been. So the connect, I from all the classes, the one sentence which what I remember very profoundly, and I relate myself is Dr. Shalini mentioned that humans were not born to work. Right? So, so I am towards that journey basically. All these transactional stuffs basically, your machines can take care of. You need to relate yourself, your mind and body, transact at some particular position in your body. So you can experience that thing every moment. Basically, the rest of the everything is transactional in nature.
मुझे कुछ और अलग स्टेट अचीव कर लिया
Yes, he's reached somewhere.
अचीव सम अदर स्टेट
Okay, thank you so much.
Wow, I can only say that, I don't know if you feel amazing diversity in the room. You are creating a fintech platform, HR, tech, he's doing some industrial stuff, you are doing some SaaS platform stuff, I don't know, anything.
Too many things doing.
You are building schools.
Actually, I didn't mention the EdTech part. I started a Advantage Solutions, ERP Solutions app for schools. So it's a complete administrative. So all our schools are affordable,
Running on that.
are running on that, and that's how it's affordable.
Sales, pure sales guy, very important to make
Most
money.
important.
Yes, big money.
And then she's heavily into aerospace. Fantastic diversity in the room. I think there's so much for you to learn from each other. And different parts of the country also. From Haryana to Tamil Nadu. So fantastic. I feel like I should do a quick introduction also, but I'm conscious of time. But I will maybe do it in the context of what I'm about to share. And so taking part of class. There are some workbooks here that we have created for you, but I don't think we need to necessarily use that. We'll do that, but please keep them. They're still useful. You may want to do it in your reflective time. Some of this people use today, but in the interest of time, I'm also wondering whether we need to go step by step. We can have a more freewheeling discussion. It's a smaller group. I'll get you to the same outcome. So be assured that we are not wasting time. We may use a different set of tools, but these tools are still very useful. And feel free to keep them and use them, and maybe we use some of it today. As I look back at my career, I think all of you also have had very rich careers, so I don't think that you haven't had the same experience. Maybe I've had a little bit more time to reflect. And one of the things that I find that we are all searching for is, when we say leadership, we are all trying to make a difference somewhere. We want to stand for something, we make a difference. And we want to influence some people with our view. It's not like we are looking for power. And it's not like we want to convert people. But we want to be able to at least be respected for a point of view, a position that we have. And I'm saying this in the context of work and business. So I'm not getting into the philosophy of life, because then it will become very spiritual, and that's a different journey. Here I want to focus on at some level we are all still working. We have not gone for sannyas.
So in this world of that we are in, the professional world, the world of work, ultimately leadership is really about you want to make a difference and you want to do it through people, and whether a small group of people, large group of people, you want them to at least respect you for your views. And one of the things that I say about leadership, I do a whole class on it, and we talk about that in the class, is that you don't decide whether you are a digital leader or not. The world decides. Right? You can say I'm a leader, or that I'm great, but ultimately it's your learners who decide whether you are great or not, or whether your team will decide whether you are great or not. Right? So you can aspire to digital leadership, but it's really the judgment is in other people's hands. And what are they looking for? They're looking for somebody who is getting stuff done, right? Because if you don't get that app out by 1st January, which you did, it would have been a PowerPoint slide. Right? Whether your managers or your team would have said a great idea, nothing happened. And we have all been part of this. So the world is a harsh place. People judge you with your ability to get stuff done. And that's why you actually highlighted that. We just assume that, but all of you are that kind of people. You're sitting here on a Saturday because you're the kind of people who got stuff done. That's how you reach where you reach. That's why you climbed up the corporate ladder or the professional ladder. So getting stuff done and then carrying a bunch of people along. It doesn't have to be thousands of people, as in Suresh's case. Not all of us are lucky to have that kind of influence, or thousands of children in your case. It could be a small group of people that you are affecting in your organizations too. But there's a bunch of people are always involved. Right? So that's the context in which we are here. Think about digital. Now, my experience comes from first being an academic and a researcher. I had done a PhD and I worked as a researcher in robotics many years ago. My experience comes from working as a management consultant. I worked at McKinsey and Company for 30 years, advising companies, doing consulting work. My experience comes from being a CEO. I ran the Anand Bazar Africa Group. You are familiar with publications in the north. Telegraph, the English one, but the older publication is Anand Bazar Africa, which is like a Malayalam Manorama or Daily Karti or one of the language newspapers. They now own the ABP News Group, the channel. I actually started those many years ago. I was also a TV guy. In McKinsey, I used to do a lot of media consulting, and I come from a media family. I grew up in Patna, where my father had a printing press. I still publish a Hindi magazine that my father used to publish. This year is the 75th year of that magazine, so at some level I'm a media guy as well. So I ran a media company, a conglomerate which had radio, TV, books, newspaper, language newspaper, English newspaper. So some of my experience comes from that. Some of my experience comes from being an entrepreneur. I created something called 9.9 Media. So we used to have a lot of publications. You may be familiar with a magazine called CIO and Leader. CIO magazine is very famous globally, but in India we publish CIO and Leader. It is for CIOs and CTOs. There's a magazine that children read a lot. College kids also read. Some of you may be familiar, called Digit. Digit is all about technology and so on. I just sold Digit to Times of India. That was our publication for nearly almost now 20 years. Now Times of India publishing. That was my media business, which I created and ran. Of course, what I'm most known for is my higher education entrepreneurship. So most people don't know I built a university in Malaysia. It's called Multimedia University. It has 8,000 students. Most people don't know that I was associated with that. That was my first exposure to. I made all the mistakes there, learned from my mistakes, created the engines, which led to the creation of ISD, where I also
dean for a year, and still very involved with that institution. And then from there I went on to start building Ashoka University, which is a liberal arts university outside Delhi. It's a full-scale university. And right now my whole mission in life is to make ISB top 15 in the world and Ashoka top 100 in the world. I feel that I come from Patna and Nalanda was always next door. And growing up, I used to feel very sad that we keep talking about a university that has not existed for almost 1,000 years. And we have to go back to them to mark our greatness in education. I think we should have great universities today. Yes, we have IITs, IIMs, and a few others to talk about. But those are also now 70 years old. What have we created in the last 70 years that we can claim is world class? We built HCL and Wipro and we built HDFC Bank, but we have not built another new educational institution of the stature that can make a mark in the world. So that drives me that we should be as India. And I don't know if it will happen in my life. And becoming world class or becoming ranked in the world is very difficult. Very, very difficult. Those of you who are involved in global businesses or global products or have worked with global companies know how big the gap is. ISB reached number 12 actually in the world, but has then slipped down to 36. Now we have been working very hard to bring it back up. And I think getting into top 15 is also very difficult. I'm saying top 15, mind you, because top 10 is almost impossible. If you think who are in the top 10 and you think that we will displace it, I don't think it can happen in my lifetime. It's the sad truth. It's humbling truth. And you can't just now. If you look at the top 100 universities in the world, the youngest universities are about 40 years old. And they too are completely government funded. Lots of money being poured by the government to take them up, throwing everything at it. China, Korea. Here our government hardly spends money. We are a private university. No private university has made it to a top 100 kind of time that I'm hoping that Ashoka will. So it's never been done. And I'm not saying this to boast, but I'm saying this to say that it's so sad that the country is not. So those are my two big purposes in life. Along the way, I keep doing interesting things like many of you. I'm restless, curious. So I got very interested in online. And I saw everybody was starting online. In fact, when Mayank Kumar and Ronnie started Upgrad, I was very involved with them in the beginning because Mayank is a ISB alum. But I felt like I didn't want to do what others were doing, so I was looking for something different. And so I came up with this idea of Harappa education, where the idea was to teach leadership. Essentially, it was not called leadership. It was teach leadership skills at scale and at quality to everyone who wanted to learn. One of your school children, one of your learners. Make it affordable, make it available. As what happens with every business, it very quickly grew, became very successful, became a B2B business. Companies started using us more than consumers, and then Upgrad came to me and said, can we acquire you? So at that time I said, okay, let it be in a natural home. So Harappa, which I created, is now very much part of Upgrad, and I am now part of Upgrad. And I do a bunch of other things. I created a Vedika Scholars program for women. I run a program in Ladakh, which is a program for people in the hills who are not getting good education. I'm building a new university in Ahmedabad, not new, 7 years old, another national university, which in design will hopefully become like an Ashoka. Again, we only have NIT, SPS, full of planning and architecture, a few others. Very small capacity seats in design. They are designed is going to be very big in the world. So I'm excited about doing new things for the Aditya Birla Group. I have built 3 universities, 3 institutions here: the Mid School of Management, the Mid School of Law, the Mid School of Design. Hopefully, if Mr. Birla buys into my idea, we'll build a school of performing arts. in Goa. This will be the first one of its kind. So education is a field that seems to have become my reason to exist in life. And I'm very fortunate. Not many countries in the world allow you to build schools or even allow people to get into training and education like you have. So we are very fortunate to be in a country there. So that's a little bit about my life. But I'm giving that in the context of saying, I feel like I'm grateful that I've had very different sets of experiences like all of you also. And the one thing that I've come to realize is that while leadership is about getting stuff done and it is about getting people to follow you, one concept that at least I have followed is what I want to share with you, which is this whole idea of the leadership manifesto. Because now I'm coming to this program, I'm not going broad, I'm saying in this program, all of you are here because you want to focus on something. Okay? You have to do a thesis. Okay? And that's important because to complete this program, you'll have to pick a topic, you'll have to go deep into it, you'll have to write about it, you'll have to research it, you'll have to analyze it.
It's a systemic requirement.
It is a requirement. Now that you're here and you are paying the money for it, we have to do that. So I'm not giving some general gyan. I'm actually trying to bring it all down to this program. General gyan also I can give, but I'm not doing that today because all of us can give general gyan. I'm really, whatever I'm saying is focused on this project that you want to do. Of course, leadership is a much more general topic. So here what are we saying? That we are saying that we have to zero in on something that we want to write, research, do our thesis in. And so the question is, how do we do that? And so I'm saying that to do that, you need to decide where you want to be, what kind of digital leader you want to be. And what I would like to submit is that in the next hour or so, let's just get a first draft of that vision. That will give you the starting space for where you are headed. This is not the final outcome, it's just to start the thinking and give you a framework to start the thinking.
One question around that. Most of us will have a project which is associated to our current roles where we are kind of working, couple of them are between our small limits, but who are working in organizations. We always have a limit of picking up these projects internally because there will be familiarity of the data, etc. But we can't deploy all these things or working there. How do you balance that if you do in individual capacity? We don't have anything outside, so to say my HDFC bank firewall के बाहर कुछ नहीं है. So how do we bridge that gap is a that question which speaks to me.
So let's talk about that as we drill deeper down. What I am focusing on is slightly broader. While I did say that it is about the thesis, I'm only saying that this is a prelude to the thesis. This is the foreword to the thesis. This is the preface to the thesis. It is in this context that you will then do. So the thesis is just very narrow and very focused. But what I'm trying to do is a slightly broader frame right now. And I'm saying that let the thesis fit into that frame. So the danger is that you will only do what you are allowed to do or can do, and then find that this is not fitting in with where I want to go with my life, at least right now. So I'm just trying to bridge that gap. It may be that what you end up doing is fairly narrow, that's okay. My PhD thesis was on robotics, robot locomotion, legged locomotion of robots. How does a single leg walking robot work? That is all I focused on in my thesis. But my larger vision was that I wanted to work on a high-tech, cutting-edge area which was multidisciplinary. I didn't want to do paper theorems. I wanted to actually build something. So I'm trying to get those parameters right so that legged locomotion fits into that larger picture. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I'm actually trying to build that larger picture for you. Then you can see whether what you do at HDFC is fit for it.
Basically, the question is about leadership, and it's all like, can it be capitalized? Can we learn leadership? Because what is there is a spectrum of servant leadership to better leadership.
whom to follow, what to do? Like, can it be generalized?
So I don't think it can. I think each one of us will and should have our own model politics, is what I think. And that's why this is part of the course I will do with you. So because we are having this discussion before that course, I don't want to get too deep into it. But it is important to answer these questions because I can't keep saying, okay, I'll do it later. Yeah. So I will give you some hints or some early warning on how I'm thinking about leadership. But in the way I'm thinking about leadership, and I would like to submit to you, you don't have to take my theory, I'm not an expert, and there are many theories. I'm saying that each of those theories is valid. You decide what's valid for you. Okay? But what I want to submit is that ultimately, whichever theory or model you want to use, I will decide whether you are a leader or not. You can't ultimately decide. You may think whatever you want. I meaning not as a
Because people will follow leader.
That's right. So the first big thing I'm saying, which I think is common, which I would like to submit is common, is that ultimately others decide whether you're a leader or not. Because otherwise we all assume that if I develop all these attributes, if I take the case examples of this book, or I study this servant leadership model, I am following those things, so I am now a servant leader. Yeah, and you will say, from a servant leader, bloody arrogant guy, asshole, toxic. I don't want to work with him. And I am saying, but I am a servant leader, I am following what you are. So the simple point I am making is you follow whatever. You want to follow servant leader, you want to follow some other leadership model, you please follow. But remember, somebody else will decide whether you are a leader or not. Okay, number one. Number two, how will they decide? This way I think I can try it. Yeah, can somebody set this up for me? Can you just check? So, how do people decide? What do you think people should look for?
They draw some kind of inspiration.
First thing we look for is inspiration.
From what?
So
Result. What we don't realize is that people first look for result. They don't look for your qualities.
We say, your result, you are a leader.
That's if India had not become independent, Gandhiji would not be seen in such a. He had great qualities. He was a sant. He was a Mahatma. But the reason he is seen as all over the world is because what is synonymous is that he got India independence.
So that thing will start from the beginning as a servant leader, then gradually it will go on.
No, you can be whatever leader. It could start as a servant.
People will accept
It has to start
when
with
you
result.
work closely with the servant leader kind of thing.
No, that is again your assumption. That is your.
What I have seen it. People
No,
don't
that's
know.
okay. So that's what I'm saying. It's okay for you to be that. He may not agree with you, and it's okay. You may say this is how it works. He will say no, I don't agree with you. I think this is how it works. And I think both of you are right.
Because all are related factors.
Ultimately, what it matters is what do I say.
Yeah.
I means people.
Audience.
Yes, people. I don't mean I.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So what is actually I could be working with both of you and say yeah, they're both very good leaders. But you know, he's like this, and Nitin is like that. You hear people say that, and you have experienced that. So each of you will be a different leader. You please follow your own model. Please figure out what your model is. But remember, others will decide, and they will decide. So yes. Very good. So first point I am making, point number one. So first point is others. I'm not writing the whole thing down. Second thing is they need results. They check for results. They check for impact. They check for breakthrough. An easy example of this is all of us are familiar with cricket, right? Do you think Sachin Tendulkar is a leader? Some people will say yes, some people will say no. Is Mahendra Singh Dhoni a leader? Yes. Suddenly everybody will say yes.
100%.
And this is tough, right? Poor Sachin Tendulkar. He's a good guy. He's a great guy. But sitting here, they are passing judgment on him. And that is how people are, that is how harsh people are. So winning is everything. He got us World Cup, ICC, whatever in 1 year. Impression is that he wins more matches. Now this is not a great example because this is by impression. And we are talking about somebody iconic. But in the workplace, at home, it is more people you know closely. I'm not talking about perception or I'm not talking about media and all that. I'm saying in the workplace, you will be judged whether you deliver on that or not. In fact, the 15,000 crore book. Why do people write on their resumes? Created a 15,000 crore book for the first time in the history of the bank. When he writes his resume, that's what he writes. Why do people write that? They are trying to convey results. And somebody who doesn't know you says, he created an app. He created something for micro SMEs. So all banks, every bank is doing it. What's the big deal? The moment he writes 15,000 crore book, 200% team, awarded by the chairman with best guy of the year award, suddenly people say, okay, there's something happened. Let me at least interview the guy. So results, in fact, breakthrough. And the third thing is that in today's day and age, when people are evaluating you, they want you to be a empathetic, inspirational, people person. Gone are the days when you can be an imperial leader. People want you to be authentic, people want you to be vulnerable, all these wonderful words have started coming. Okay? Who thought about vulnerability, compassion, empathy,
Relativity.
well-being at work? Right? I grew up in that era where boss says something, you please do it. I have had people tell me, Pramat, you don't know how to write. Pramat, you don't know how to speak. Don't come to a meeting if you are not going to speak. I am also very introverted. Okay? And I used to feel bad. Today you can't say things so directly to people. Right? You will be immediately branded. So I'm not again going into the extreme case. I think some of it is unfair. You do have to have candor and you have to have frank conversations with people about performance and so on. But world has changed. So what happens is that people also want you to be a people leader, a people person. I'm just using loose terms right now, right? But you know what these mean, the senior people, you understand. So these two are basic parameters where I think things are common in how people evaluate. And I'm going to stop there because I don't think I need to go further into the model. Then the models are different. But mota, if you want to take it that way, then really the people judge you on two things, task and people. Task and people. Task is the delivery, and the task, I believe, is the necessary condition. So those of you who are a little mathematically oriented, in our theorem there is to be a necessary condition. Without this, it won't happen.
And can this go up and down like
Yes.
much more task oriented?
Yes. Yes, and more importantly, now I'm giving you a further nuance that this is actually context dependent. Okay? The big problem is that we read a resume and we think this guy is a leader for life. If you hire me to build an affordable school just because I'm an education guy and I have done great university, I'll be a total failure. But people assume कि नहीं करना है, तो school बनाओ. People come to me all the time. मैं school बनाऊँ मेरी advice is the first. I say, you don't take my advice. Why take mine? I'm a higher education guy. Just because I built ISB and Ashoka doesn't mean I can help you build a affordable school in Surat. But that is the assumption we make. A great guy. I'm not so great, yeah. In fact, the reason I took time to build a university after ISB is because what we the hidden secret is that it is one program. It is one MBA program. It is nothing else. Just one year program. उसके नाम पे इतना बड़ा बन गया. That's a different matter.
specialty only I know. It's not a university. It's just one MBA program, 1 year program. You can bulk with the whole thing and build it. How can I claim that I'm a higher education specialist? So people assume certain things about you, but the thing is you will not always be successful. What happened after ISB is that I decided, because I was a media guy, that I will be a media student. 9.9 School of Convergence. Sang without names. Some of my friends had a school in Baroda, a big DBA school in Baroda, like land, they had empty buildings. They said, "Pranav, why don't you build a business school in the next door?" Built the Sanskriti School of Business in Baroda, sang without names. You think those people think of me as a leader? You think those students, those faculty members who came, joined an institution which doesn't exist, do they think of me as a leader? Obviously not. So that same person, and that's the whole point, we assume that I have become a digital leader. Now I am a digital leader for life. Who decides whether you are a digital leader? Other people decide. Other people will see you in different contexts. Next project you might do, and I hope not, but next project you may not do. Many times your projects have not worked. Those people will say, there's a good guy, कुछ कर रहा है, okay, देखते ही आओ, हमारे साथ तो नहीं चलता. That is how people are, and it's fair. So we have to realize that this is going to be up and down. We assume that it's going to be like this.
Only certificate we are a leader.
Right?
Certificate itself we are a leader.
Yeah.
Like after finishing this course, we get a competition.
Now you
Which is a joke.
So the point is only to keep in mind that yes, what will happen is you go from context to context, project to project, role to role, function to function, right? And in each context, what will happen is that sometimes you'll do well on tasks, sometimes you'll do well on people, sometimes you'll do well on both. Sometimes you get the stuff done, you will lose the people. Because yesterday, for example, I'm coming from Ahmedabad, I had to tell a guy who has been with us for 7 years, he's doing a great job. He said, "Boss, I'm going to hire somebody else." He was shattered. He was shattered because I'm sure that, and he hasn't spoken to me since yesterday, and I'm worried that the guy is really going through a bad time because politics must be a big thing on his ego. He's probably thinking right now, this guy is a complete, asshole, he let me down, he's got me in the back, I worked so hard, and now I'm going to hire somebody. I have to do it. So I have to build that, I'm not firing you, I respect him. But you have to do the nasty things sometimes, right? In the interest of the institution, the company, we all have done that. So now for him, it may be that I got the work done, and if I didn't handle it correctly and this guy leaves, my board will say Pramod didn't handle it. We asked Pramod to go to Ahmedabad, have a chat with this guy, we trusted Pramod that he will get this done. Look, he got it done, but we lost the person. That's not a good thing. So from their point of view, I'm dinged on both. I didn't get it done the way it was supposed to be done, and I've lost the person. So I think the world is a harsh place, and other people judge it. And we know this, but we somehow ignore it because we think we have a certificate, or we have done 500 courses, or we have read the book, and of course these attributes apply to it. All of us are good people. All those attributes we have. We have compassion, empathy, vulnerability, courage, curiosity. All of these we have. But from context to context, we are not able to show it or able to show it. And it has impact on results and on people, which is how others. It's a simple model that I have, and I think that it integrates with any model. And I'm not trying to come up with a silver bullet magic sauce. I'm only saying let each model be there. And please develop your own model. You may be more empathetic, I can't be empathetic. You may be more articulate, I can't be articulate. You can jump off and go do anything. I'm a very poor salesperson. I go there and say, sir, what is your problem? Tell me your problem. Rather than saying, please buy this bottle, finish it. Right? So I can't do that.
So how much we basically we follow a lot of how much the hierarchy plays a role. Like I see this lot of leadership biases are coming from an army structure, from army structure.
Yes.
Where soldiers follow the leader, all those things. So hierarchy is there in that place for a very strong leader. But in our world, it doesn't really have that much of significant hierarchy.
So the hierarchy is still there, but people don't respect the hierarchy anymore that much.
Yeah, that's true.
So what happens is you have to use your personal leadership to command.
Cater to that, come
So
on.
in that ups and downs, do we need to master our levels?
You do. You need to know when to use your hierarchy and when not to use your hierarchy.
Another level.
Yes. I mean, yesterday I had to use my hierarchy to tell him, boss, now you cannot do HR from today. Right?
So in the context of business, are we saying that leadership caters more to an organization as a whole or more to, or is it just scenario based again?
No, I think here you cater to the organization largely. If it's a people project, then you may cater to people. It's still for the organization. You are doing stuff for Ashoka University, you are doing stuff for Mahindra, you said, oh, now you are at Z, right? You have to get stuff done for Z. Now, in the process, you have to carry your people up. And sometimes people will become a casualty because you have to get this done. So this is not an easy balance. And especially if you have this congeniality and this popularity, then you would want, this becomes harder for you. Because you don't want the people to say that you're not a leader. Right? And all of us have that. Because we want to be like, we want to be seen as a people person.
That's a human need that we
That's
want
right.
to be liked by everyone.
That's it.
I would like to add one of the points that is the diversity we have. So when we talk about left side, we talk about impact of impact. So you work with HR function, I work with IT function, you work with some sales function, right? So what's the impact of impact you are seeing on the ground today, right? And what's the value of initiative, right? If you put an equation, right? If you put the HR function, what is the impact of impact? If you can you do the optimization, can you do the cross cleaning, cost cleaning, whatever it may be, right? And people wellness, awareness perspective, and he is working in oil and gas or something he can do, and he can do with the sales perspective. That depends on organism requirement. In fact,
Yes. So I think
you are getting to different functions, context like this.
So I think that you are getting into another area which I talk about a lot and I talk about again in my class, is that if you are going to be focused on this, then you need to be very clear about what is the expectation. See, most of us are doers. So when the moment somebody asks us to do something, we start doing it. And then tomorrow, they will come back and say that, well, that's not what I asked you to do, but that's not enough. Or you trained the people, but I have not got the organizational impact. So being very clear about expectation is very important, particularly as you grow more senior.
And our awareness is also related.
Sorry?
Awareness.
Yes.
Basically, you need to be aware of what organism needs. That's the expectation.
Yeah, but awareness is not that I assume, right? Most people assume. You have to be constantly clarifying expectations, and often what happens is your boss or your organization doesn't also know what to expect.
Exactly.
They will say, go train people. To what end? And when you start training, you say, well, this is happening, that is happening. They say, oh, is that happening? Well, why don't we do this? Right? So one is to clarify the expectation, the other is to constantly make sure that we are agreed on the expectation. That now the expectation has changed, but are you agreed with me that this is what we are going to do? Right? And this is actually getting me into my main point of today, which I'd like to share with you. And this is the thing about expectation and expectations. This is an expectation around your leadership, your expectation from yourself. Okay? Now I am getting a bit philosophical, where I am saying that of course you want expectation from the outside world. But what is your expectation of yourself? Be clear about for your own leadership journey, for your own digital leadership, for your own thesis. What is really your expectation? What are you trying to do? And again, in the interest of time, I'm going through this quickly, but you're all smart people and you have a lot of experience.
experience already. So to my mind, there are 4 aspects to this expectation. Okay? And you will hear this in the context of companies and projects and so on, but I am saying this in the context of an individual. Okay? You as an individual. What is your mission? What is your vision? What is your strategy? And what are your values? Okay? And I am saying this, that these are 4 things that define you today. These can change. As you were building your first school and going to work in Sterling Hospital, this was different. Today this is different. Tomorrow it can change. But it's important that you are clear at each point in your life about where you are on these 4, because that then feeds into that project. That's what I think. So that project has to meet this. If it doesn't meet this, then whether it is an HDFC or not, doesn't matter. And you will maybe find many projects in HDFC that will fit this. So it's not a constraint, it just gives you the guidepost and sets the expectation. Why am I doing this? How does it fit into what I want to do? So as a senior professional, I think having clarity on these 4 things at every stage in your game is important. And don't get too fussed about it, because this will evolve, this is not fixed. Okay? As we grow older, as we experience new things, it keeps changing. And I illustrate that from my own life. But the second point is that these are all internally consistent. Okay? These are not disjointed things. Okay? They are all, one leads to the other. Yes, they are all interlinked. You can't have something here and something there and they don't flow from each other. Okay?
Does value
It may change over time. I'll come to values. These values are not human values. These values are not honesty, integrity. These values are getting stuff done. I may value that much more, and you may value much more building relationships with people. And these are all priorities. We have multiple values, but what are the 2-3 things that you are never going to depart from? So I'll come to that. So how do you determine what this is, right? So this is a big question of why. Okay? Why do I do what I do? Why am I doing this? You said something there which was like this purpose. What did you say about children?
To save children from their parents.
Yeah, that's a very specific vision. None of you will have that. I will not have that. I'm involved in education. We have a very specific, sharp mission, and notice we said that. Okay? So the question is, can you each articulate something like that for yourself here, right now, today? And maybe we'll take a few minutes to do that. In a few minutes after I finish explaining the whole model. So this is why. Why do I exist? My existence, my purpose. Why do I get up every day in the morning? People often use that expression. What gets me up in the morning? Right? This is, if this is my purpose, where do I want to go? A lot of people confuse mission and vision. Don't get caught up in the English. One is a why, the other is where. So you can use it interchangeably or you can use another word, I don't care. It's the intent that you have to be clear about. So this year I want to go, every year I want to go on a vacation. That's my mission. I want to go on a vacation that I completely shut down. That's my mission. That doesn't change. But last year I went
with my sisters to Austria and Hungary and Czechoslovakia. This year I'm planning to go with some friends to Japan. My vision keeps changing every year, what I want, where I want to be. Okay? So just be very clear about vision is the one that is constant. It's not changing. It's not changing. He still wants to empower kids.
Unleashing potential.
Unleash their potential. But how, where he wants to go with that could be so many things. He could open another school, he could start a program, he could do something online, he could go and do it all across the schools of Gujarat, he could take it across India, he could take it into higher education, he could go it into Anganwadi schools.
That's what I'm doing.
That's what he's doing. So what his vision is keeps changing, but he's still trying to empower kids. That is not changing. That's what his real core is. Okay? So this one is where, and this is usually a target. It's a goal. It is as far as possible measurable. And I can know when I have met the vision. Mission you never meet. Empowering kids is endless. But his vision could be that, I want to take this, you call the initiative?
Micro enterprise group.
I want to make the micro enterprise group spin out of HDFC Bank and have $1 billion IPO or raise money from private equity, That's very specific task that he's putting in place and saying, I'm doing it. This is the how. Often we jump from mission to how. This just clarifies things. I'm not trying to tell you anything new. You do this anyway. All of you do this in everything you do. But this is just making it very deliberate. Breaking it down and saying, okay, think about it this way. Why am I doing it? With this, where I want to go. And then now that I've decided that I'm going to go to Japan, how am I going to go? When in the year will I go to Japan? Will I fly? Will I go with a boat? Will I walk? Will I drive? Means. How much? What kind of vacation do I want? Do I want the expensive vacation, cheap vacation? Am I going to cover all cities and do one day every city, or am I going to do 3 cities only and really chill? And am I going to focus more on food, or am I going to focus more on culture? Or am I going to see the antique and the old heritage sites, or am I going to go to the seaside? All of that becomes part of this. Most of us start somewhere here and then jump straight here, and then we get very involved in that, and that is that expectations are not being set. We are also not clear why we are doing this. Suddenly you wake up one day and we, when did this happen?
That's why we are here.
That's why you are here. Yeah. So I think
Is it a strategy that you get option overload? There are so many options.
yes. So again, constantly clarifying what is my strategy to. Now this is strategy for you in your life is what I'm trying to do. Because you will have many options. You are already saying that you're creating product for IoT, you're creating product for, so how should you prioritize? Should you do both together? Should you do one now, one later? All of these become questions.
One thing, and you just mentioned that it's easy to get confused between mission and vision, and we end up doing that all the time. You very realistically mentioned that mission is the why, which is like why am I up in the morning? What is my raison d'être?
Yeah.
Right. What is my purpose? However, that need to get somewhere is the core behind driving that is I'm not where I want to be, right? So is the mission not something where you want to see yourself or you want to?
Yeah, so where you want to be, good, stay there, but let me clarify. When you say where I want to be, mission is not about where you want to be. Mission is why do you want to,
Why
Do you care more about happiness or do you care more about wealth? So it may be that your where is very clear in your head, but you don't know the why. So suppose you are very focused right now that you want to become the CEO of your company. Yeah, why do you want to become CEO? But is it because you want the power, the prestige? And it's okay, there's no value judgment. I'm saying just be clear. Are you doing it for the power, the prestige, the reputation? Or are you doing it because of the money? Or is it because you want to be able to command people? I can tell you that I left my McKinsey job. It was very lucrative at that time for a CEO job in Calcutta because I really wanted to experiment with managing and leading people. I can tell you that that was my main motivation for going there. And I can also tell you that I failed. And the reason I failed is because I tried to drive change too quick. I came from a consulting background and all my time frames were 90, 120-day projects. PPT. So I went in and started to make change and people loved me for it. I still have a lot of people who still work for me. The Chancellor of Ashoka University is my AVP employee. He was an editor who was also an academic. I gained a lot from it, but I failed spectacularly because the few people who were not comfortable with the change, I did not make allowances. And they actually backstabbed. It was an owner-driven company. I thought that I was taking care of those people. I took the CFO and gave him a nice farewell party and celebrated his retirement from the company. He became the CEO for the next 30 years after that, 20 years after that. So I was completely oblivious to the fact that the change I was driving was too rapid for some people and they became so uncomfortable that they actually brought me down. And I'm not blaming them, I'm actually blaming myself. Since then I've learned that my big advice to people is, if you're driving change, slow down.
So which slab here would you
No,
say?
so what happened was, I gave you the example of why I went there. I didn't go there for the money or the prestige.
Yeah.
And in fact, that's why I left very quickly, when I knew that my experiment had failed and I got this wrong. I never achieved this. I wanted to build the time order of India. That was my vision. I had a very grandiose vision. I was very committed that I would do it through people. I would have leaders in charge of every business, and I created great leaders. All those people are now my friends. They still come for me for advice. But the fact is that I failed to convert the people who are not my men, who are not my women, who are not my men.
Why I was asking this also was coming from sales, we work in a very, that's a community kind of a thing. So there is a lot of borrowed enthusiasm. In our quarterly sales reviews also, we do an ops review where we present what is my goal, what is my ambition and how I will achieve it, which is a form of...
So a lot of people try to get the whole average up.
Average up by saying that I'm going to earn $1 million in incentive.
But I would submit to you, at least my mindset is, and I'm not trying to tell you how to do it, but my mindset is you are only limited by the last guy who's sitting there in the room and saying, yes, I'm best. Ulse to na ho.
But then you do end up, so doing this as part of a cohort or a community in an organizational setting, I always find that there's a bit of delusion that sets in that ये इसने इतने का target दिया, मेरे को इतने का लेना है. That becomes my problem. So it can be borrowed enthusiasm.
Yes.
I want to buy a cow and
That's
go to
it.
the village. So that's my goal.
Like what I see is like महाभारत को तो लड़ना है, उसमें हर character का why अलग है. Every why somebody has some धर्म के लिए लड़ रहा है, तो किसी के लिए लड़ रहा है, लेकिन सबका
So now in the Mahabharata concept, winning the Mahabharata is the vision.
why is
But why I'm fighting that battle to win? Maybe different.
I love Krishna, I hate Krishna.
That's it.
Whatever.
That's it. And how you do it?
That's a strategy.
It's huge strategy. Here, I'm going to say what, and the what is, what will I do, and what I will not do. So values, because the word in English means values, I am not talking about regular values.
Honesty, integrity, the
Integrity was you, we have to be honest, we have to be integrated.
those are daily.
But for example, those of us who are dealing with government, it comes down to कि भाई
bribe दोगे कि नहीं?
दोगे कि नहीं दोगे? Recently, a senior official in the government called me and said, "Can you please donate 5 lakhs to this charity? They are organizing a concert. They are short of money." Now, it puts you in a dilemma. It's not a question of honesty, integrity at that point. At that point, it's really about I have to get my work done. Should I do this or not?
No dilemma, give.
Right. Well, there you go. But his values are clear. So he is emphasizing, and again, this is not a judgment. He's emphasizing I need to get shit done. I don't care.
What is your rate? We want the work to be over, finished.
Yeah. So for example, at Ashoka, and in my context in education institution, empathy, compassion, all that are not the value. The value is student centricity. What do the student need? Does the student need this or that? Somebody will say, we must mark attendance. Somebody will say, well, we shouldn't mark attendance. College-based students should have freedom to do what, that's how the American system is. Somebody else says, no, you need to mark attendance because students, we are giving so much to the students, they should get it. They don't know, these students, they don't care. But the decision came for us, most importantly, because we discovered that the people who are mentally suffering or who are mentally unwell don't show up for class. And that's a good way to find who is in trouble. So what are we doing this for? We are not doing this to monitor whether people are coming to class or not. In fact, we are not penalizing them for coming to class. There we are giving power to the faculty to decide whether they want to penalize people for not giving attendance. That's the rule. But the reason we are doing attendance is because we want to take care of the mental health of the students. It's a big problem. So the values makes it very clear why you should take a decision on it. Values are those values that guide your decision. So that's what these values are.
Sir, I have one question. Because many people talk about strategy is not a problem, but execution is a problem.
Yeah.
So can I put that execution is how part?
Yeah, so execution is anyway something like covered. Now, if you don't get it done, you don't get it done. And the right strategy has to be executed also.
So that will be how part, right?
Yes. I mean, I'm saying that if you don't get all these 4 right, you will not be able to execute it. Now again, it is true in companies, but right now I'm talking about you, and I'm saying you, Shanti, will not be able to show a digital leadership until you are clear about this.
Absolutely, because people and organization structure they need to reform also. That is also to be decided.
So I think that's the typical framework and all. Now, you can start here. You don't have to start there. In this, you can start anywhere. Okay? And it is iterative. You come up with the how and then you realize, but this doesn't fit with my vision, then you change the vision. But make sure that at the end, when you have these 4, they are internally consistent. So don't think of it sequentially in the way I have described it. You can start anywhere.
Can these be 2 pyramids?
It could be. It could be 2 pyramids in 2 different contexts. I am talking about this. It could be multiple pyramids. It could be a pyramid for each of your lives. We all have multiple lives. But I would contend that there also should be an overall pyramid for you. Now I'm getting a little bit of becoming a life coach, but I'm not intending to.
Philosophical.
Yes.
So I am longing for that one.
तो वो आपको बनाना पड़ेगा. ओवरऑल है वो बनाना पड़ेगा. So these all add up.
Your expressions are the enlargement of your inner self.
So that is the ultimate self-awareness, right? Of saying, well, it doesn't get to nirvana. Does it? Nirvana
ऐसा नहीं होता.
Nirvana will be your vision. This in itself will not give you nirvana. It will just give you if you can do this for yourself, that integrates everything that you do, then you are getting closer and closer to a high degree of consciousness and self-awareness, not necessarily nirvana. But now I'm getting too philosophical.
How does current organization's perspective, how
one pyramid for the organization. That's not the idea. In fact, everybody will have their own pyramid, but knowing another person's pyramid is a good thing for you. If somebody in your team,
Which pyramid suits your organization?
No, sometimes what we talk about is, I know I come from technology or an R&D background, I know things will not happen in the next 3 years. But then somebody from marketing or sales can push me for that, or, would make a plan for the organization based on an assumption that this is.
yeah, but now you are talking about a disagreement. I think disagreements will happen at any level. I don't think we need to get into disagreements here. I don't think you need to match pyramids. What you are describing is something that will happen all the time. Right? Don't try to fit everything together. By definition, different people will have different pyramids. Different opinions is another matter. How you bridge different points of view is a whole different matter. That's a question of how do you convince somebody else.
Organizations with different cultural values. So then each and every will be at an organization level, and there will be a pyramid for us.
So again, you are trying to fit your pyramid with the organization pyramid. I didn't say that. So your mind is going in that direction. And we like to make everything neat and simple. The world is not neat and simple.
Exactly.
One formula cannot work.
That is what the
So the clash will happen. There will be a clash.
all my organizations have different values, so that is like.
And it may be because that context requires different values, right?
Yeah.
It may be.
Exactly.
So I wouldn't worry about that.
Okay.
How you resolve the conflict between things but is that the right pyramid for that organization
Yes.
or not is the question. That's the question I'm asking.
So we should keep it separate
Yes, I think you should.
as much as possible.
No, I'm not saying you should or should not. I'm saying you should make it, I think you should make it as appropriate.
Mission and strategy of the mission and vision of three different.
Yeah.
And of course it
Exactly.
becomes
But you
different.
can have shared
Certain
values.
as-
Exactly.
From
So
where
it
we
will
started.
be
Values may be common actually.
Yes.
Maybe.
There may be common values because of who you are.
So that's what, like, it's my mother and father both and myself. All of us have different sets of values. Everyone is leading different organizations. So, so that is what the common value is that we came to after a lot of this thing is delivering much more value for whatever we charge. So that is something that like can
Yeah.
be
Yeah, that can be a common value
common value.
for what you do.
Yeah.
But each may be very different. The way your parents run their school
Yes.
may be very different from the way you run
Exactly.
your school. They are charging 15,000 a year,
Yes.
you are charging 15,000 a month,
Yes.
right? So I think the two pyramids will look very different.
Exactly.
I wouldn't try to merge them.
Exactly.
At your level, if you are involved in both, then you have to ask the question.
I am involved with both, so that is.
No, so then you have to ask the question, what is my mission, vision, values that allows me to do both?
Yeah.
But I wouldn't try to mush the two
Yeah,
together.
exactly,
I mean, I
exactly.
don't,
We keep-
this is your problem, this is not the organization's problem.
Yeah.
In fact, you'll kill those poor children or teachers if you
Exactly.
try to integrate them because you are having trouble
Yeah, exactly.
making one common thing.
So we keep it.
Yeah.
How and what, that depends on The geno, bio, psycho, social, economic factors is what I personally feel.
Completely lost.
Yeah. I trust, I made
I'm earning before everything. Not learning.
They simply
No.
No, it is, what I'm saying is how and what they are totally dependent on various factors.
Yeah. This
So,
whole
like,
thing.
for example, what is my how in India, what is my what in India will not be applicable in Thailand or, I mean, I'm talking about this is like general.
Context.
So
See,
context,
yeah,
that's
whatever I
said.
said before is still valid.
Yeah,
Okay.
context matters.
No, that is the point.
Yeah.
I wanted to tell him.
Yeah. You want to tell him.
Yeah.
So context matters. This is the heart of all the work that you will do. Is that you have to first and foremost recognize the context, right? What is the context in your work? So my submission is again it's already 12:30, which is lunchtime, but we'll take 5 more minutes. But maybe what we can do right now is take a quick 10 minutes to write down the answers to these questions for yourself.
I tell you, it's difficult.
Okay.
Because no, it needs to be meaningful.
But maybe.
But really
So
speaking,
what do you think about it?
a very big salute to you. You gave extraordinary clarity about everything to me.
Okay, I'm giving clarity to him. I should charge him.
So he can pay you.
I should charge him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like here and there some gaps were filled.
No, another reason we won't be able to write is they gave us a permanent marker. They gave us
No,
a
there was a
permanent marker, so our thoughts will become permanent.
Pen was also given, yeah.
I think what I would like to do,
That was a good one.
without seeming like I'm that I'm trying to say that I know it all, give you the way how I think about it for myself, just as a guide for you. So, for me, if I look at this, and it actually, this is the power of this, right? Because whenever you are taking a decision, or why I'm doing something, or why I should not do something, it's there at the back of your mind, right? So you know what you should and should not be doing. Okay. So for me, this is a very simple idea that I have, that I somewhere wish to help others. Okay? Now, this is very generic, right? Which is what the power of this is, that the mission can be very generic, but the whole thing becomes specific. So I'm starting at a very broad level. And I'm saying this because I'll tell you, this is very authentic to me, because what happened is in 2004, within a period of 6 months, I lost 3 very strong influencers in my life. My father, my father-in-law, and a mentor that I had. There were different reasons for their deaths, but it was also a time when I actually happened to see them die. I don't know if you've been there with somebody who actually has breathed their last. It actually leaves a very deep impression. Because you hear of somebody dying and you go for their funeral, it's very different. But when you see them breathe their last, and then you see what happens after that, you realize the world goes on. Nothing stops. And so that had a very profound impact on me. And it happened 3 times. So it just shook me up. And I was leading a very busy life. I was a McKinsey partner. I was thriving in my role and so on. It just completely broke all assumptions in my mind. Why am I doing this? Right? So the question of why. And then I realized that actually if I took that, then there was no purpose to live. Because what do? I mean, I do something and then I die and then world will go on. So what am I doing? So then I realized that to convince my simple self, I had to feel good about why I was living, and the only way to feel good was to actually do something for others, because what was the point of doing anything for myself if I was going to die? So this was my simple logic, and that's what I came to the conclusion. And this hasn't changed in 20 years for me. But then this becomes very broad, and it's not something I publicize because people will think that, oh, Pramath is trying to be saying, to help others. Big deal, right? Of course, we all want to help others. But for me, it means something else, because for me, when it becomes about building higher education institutions of excellence. And there, like I told you, ISD 15 and Ashoka 100. This is how I think of it in my head. So I've distilled my mission into this vision. It's not that I don't do other things. But for me, everything else falls second to these two priorities. Through this, I am helping students, education, empowerment. Within this, I am trying to drive scholarships so that underprivileged children get most education. All that I am not getting into right now. But I am just saying very clear that of course I am doing multiple things. I am building a college in Ahmedabad and so on. And sometimes people say, Pramod, why are you doing all these things? I am also helping. But my vision is very clear that in my lifetime, and I'm actually not taking a long lifetime, I'm counting another 15 years, I'm 60 this year, I'm saying by 2040, I need to get this done. Okay? How? For me, it is about faculty hiring. Now, it is very specific, you may not understand this. Okay, but I must tell you that my big insight is that building educational institutions, the only thing you need is good teachers. That's it.
Simple.
We are sitting in this beautiful facility of Atlas Skill Tech, but this boardroom and these nice ambience will do nothing if there are gadha teachers in the classroom. Okay? So, I'm just giving you one example. There are other things in the strategy, but for me, the one strategy is I spend all my time recruiting faculty and retaining faculty and solving faculty problems. I'll solve parents' problems also, students' problems also, government problems also. But if I can't solve this problem,
Everything else will go in vain.
huh?
Everything else will go in vain.
Yes. So I'm the chairman of the board of trustees of Ashoka University. There is a KRA for what the chairman is supposed to do. My KRA in my head is that I have 170 faculty. The 171st faculty has to be better than the another 170. The 172nd faculty has to be better than the others. So if I have to fly to Hyderabad, I went to Hyderabad last Saturday for a meeting, and there's a person there who I want to recruit. I went there for the meeting to be able to have lunch with that person, not for the meeting. Somebody was like, why are you going to Hyderabad for this meeting? You're traveling so much, you're 60 years old, slow down. What he doesn't realize is that I'm going to meet PJN and not for that meeting. So this is constantly in my head, okay, when I'm doing this. Part of the reason I'm here is because I want this program to be a program that helps you become more successful, and that's why I'm doing this. Otherwise, this is not part of my priorities. But it feeds into my mission and it feeds into my strategy. All the faculty members that you have, by the way, are personally selected by me. But I don't care if it is online, offline, Golden Gate, upgrad, whatever. My commitment is that every guy who teaches you is high quality. You must have seen that with Shalini, you will see that with Vinay Mohan Singh. You know, these are all people that are truly top-notch people. So, this strategy works for me whatever I do. Whether I'm creating a DJ program or I'm doing a new MBA. Values? Now, these values have to be consistent with these values. I also have some values as a Bihari, I also have values over my family, I also have many other pyramids, to your point. I do stuff in Hindi literature, whole different set. But here my values are student centricity. Now again, this will sound to you like it is, this is very generic, but it is not. Those of you who have been to college in India will know that in college we are treated like shit. Once you get in, people think they are doing you a favor. Right? When I went to the US to study, when I walked in as an international student on the first day, when I walked into the Office of International Programs, people just all came out, they were like, welcome, have coffee, here are some cookies, you can come here anytime, we are always available. I was shocked, you know. And at IIT, when I thought I had arrived in, I was from small town Patna, people used to think, hey, IIT man, little did they know, that when you go, you feel really small. You don't want to ask for anything, you don't want to do anything, you just want to spend 4 years and get out. So, I'm very driven by that to say, once the student is in there, and by the way, I also say students are not customers. So I'm very tough on students. Okay, you are here to learn with me to make you successful. I'm not here, your parent, the moment parents come and say, I have given fees, I say, you please take my fees. Moment they say, itna paisa diya hai, aapko ye dena hai, sorry, I'm not running a dukaan. So, this helps me be very clear in my head why I will do, what will be my relationship with students, parents, how will I push back on decisions where faculty say, no, we will not take attendance. It's not, we are not taking attendance because it's convenient or inconvenient to you. I'm taking attendance because my students are suffering, and the only way I can find out that they're suffering is that they're not coming to class. And I can't find out that unless you tell me. So again, there are multiple values here. I'm not filling up the whole grid. But I'm giving you an idea of how to start thinking about yourself. This PhD is a big commitment. It's not a small commitment you've made. You come here to do something different with yourself. And you are searching for something. That search is not just the PhD thesis, it's this whole program. So as you search, keep clarifying this. And you are right, you can't write this today. But if you can start filling this up and start refining it, your ideas will come as you listen to faculty members, as you work on things, as you do some reading or case studies. Start refining this and you'll find that it will be helpful to you later on. So I'll stop here. It was great to meet all of you. Thank you for coming all the way. And of course I'm here and see you in the afternoon. This is lunchtime, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excuse me, you said KRA.
Key result
Key result?
areas.
Key result.
Goals.
Because I never visited college in my life.
No, this is not, they don't teach you in college, this is corporate lingo.
Yeah, they don't teach you, they expect you to do that.
Hello, hello, check, check, check.
We
Mayur.
have Mr. Kush.
Hello, hello, hello.
He's done his BTech from IIT Delhi and he did his MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. And ever since then, he's been with McKinsey. He's a partner with McKinsey and he's been with them for around 29 years now.
29.
Yes.
Wow. Creates me like
29th years, 29th year, yeah.
He himself,
Actually-
he himself looks like 29.
That's true.
So you are,
I'm so grateful.
so currently you are in India,
Huh?
India McKinsey.
What's your diet? Let's start with that.
Let's start with that. I'll tell you. Creation is the diet. If you create, it keeps you young. Creation. So, yeah. So I lead our digital practice and I lead our business building practice. So what I do, I spend all my time building new businesses and platforms for traditional companies. And I think that's what that's what keeps me going. I actually can't see myself not doing anything where I'm creating stuff. You know, the traditional McKinsey stuff where you go in and pain people in companies and get people to change things and all that stuff is just, I find, not energizing anymore. But creating new things, creating disruptive things, creating exciting, creating world first things is my thing. So that's what I do. That's what I've been doing for the last 8-10 years of the 3 decades, the last bit which has actually been the most fun. The people who work with me cannot also do any other regular McKinsey work after do this. One project and then you get spoiled. So that's what I do.
So you are based out in India, Bangalore or somewhere?
I'm based in Mumbai. I'm based in Mumbai. I'm based in the airport. I travel a lot.
So I know that the McKinsey people are the partner kind of designation, they travel a lot.
We travel a lot, but I go because I only want to do this kind of work. So I mean, technically I could say I'll try to be in Bombay more and work more here and only do this kind of stuff. But if you want to do the most exciting work, then you have to go wherever it is. Wherever it is. So I have 2-3 things being built right now in Delhi. So I spend 2-3 days a week in Delhi, if not more. And I go very happily because I know what I'm doing there, and you're doing really exciting stuff, which we'll talk a little bit about. So that's what it's all about. Yeah, they do. I get a lot of grief from my wife. I also do a lot of wildlife photography, so I go for that as well. So she loses no opportunity to tell me that I'm a guest in the house. But anyway, that's the trade-offs we all make, right? We all make trade-offs as leaders. Yeah. Lovely. So I heard you are all on the way to being gurus of digital transformation. I know only one of you from your past, but I'm assuming everyone has similar profile. You're all leading or wanting to lead digital initiatives or tech-enabled initiatives in your organizations or in other organizations, right? Is that good, accurate?
Diverse set here that
Yeah.
for today at least that would be further from the truth because only a few of us are in that kind of a position here. So
Yeah.
for example, myself, I'm a salesperson. Right?
Yeah.
We have somebody from the education domain
Yeah.
who's got their own schools.
Yeah.
Suresh here leads multiple businesses. He's
Phenomenal.
CEO of 11 companies.
Yeah.
A lot of diversity today.
Super.
But yeah, I think the one unifying factor is the point that you made, that
Yeah.
we're all aspiring to be leaders of the digital domain.
Lovely. Excellent. Super. So if I can make any little contribution to that and excite you more about any aspect of that, I will attempt to do that. That's the attempt for the next few minutes. And we keep it very interactive. Just stop me. It's a dialogue. This unfortunately the PowerPoint where is designed for large audiences and our usual clients, but I will try to adapt it in a way that it's actually useful, and we'll talk a little bit. We'll go under the surface of the PowerPoint and talk a little bit about what it really takes, because that's where you all are coming from, and so it's less about the promise and the story, but more it'll be a lot more about the how. Yeah, and that we'll try to spend time around that. If that's not coming out, stop me, and we'll try and do that. So, is there a clicker, or should I just? You'll help me. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's go forward. So there's 3 things we'll talk about. A little bit is so first just see the title. I'm very impressed with the title. it gets your attention, right? You're like, what is this thing? So good. So that was the purpose of the title. So the discussion is still about digital transformation or tech-enabled transformation, but I've used the latest buzzword because that's how you get attention these days, right? If you say digital transformation nowadays in a company or someplace, people will like, वो तो मतलब, of course, we are already digitally transformed. अभी और क्या करने को? Adobe लगा लिया ना, वो कर लिया, SAP HANA, ये वो, people throw a few things and then that's it, right? We're done. So, so the chief digital officer, one of my client, just last week was telling me, no, this week was telling me that what is there in this AI stuff? We have already put Adobe, ना उसमें क्या है? there नहीं है. So I said, but I said, I don't see any. I mean, they don't have any use case. use हो रहा है. So there was it was a funny dialogue where he said, but we have got everything. I said, true, but we actually don't have anything also at the same time. So yeah, so it is. So I, the reason I put it here is because we cannot talk about transformation now in 2025 without talking about AI. So when I started my journey in this space in 2014, 2015, anything digital was great. It was still new. Some people in the US had done it a few years before. Those stories were permeating. Startups here had been driving innovation for a while already. That was getting noticed. And so people in all businesses were saying, oh wow, my business could get disrupted by a startup. Oh wow, my business has this potential to do the XYZ like this. So, if you're a bank, you would look at banks, like Marcus in US and say, oh my God, you're a digital bank, what an impressive story. Or if your lunch was getting eaten by some Flipkart or Amazon or something, and you would be like, oh my God, what will happen to our business? So that was excitement, and you just have to mention the word digital and everyone would be very excited. That's not there anymore, right? Because, a lot of tech businesses have proven that they were founded on unsound business models. So the outside external inspirational cases have got discredited. Companies' own initiatives have had mixed record of success, right? People, if you're really skeptical, you would say, ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं हुआ है, right? Much value has not been really come. If you count how many rupees crore in bottom line or something, as they said, it's actually not that much. And also that, so there's no external role models which are exciting. There's internal cases are mixed. I mean, some companies have very good examples, but those examples are few and far between. And because a lot of things have, people have already put chief digital officer, department, etc. So it now feels like it's a normal. This is normal part, right? So what are you going to transform? If you think it's normal, then nothing's going to transform. And safe to say, some things have got transformed also. So today, if one wants to actually drive change and drive that next leap, this AI buzzword has to be part of it. Interestingly, this new tool has a lot of power. It has actually a lot of power, and it has a lot of power to increase effectiveness. This is not about reducing cost and people and all this stuff. Actually, it has a lot of power to improve effectiveness, but because it can really do things which human workers can't do. But how to get it, how to get value from it, how to get it embedded, etc., is going to be the same challenge that we had like with the previous round of technology. It's literally exactly the same thing that we had when internet first came, same thing when digital technology first came. Everything requires a change in our organization, change in our behavior, change in our approach. So we're going to talk a little bit about the why. So why should we do this? This is just to reinforce. I mean, you're all believers, so I don't want to convince you. But in case you have to tell the story, this will equip you to tell the story, right, of why you have to do this. Second thing we'll talk about is the what. Just to say there's enough opportunity. I think we'll all agree there's enough opportunity. I'll give you some smattering of examples. There are pages and pages over here. I just keep one master deck and then I rifle through pages. And then we'll spend some time on the how, because this how part is really important. By the way, this is exactly the same lessons that were done last time are going to be required now going forward with this notion. But anyway, out of interest, how many people are familiar with this notion of agentic AI? Even though I just used it as a marketing buzzword. So what is it? You want to share with anyone? Anyone?
I think whatever I have known, it's more towards replacing the human interaction by a digital agent who can do the same stuff that a human is currently doing, but probably in a more effective manner without any bias and so on.
Very good.
How I relate to that, the human evolution, one of the biggest contribution has been the power of the storytelling. So that comprehension of the language and then telling exactly, summarizing, asking that question, that kind of thing was all missing. Gen AI coming in,
Yeah.
and now, agentic AI, today morning, I missed that sharing with you, 1st December there was a session with my professor. She made all of us make one agent,
Yeah.
agent AI.
Yeah.
That session today morning before coming here, I studied and I created one agent AI.
Yeah.
I uploaded a 220 pages book of Sadhguru.
Yeah.
And in 2 minutes started answering my questions basically.
Right.
So that comprehension power of English, which only humans used to possess, it will enable humans to go beyond the, so to say, very mundane stuff basically.
Yeah.
You can really solve bigger problems.
Yeah. Yeah.
How well we can empower the content part in prompt engineers
Yeah.
is what concept I personally interest because it's my personal perception.
Yeah.
So the prompt engineers.
Yes.
Because I'm not a student, I see it as the CEO of the group of companies.
Yes.
So we have prompt engineers.
Yeah.
So how beautifully we can bring great level of transformation in prompt
Yeah.
engineers
Yeah.
to see that we have extraordinary results.
Right.
That's what being discussed, if I am right.
So I'll talk about that. I think her definition was really good. I mean, anyone wants to add to that. I think the notion is that, so when ChatGPT came and we all discovered prompt engineering, this is what is called one shot, right? So basically you put in a question and the model goes and looks for an answer and it gives you an answer, right? So this is one shot, one input, one output. But the problem is if I say, hey, Mr. Prompt Engineer, now you become, let's say, my marketing head. You run marketing for me. So what will this person do? Because you can't, actually, this is not, what are they going to do? Tell me a good idea to market this product and it will come with something, but that thing may or may not be right. So what's happening with agents is that agent includes a prompt engineer, but it also includes a ability to sense the environment. So there has to be continuous feed of input coming. Let's say I'm putting out marketing campaigns. I should be able to put out a marketing campaign. I should be able to see the results of the marketing campaign. I should then be able to put a response to that. I should then be able to learn from that feedback, whether it worked or not, and then I should be able to get better, like a human being would do. So this is the real magic of agents, and the power is that they are unbiased. They can be real, they can be immediate. Like suppose, very often one common thing is leads, right? Some customer walks in on the website or something like that, and they are, at that time they just see an ad that they want to know right now, right? And a company will say leave a mobile number, or somebody will call you back or something, right? Or some message will come. But actually you want right now to know, you want to engage right that minute you got interested in the product, right? So speed is very important. If a brand can engage right away, it's the chance of getting some conversion is higher, right? But you may not have a person free at that time. That person may not have other answers to the question, etc. So imagine having an all-knowing, immediately available person available who can answer, who can see the responses. When the responses don't work, can correct those, can learn from that, etc. So that's really the power of the agent, right? As with everything else, like we all learned about ChatGPT from our personal work. We are using it for our personal, some task or some search or something we are using it for. So there are agents which are helping people in their personal lives, and then we are deploying it for company processes, right? Personalized, what are the kind of things? So I don't know if you all have seen demos, since you're all familiar with it, of these agents which are able to answer your email, right? There are a lot of agents now. You just put them on your computer, they go around, they click on the mail, they open it, they read it, they respond to it, and you can either automate it or they'll put the answer in the drafts and then you can send it yourself. You can read it and send it yourself, right? So those agents are real now. They're happening right now. I met the founder yesterday, one of the largest startups in the country, and he was saying that he has automated his email response, and people are really impressed. He says, my team is really impressed because the answers now come very nicely described. Normally they'll get a one-line response. I didn't have time, I just say something. Now they're saying what a good thoughtful response you're giving for everything. So actually the quality of the response is improved. So that kind of stuff is actually happening. So agents are unbiased. They have full knowledge. Like they have world knowledge, right? They have whatever everything. So every agent has full knowledge. every agent doesn't have only like that human being's knowledge. They are unemotional. They can respond immediately. They are, and they learn. Human beings don't always learn. Sometimes they learn and adapt, but some people don't learn and adapt. Here, the agent is constantly learning because if it's solving for an objective function, let's say customer conversion or customer engagement or something. So it's always learning, right? Agents are being developed for every function. Marketing and sales is the most obvious one, but they have been developed in supply chain. There are agents which can manage supply chain fully, like physical supply chains of products, fully in a like human like way. There are agents for procurement. There are agents for sales. I mean, customer service, of course, that was the first place where agents were invented. Today, if you hear the conversation between these agents and the customer, you don't know that they're actually not two human beings talking to each other. You actually can't tell from the recordings. If you hear them, you can't actually tell that it's not two human beings. It says and pauses and everything is listening. It's talking, yeah, they're interrupting each other, like a normal conversation is happening, right? It's actually quite impressive how far these things have come, and that's all here and now. So we will use some of this as the tool to say, listen, this is the improvement we can bring, right, with this. We don't have the case examples yet. Those case studies will get created, right? All of you will be creating those case studies. In your organizations or wherever you go, you will be creating those case examples. You will be using those examples to actually bring about the change, right? The why of the change, if you can just go 2 pages forward, the why of the change is finally always going to be in terms of the business impact you can get from it. The most powerful storytelling around this is always around the business impact. The tool seems cool. We have seen this story much before, that there are some cool tools, etc. But the real why, the real motivation for any organization to take it up, for any one of the individuals to take it up, is that there is transformation impact. From the last wave of digital transformation, this is the kind of impact we have seen. These are just examples, right? This number is like $1 billion a year close to, right? So it's a very large number. And I've just taken, mostly these are Indian examples, some of them are from global, but these are very big numbers, right? These are very big moving things. In that period, in that last 4-5 year period, this would be the largest single transformation initiative, right? In terms of its financial impact. Now, if you look at these examples and you look at the number of companies that have attempted similar transformation and how much value they've got, this is a minority still. So in a sense, companies have not, and organizations have not really got the power from the last wave of transformation. If you look at today, what technology is possible, what it can do, people have not really got the full value from it. It's a fraction, right? Because what we were just discussing, there are many things that have to come together, and that's what we'll talk about, that have to come together for a successful transformation. And unless all of those things come together, you don't actually have success. Even though the technology is there, even though the tool is nice, and every good vendor, world-class team, great consultants, everyone working together, and it's still not able to generate success, right? That there are lots of examples like that. So we'll spend some time talking about that how. That's really the how, and how the magic happens. But this is the motivation, and as more cases get developed, we can use those. In a year from now, many of these cases like this will be using AI agents, right? They won't be, we won't be able to fill a page with 6 examples, but there will be at least 2-3, right? Good ones. And in 2 years from now, the whole page will be full of those examples, right? So that's the pace at which this is developing. But the only thing is that, are those same conditions of success required? Yes, they are. The same conditions of success required. Exactly the same conditions of success will be required. That has not changed at all in our human organization. Just the tool has changed. The tool has changed. The tool is much more radical. In some ways, these tools are easier to deploy because you have to get less people on board with it. There's less change management involved. But in some ways, it's also harder because it's a very large degree of change. In a previous system, if I'm giving, let's say, my procurement team, if I'm giving them a nice tool to help them automate some of the aspects of procurement, RFP issuance, other stuff, I know that person is anyway there. I'm trusting the person. They're doing that something. Nothing will really go wrong. I mean, they'll become more efficient, more effective, etc. They'll get a few points saving in procurement cost. If I now entrust this to an agent to do, I'm taking a big risk. Right now, this will be one agent. He'll be doing the work of 10 people. There'll be a supervisor, of course, but that supervisor will not be able to trust his 10 people to do the work. So now he's trusting one agent. So now one agent and one supervisor working together. The team is a 2-member team, half human, half machine, and they're going to do the work. And I have to trust that this works. So the risk is higher, the barrier to, so this is why it's harder to actually get this through. But if we don't look at these things, then we are missing a big opportunity, and it will be also harder to sell the transformation, right? So that's really the trade-off that we have to make as change leaders in doing this. Yes.
In your experience, especially in India,
Yeah.
do you see similar sense to the example that you gave? Do you see this happening at a prototype or a test phase only, like a lot of testing Ravindra keeps going on with that?
Yeah.
So do you see that this is largely just an adoption issue right now from the AI left, that we don't have as many successful use cases? Because most of the surveys, you look at any survey that's come out, whether it's McKinsey or Partner or any survey, that the biggest challenge that CIOs are today facing is, I'm unable to prove the ROI on the investments I made last year.
Yeah.
So is that largely because we didn't do it properly? That's why we are.
Oh, you're asking why the previous efforts have not worked?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why the previous efforts have not worked? See, I will, in the last section on how, in fact, I will speed forward to that, because I think the what is going to be very obvious and also company specific, and you all are aware of many of these things, so I don't want to bore you with that. But there are at least 6 or 7 conditions which need to be fulfilled for a successful transformation. And if you miss one or more of those, your chances of things. So the reason why not, it would be any of those not happening. We can take real examples, huh?
There is a checklist or
Recipe, I call it, yeah. There's the recipe. There's the recipe. There's the recipe. The recipe will get better, but at least based on the last few years, I put together my version of the recipe, which I'll share. And then you all can add to that from your own experiences. But yeah, there's a recipe. So, but if you don't put one element in the recipe, then the thing doesn't turn out okay. This is the same problem. Yeah, let's.
Also, in terms of technology investment, we should follow what we have done in our life. So, starting from, if you follow the audio industry, we bought the cassettes first, or before that the vinyls, and then moved on to CDs, and suddenly everything changed with music, streaming. Same thing with companies also. Companies are throwing money, and the problem with inferior technology, AI is evolving. Everything is evolving. Everything around it is evolving. So what they are fixing with what they had in the previous is now valid no more.
By the time you adapt and adopt the
It's
technology
changed.
that you have bought in, it is evolving. And you have to be, so the speed that we are speaking about when it comes to AI or AI for that matter, or the agents being brought into the picture, that speed needs to relate to each other.
Yeah.
One of the biggest comment I made in a conference was, Reliance hired a lot of AI geniuses across the world. None of these geniuses predicted chat.
Yeah.
How is that? Because the technology has moved so fast.
I think the people in this room are not going to be the creators of these tools, right? But we are going to use them, right?
We are the creators.
You are the creators?
We have our own AI.
Yeah, okay.
Now, actually, see, we are into agriculture, education.
Yeah.
We are into agriculture, healthcare, energies, most importantly, very importantly, blockchain.
Yeah.
And what we are creating right now from Singapore and Dubai is that when an agriculturist wants to, for example, now I have farms, we have farms. We had polyhouse farms, then we came to hydroponic farms, now we are doing our R&D at aeroponic farms. When an agriculturist wants to know answers to his polyhouse farms or hydroponic farms, or in the days to come aeroponic farms, our AI should be able to answer to him.
Right.
So we are creating.
Yeah.
Already one is it's going to be on Play Store
Yeah.
in 10 days from now. We are creating.
Yeah. So let me correct myself. I think the underlying technology, right, the underlying tools and the underlying technology like LLM, right, unlikely that we are going to be creating it, but when we deploy it like you're doing, we will be creating solutions which are company specific, or even things that we create for the company, but then I can sell it to the world, right? So we will, if they're really amazing solutions, then you can actually sell them to the world. So I stand corrected. I think but in largely we have to look at it from the perspective of people who have to get impact from this. We have to take the underlying Lego blocks, put them together and actually get impact from it in the business. Now, there are a lot of examples that we have, right? I myself have built 27 of these platforms. Our success rate is about 65%, and none of these so far is using AI the way it is. So now the new ones that we are building now, the ones that are going to go live now, all of them are heavily AI powered. So it's like starting again new on the tech side, but the rest of the lesson, rest of the recipe is still applicable, right? How do you get impact, etc. applicable. Now, in terms of the what, there are two types of things you should just think about, and this is going to be true in. It doesn't matter whether it's a agentic AI solution or it's a good old automation solution or it's a cloud-based app now instead of on-prem. Whatever the transformation is, right? These things apply. One is things which strengthen the core business, which is basically small improvements that you make which actually generate value. The second is when you create something completely new, which is a way of creating value. By the way, these are both, they coexist in most organizations. The second one is more radical. So for instance, if you have a bank and the bank creates a new digital bank with everything new, fresh in it, it's moves to the right hand side. The bank starts to automate some of its processes, it's in this side. If you have a highway from Mumbai to Pune, you can repair the highway one section at a time, right? Or you can build an expressway. The expressway approach is on the right, repairing the highway on the left. Both are required, or everything, but in general, you can classify things into those two buckets. So think about that always, when we think about what is this initiative, or if I have a problem or there's an opportunity I'm going after, is it best solved through something like this, or is it best solved through something like that? Agentic AI is going to actually push us more towards this because it's radical changes in a lot of aspects. However, there will be agentic AI solutions which are in this, right? So I have 10 team members. Now let me do the same task with 6 human and 1 agent, right? And the agent is bringing effectiveness. It's not the saving of the 4 team members that is important. It's the fact that this agent is actually bringing effectiveness like we talked about, and the 6 team members are working alongside. That's to me incremental innovation. I have 10 team members. I'm now replacing that with 1 supervisor and 1 agent. That's very radical, right? It's actually now moving to a completely different way of doing things. It's a totally different business system. It works. Its promise, what I get from it is completely different. So, but again, that's not a rule. But roughly these things are in these 2 buckets. Normal functional transformation that you hear about are actually on this side. There are many, many of them, right? They are there in every function. If you just go click one ahead. So, R&D, design, quality, right? Manufacturing, procurement, marketing and sales, new services, and then corporate functions, right? Everywhere there are case examples. If you just look at this list, there's some AI starting to creep in. Still a backward looking list, but AI is starting to creep in. We can go function by function, and there are lots of examples, but we should save that for a subsequent session that we do, because otherwise all our time will go. I want to spend a little bit of time on the how so that I can just leave those thoughts with you and answer that question which you asked about why would something work or not work. But there are lots and lots of examples. So I have now about, I think, 30 pages of slides of examples going function by function. To give you just to give you an illustration of that, just go click forward here. Just click forward back. One more. So just an R&D function, which by the way most of us don't think of R&D function as one which can be significantly impacted by digital technology because it's a human creation process, etc. But actually today this is heavily gotten impacted, and now in fact with AI tools this is actually getting even more impacted than many other functions, because a lot of things are becoming possible which are not possible, but sort of reducing time to market, because you can run faster iterations, you can test faster, you can simulate things which you don't have to build it, right? Higher productivity, same thing. So younger team members in the R&D team can come up to speed faster. So you get, higher productivity. Obviously better products because they are more thoroughly researched. And these are all actual cases. There are real cases of these. You just go back 2 pages. Huh. Yeah. This one? Yeah.
You're talking about more specific to the product company. Am I right?
These are, yeah, mostly these are,
Yeah, product companies.
mostly they are physical product companies. There are some software companies also,
Yeah, yeah.
but mostly they are
Both
physical
are-
products. Yeah, yeah,
Hardware and software both.
yeah. And also consumer products,
Correct.
right? And healthcare products also.
And no services will come into the picture. Because
Yeah,
digital initiative, in my understanding, those digital initiatives
yeah,
start from the product, right?
yeah,
It will be deployed by the services company.
yeah, yeah. So like this I have for each of the functions, right? We can take marketing and sales, etc. This is one comprehensive example. This is a large steel company, no prizes for guessing which, based out of India. These guys have been on this comprehensive transformation journey for the last 6-7 years now and have transformed almost every function. Starting with a bold aspiration from the CEO saying that I want to get $1 billion of annual EBITDA extra from this. I will create a department no matter how large you want it, 30, 40 people department, you guys have to drive transformation. I will tell every BU head, every function head in the company that this is part of your KRAs, we have to drive it. This team is an enabler and we have to get $1 billion of value. And they have a measurement system by which they can attribute the value from any initiative, they can measure it and they can isolate it. And they have achieved it, right? In 2 or 3 years of launching the journey, they have achieved it.
I have one more question here.
Huh.
When you're talking about this quantification, right?
Yeah.
Qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis, right?
Yeah.
So I'm coming to the point how McKinsey is capturing the data. Is it going to the enterprise level, the large customer, or you have the small, medium, large, different type of customers are there? How is the analysis basically? McKinsey point of view.
So this is company by company, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't matter how large or small the company is, right? In a particular company, let's take manufacturing. You operating system before, you're seeing certain efficiency parameters. Now we make the shift. You are seeing the same parameters after that, right? Seasonality, etc. typically not such a big deal in these things. In this case, like a blast furnace operation or something like that. So you can measure before after. You know how much value unlocked and what is the rupee value of that. So let's say I've saved, this much percent of material. I've improved yield, right? So I've saved so much material going in. I'm getting the same output. Or if I've reduced energy cost, right? Things like that. So I can measure that and I know what the rupee value is of that. Actually, the problem comes in the rupee value measurement is when it's not clear that this thing has an impact. There's so much fluctuation that the impact is smaller than the range of fluctuation. Then you can't definitively say that I've had impact.
I'll tell you my story like basically what happens when it comes to transformation.
Yeah.
I'm predominantly working through cloud transition transformation.
Yes.
Cloud transformation.
Yes.
And on top of that, you have the entire cloud management. Basically, your FinOps, sustainability, all that. Right? So when you quantify IT operations, entire IT operation pack, and we have done actually, I'll couple of examples I can give you the Exchange Healthcare.
Yeah.
And Capital One.
Yeah.
So customers are there, we do the entire transformation, we reduce the headcount.
Yeah.
Right? But when we talk about the reduce the headcount, it's gradually to do.
Yeah.
So in the RFPs we put it, yes we can do it, but we cannot give the guarantee.
Yeah.
Approximately we can put 40%, 30% like that.
Yeah.
But we cannot give the guarantee, but that should be benchmark.
Yeah.
This is my benchmark.
Yeah.
It can go to 20% is guaranteed,
Yeah.
but it can go 40% while
Yeah.
it do the adoption.
Yeah.
And while entire people will come to one place of
Yeah.
your single mindset basically.
Yeah.
So the same way the McKinsey is also working, right?
No, absolutely. So there are two things in that. One, obviously, you have to be able to put the measure and metrics and all that stuff. Second is this can't be a one-time project thing, right? So you have to keep the system in place. Even these guys, this is now the end view. When they were doing this in the first year, right? They had one furnace, there was small impact, right, from that. But in that area, it was decent. Then they rolled it out. So then it starts to add up. And so if you...
You must have seen actually nowadays the transformation, big transformation is not coming at the start also. They are now giving that kind of approval process in place and they want to see actually the pilot and POC.
Always.
Right?
Always.
And once it is proven actually who is going to drive the entire charter, it's a part of the governance.
Yeah.
There, right?
Yeah.
And I think what my understanding is actually the large transformation, it takes place in a longer time, right?
Yeah.
Those actually shorter periods, see the value and then
Yeah.
these are the new things is coming up.
Yeah, yeah. But so the counter to that is there's also this notion of death by 1,000 pilots.
Yeah.
And because, the companies that love to do a lot of pilots actually don't get impact. So that's the other end of this. You have to almost, it's a little bit like, I don't know, personal transformation, like you say, I'm going to reduce my weight, and then you work on it. It's not that you do pilots and then you discover along the way that you're reducing your weight.
No, not all the cases, yeah.
Right? So in companies, unless you will it, that this is what we're going to do, and then the solutions come, that in general is a more proven way of transforming than actually trying many things and seeing which one works.
See, for example,
It's counterintuitive.
yeah. So for example, let's say vendor consultation. It's a large project.
Yeah.
You can't stop in a small firm.
Yes.
Right? But this kind of the solutions what you are talking about,
Yeah.
AI-led manufacturing.
Yeah.
You have to test it thoroughly.
Yeah.
Then take it actually in the basement.
Absolutely. 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 But this started with the assumption that I am going to do this.
Yeah.
This was not a thing that let's see, right? The let's see if some value can come versus we have to get this much. So if I have to get $1 billion overall and I'm a manufacturing organization, I would assume that, okay, some large part of that has to come from manufacturing, right? It can't be that it will come from everything else because so much of the value chain is there only. So you have to reduce from that, you have to get more value from that, right? So that's the difference in mindset. And that's actually the starting point of transformation. It's actually counterintuitive because sometimes people ask that, this is counter the notion of innovation. Should we not let 1,000 flowers bloom? We should have a lot of experiments. We should have a lot of pilots. That's all good. But when one wants to achieve transformation, that's good to feed ideas. But when one wants to achieve transformation, right, one has to actually start with the intent that I'm actually going to build this thing or I'm going to do this. Either left side or right side. Either expressway or road repair. Whichever way, it doesn't matter. But I have to decide before that I want this to happen. That can't happen based on the results of the pilot.
No, absolutely.
Yeah?
But big companies can take it that. For example, Walmart, right?
Yeah.
Walmart, they have their own innovation and they do everything
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
Fail fast, then move fast.
Yeah.
Okay, they do that.
Yeah.
But all companies not doing as of now.
Yeah, yeah.
That's my-
Fail fast is a very important element of this.
Yeah.
So, and I'll show you how those two combine together. We'll move to the how now. So I have similar pages like I showed you for R&D, but obviously marketing and sales, you can imagine it's a rich page, lots of examples. There are lots of examples in procurement, there are lots of examples in supply chain. All of these, by the way, now there are agentic solutions for, but not a single case study right now where the impact has been brought by the agentic solution. That's what I was saying. By end of next year, if we do this in December 25, there will be at least 2-3 big examples where that same kind of impact has been achieved with an agentic solution, maybe even better impact, we don't know. And the following year end, we will have examples where the whole page I can fill with examples of those things being done by agentic AI. That is the nature of the beast. The solution that we are seeing right now, because we're deploying these right now, they're in pilot right now. So I know that the impact is going to come, right? I just don't have an example yet, but it's going to come.
One more observation I have is that the expectation from AI transformation is that it will generate money.
Yeah.
Or it will generate revenue.
Yes.
But the underlying principle of AI is that it is transformative.
Yeah.
Meaning, what you will intend to do in the start will not be the intent what exactly it will result. And the example I have seen is that there was a bakery which it was self-service bakery.
Yeah.
And you put pastries on top and you go below a camera and it will build it.
Yeah.
That algorithm is right now used for cancer cell detection.
Yeah.
But the purpose for what was built was that.
Yeah.
So here, what we start as an impact process, like okay, we can generate money directly by this, but that's not the end goal.
Yeah. Let's talk about goals. So when we talk to, so I'm just rifling through all the pages. These are the 30 pages of examples from different functions. It is very company specific and very focused, so we can have a focus session on any one function that we want. Since you're all from different industries, it'll be if I go to one industry, it'll be difficult. If I go to one function, that'll be difficult. So let's not spend time on that. Let's talk about things which are cross-cutting, right? So the recipe. Let's talk about the recipe. Huh? I will share parts of it. Some of it is confidential, but I will try and give you an excerpt of it, right? But you will find, the what, there's enough examples. And the question, the only thing that's going to change in the future is that there'll be agentic solutions to the same example, right? So, I do performance marketing, right? Performance marketing used to be done a certain way. It was dumb. Then we made it semi-intelligent because we said, okay, let's do a lot of test and learn. Let's do a lot of A/B testing. This is a thing, right? Now, an agent will take it over and run all that in automatic way. So now I don't need a motivated marketing guy, which is, by the way, very hard to find, right, who will keep testing and learning. Because no, marketing people get excited when they, they get to do cool campaigns, like this is, right? Marketing people don't get excited like, oh, I'll change that copy by little few words and run it on Instagram again. This is it's like head-breaking work. It's not fun, right? But AI agent will not complain, right? It will keep trying this thing, one picture this way, let's try male and a female, or let's try a person standing, person sitting, all different, which way what works, because you don't know, right, what consumers respond to better. Consumer using, not using the product, consumer using the product, consumer facing the pain, right? Which one should you show for? There's so many tests which have to be done. So I'm just saying that solution, nature will change, but the transformation, everything will remain the same, and the business impact has to be shown using the same KPIs, by the way, that we've been talking about. Ultimately, it is how much extra value you're getting for the business. That's what it comes down to. Okay, so what is the recipe? The recipe is an 8-part recipe as of now. More or less, it applies in most industries and functions. Obviously, there are some notions. So the first one is this notion of aspiration. The aspiration has to come before the proof. It's a little bit like a blind belief. And it is essential for both types of transformation, whether you want to do the incremental one, the functional incremental transformation, or you want to build something completely new, radical, doesn't matter. The belief has to come before, right? The technology is there, the tool is there, enthusiastic people will also be there, people who will risk their careers within the organization to go and do these things will be there. You can find everything else will follow, but you need that aspiration before, and that aspiration has to be a serious one, and it has to be a financial one. Right? Or if it's a non-profit entity which has a goal, it has to be significant in that goal, right? It can't be a side one. We want to be seen to be very technology-friendly company, so let's, we must do many pilots. We must wholeheartedly embrace technology. The moment you hear these kind of things, you it's not really going to happen, right? This is a core value generator for us. Ruthless prioritization is the other one. There are many things we can do, right? I mean, if I show you the example, each function, there were at least 6-7 examples on each page. I showed you R&D, right? So just imagine 7 functions multiplied by 7, 8 each. There will be 50 things for any company, right? So which one do you want to do? Which one do you want to do? Right? Even if I say I want to get $1 billion of impact, right? I'm a $10 billion company, I want to get $1 billion of impact. It has to come, right, from some. It won't come from $10 billion, $1 billion of impact coming from 50 initiatives, each one contributing, right? It's, it's 20 million each, right? It's going to be, there's going to be a Pareto. So it's very important to take that bet first.
So basically, top priority is low hanging that you are going to consider.
Yeah. And you don't have perfect information before. You don't know, right, which one will work. So you have to take a leap, right? It's a leap of faith. And then you know what will happen. If it's not happening, you adapt. If it's still not happening, you kill it. And you move to the other one. So this ruthless prioritization is not a one-time prioritization. Companies love to do commit, we have to commit. Then everyone's careers will, that person who on that team will depend on that thing. That's the most stupid way of operating, right? And this comes from the mindset of when you used to build factories and all, right? Now you're building factory, you're putting 1,000 crores investment, you obviously can't, say that I will just adapt and do something else, right? But today, a lot of the investment is not going in factories and those kind of things are immovable. It's going in assets that we are creating, things that we are doing on the fly. So you can be much more flexible. So we have to be flexible. And the people who are taking the risk in the organization, we have to create avenues for them to actually move to something else where they can get better traction. So this is very, very vital, right? This kind of agility is vital. Second, attracting and retaining a ring-fenced team of specialist talent. So sometimes there's a belief that we'll just manage with the people that we have. They're all smart guys. They'll figure it out, right? Even in the steel company example that I gave, where there was a lot of pride that we have the best people, smartest engineers, etc. These guys can learn any skill. They realize that, but we do need to bring certain specialists in, right? I don't actually. There's a science of data science. Now there'll be the science of this agent building, prompt engineering, those kind of things. I have to bring these people in. I can't think that my own guys will learn everything new, they'll adapt, etc. and bring it. So this notion of talent, and these people have to be ring-fenced because their jobs are not guaranteed like other people's jobs in terms of results. You're a person in the sales function, you have this much KPI, it's 10% sales growth, maybe 10% won't happen, 8 will happen, maybe in a good year 12 will happen, and you know what's going to happen, you're selling the product, right? These people are...
That itself also nowadays is happening.
Huh?
That itself also customer is not buying all the time.
That's true. That is true. But it's more, just imagine somebody here who's on this leap of faith journey, right? They may, they may end the entire year with 3 failures, right? Right? And no results, right? And what do you want to do with them?
A good point actually, somewhere I was reading and it's today's unknown is also unknown.
Yeah,
Unknown is also unknown.
correct. That is also true. That's also true. So the second one is you need these people, and these are specialist people who are only going to work on transformation projects because they bring certain special skills, right? Third is this notion of translator. So when we bring these specialists in, first thing the organization do is reject them, right? Like any foreign body, antibodies will develop and reject them, right? Also, they'll be getting paid more than somebody else who is managing less people, etc., because they tend to be more individual contributor in nature, right? So we have to ring fence them, but we also have to build translators. They're friends, right? The protein will attach itself to this protein and then it will go in, it will be able to be effective in the body. It won't get rejected, right? So we need those translators. Those translators are people from the functions who have an open mind and they want to learn. Different names are called, it's not even about teaming, it's just about an individual. Say, okay, now we are going to bring this agent, let's say, into this, say, sales function. Now, someone in sales has to be the friend of that agent, right? So, who can take both languages, sell the story, right? Convince. Yeah. So many stories, so many things. People have such innovative and exciting, such innovative ways of killing innovation. That people come up with all kinds of creative ways. Yeah. So you need people who have a voice and who have a way of working within and can actually sell this thing without overselling it, right? Because you have to, you have to work from within. So that's where the translator comes in. Then there's this notion of a agile operating model where we really, and this is very, very difficult because in companies, it's always about, you can't get it wrong. Most companies have incentive system, etc. You don't, because it's for a year and then you're not supposed to get it wrong. Now imagine I'm doing a project and let's say the results take 3 months more to get. So the financial year is over now. Up till now I've shown no results, right? So what happens to me? So we have to, both from an incentive system as well as the leadership, right? Whenever those of us who are in leadership positions have to understand that I want to change. I want to learn from this. I want them to fail fast, all of these things. This fail fast, by the way, is the hardest thing to do in a company. While everyone says fail fast, nobody wants to be the one who's failing fast. Not a single person wants to be that one who be the I failed fast, right? Because there's a natural thing that I'll get punished for this. I will look worse than another guy who's doing something safer. But it's possible to create a safe environment for people who fail fast, to encourage them to actually fail fast, to say it doesn't matter, right? Your incentive not going to be any less because you failed. To set the KPIs of the program in a way that is not determined by the success of a particular initiative, but is determined by what you've actually created, the capability that you've created, and so on. So that's possible to do. Then milestone-based adaptive budgeting. So the other thing which kills innovation in companies is this notion that I have to give a plan for the year, or I have to give a 3-year plan. You don't know, right, what's going to happen. So how do you give that plan? Should I give should I give a very aggressive plan? Then it's easier to sell in. But then I'll again come, no matter, I can build a very successful program, but I'll be short of plan. It's happened to us in many cases. We go in very excited, coming in, big team, high powered, high cost, etc., etc. We give a very bold plan. Straight after end of year 1, you're short of the plan. Because initiatives, these things, you build, do some success thing, and then the impact comes like that, right? You were talking about this takes time. It comes like a hockey stick. It actually comes like a hockey stick. Now, if I judge at this point, and I made a linear plan like this, and impact something like this, all along this way, I'll be below the plan, significantly below the plan. And what do I do at that time? My initiative is successful. I've created a transformative system, but I'm looking like a failure in front of every committee, every review panel, etc. Right? So we have to do adaptive budgeting. The only solution to that is adaptive. And why do I have to commit? Because I'm saying I'm giving you budget. If the board is giving you this budget, then that's once a year process. Now you're getting this budget. Now you have to deliver, no? So you say no. For these kind of programs which are if you will do quarterly or even monthly budgeting, if you're doing well, like a VC does, right? If you have this much money, you first show success with this much money. Then if you hit the milestone, then you get the next tranche of funding. If you don't, then you stretch it or you kill it, right, like that. So that way, neither does the company lose money, neither do people, and people also are not afraid to say that, oh, it's not working, abhi band kar do, right? But if we go into that annual cycle, we have to break that annual cycle for these kind of transformative projects. And it's completely possible because these are all internal declarations. There's not declaration to the street or some stock shareholder, etc. Actually, this can be completely managed internally. It can be managed in a way it can only deliver positive surprises, right? Strategic partnerships are important. So this is another thing which some companies believe everything we can outsource. Some companies believe that everything should be built in-house. Obviously, the answer is somewhere in between. But I think particularly in an agentic AI age, we will not be building all the agents ourselves. Even in digital transformation, we used to say, okay, we'll build a website, then we'll build one app, we'll do this, that, all of that stuff. There used to be a lot of things you could build. Here, the pace of change is too much that one should try to build all of these things oneself. One should take all the components that one can, everything that is readily available, that same philosophy. If something is readily available and relatively more tested, take it from outside and deploy it. Why? Because it reduces your time to market. The moment you can bring it, because if you can bring it out faster, then you can test it. Now, if you find after using it that this is a very strategic capability, you want to replace it with in-house tool, replace it with in-house tool. Now, you know exactly what to replace, you know how it works, you know what is wrong with the solution you got from outside, etc., etc. On the other hand, if you're getting it at a good cost, what's the problem, right? Continue using it. But it's actually, it's easy to say over here, it makes a lot of sense, but companies, it's really hard to do, right? There's a lot. Yeah.
How do you trust an external partner?
Yeah. So they are giving you a component, right, which you need. So let's suppose let's say now I'm taking an agentic solution to build, to do insight gathering to inform my research process for the R&D function, right? So it's doing insight, like it's studying competitor products, it's giving me the pros, cons, it's maybe getting the research papers that back their products, etc. It's collecting all that for me. It's a component. I should definitely use it, right? It's readily available. I should just plug it in. It's called R&D agent. Buy it from whichever vendor. It'll be on a pay-per-use basis and use it. Rather than saying I'll create my own research agent, right, to do that. Because he's not making the product for you. He's just giving you one of the inputs. In most cases, these solutions that are coming from outside are some component which you can plug in, right? Like in banks, we do this all identity checking, verification, checking your credit record. All these are things which doesn't make sense to build, right? We just buy them from outside. Banks are very sensitive, right? Because if something gets hacked, something gets leaked, etc., they get blamed for it, etc. So it's actually very high risk in a bank to outsource, important components.
Especially in an R&D setup, I don't want my competitors or outside world to
Yeah.
not even know that I'm working on this particular area or something. And
Yeah.
this will obviously expose, right? Say, for
Yeah.
example, I'm working on a blue color theme.
Yeah.
Just a simple
Yeah.
one, but if I keep looking for blue, I know my
Yeah.
competitor will
Yeah.
eventually know that, okay, this guy is
Yeah.
doing something.
No, I agree. I think if there's a risk of that kind, obviously you can't do this. But in general, the thumb rule is that if something is available, take it from outside. But yeah, in very sensitive situations or not, you can't. You can't do that. But companies, mostly the bias is always on, let's try and, build it ourselves, keep it in-house, and so on. That's generally the bias. Also, the partnering track record has not been very good, right? But if you look at the startup world, they are partnering all the time, right? They are constantly partnering, innovating together, and there's all this co-optation. He's my competitor also, he's my collaborator also, right? There's so much of that actually happening, So they are much more, because they've learned that if I spend time building that thing which is already built, it's a waste for me. So better ride on his solution and then, create my new thing faster. This is another important engine. So a lot of these things, we create these innovative products, but the marketing of these, and this can be for an internal product, which has to be, where adoption has to be driven amongst my own people, or it can be for a product that I have created for my consumer, right, for my consumer company, or for dealers, let's say, or for agents, or for suppliers, right, on either side. And then we create a great product, we think it's amazing. Very often, we may have made a mistake in the product itself, in what we created, because we were not thinking that I want to improve that consumer's experience. I was thinking, what do I want to achieve as a company? And let's build something. So like one famous example is this Salesforce systems, right? We used to have a lot of these Salesforce systems to help the sales guy. But actually, It was not to help the sales guy. It was actually used to do monitoring and tracking of the sales guy, right? And it would not add any value to the salesperson like at all. Only thing, one more extra thing to enter something into, right? Tracking thing, and no more work actually because you're entering all this stuff. Then and quietly it's also tracking you. Has he gone to the visits? GPS tracking, right? Has he been to the right? I mean, ridiculous stuff. So obviously these things have failed. If I am designing a transformative tool, experience, whatever, the person who is using it, the human being with the agent, must see a transformative benefit. If it's increasing their work, not, and this could be a consumer as well. So I am a consumer and you are a, say, auto company and you're giving me the solution, this has to make life better for me. If you give me one wonderful AI bot which is not able to answer questions, gives stupid answers, sends me off here and there, right? That's not a better experience for me. Today I can walk into a dealership and get the guys are very, sir, please come, etc. The moment you show potential to buy a car, they are all over you. But this bot will be like unemotionally giving me some, this thing. So that bot has to improve. It has to improve my experience, which means it has to know something more than that guy will do. It has to be more credible than that person will be. It has to be more unbiased than that guy will be. Because I know that guy will be biased because he's sitting, let's say he's in a Toyota showroom. He'll be selling, Toyota. But this bot can be actually unemotional and all-knowing. So there's a lot of things which is possible for the tech to do, but the tech has to be directed at doing things for the user. Ultimately, the user is a human user. It can be any human user, whatever that is, but it has to be designed for that. So when we set objectives, we have this notion of transformative use, but the question is transformative for who? And there's only one person is transformative for, has to be transformative for the person who's going to use that tool, right? Whoever that person is. If we do that well, then the only thing we need to do is this notion of agile marketing, which there's a whole science of actually marketing, which is mainly around testing and learning. Marketers in general, like I was telling you, don't like to do this because there's too much headache. If I'm selling something internally, people don't even think of that problem. They think, array, all sales guys should adopt it. What? I'll just give an email and everyone has to adopt. From tomorrow, you will not get paid your bonus unless you enter all the orders in the system. So I'll force it, right? But that's not real adoption, right? Actually, you want people who love it, who get to the tools because they want to use it, right? And so on. And the same way, like all of us adopt these apps that we are all addicted to, they really add value. They do whatever. We enjoy them, right? We use them. Same way, I have to do that with any tool that I create. And then finally, you need two disruptor leaders, right? Any guesses who for any transformation, you need two leaders.
Me and my agent.
Huh? Me and my agent. This is a good one for the new one. That's true, I think. Two human leaders. Who are the two human leaders that you need? Oh my God.
The one who is investing and the one who is
One is your CTO person, CFO.
Yeah, absolutely.
CTO person, CFO person.
Yeah. So one is the person who's giving sponsorship, and protection. So, right, and one who's doing. The one who's doing is the person who's put their career on the line, right? They need sponsorship and protection. If you don't have these two things, this initiative is not going to succeed irrespective. You can do whatever you want, it's not going to succeed. You can be whoever, whatever, dash whatever you are. It doesn't matter what it is, right? So that's the learning. And the example we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah, the second one was missing.
Yeah. Correct. Correct. Because, automatically things will happen. You put a senior enough person who's driving it, they will get a team around them, they will get, officially, etc., etc. And you also need, a real sponsor. The sponsor has to be somebody who's like, listen, I will protect you. Doesn't matter what happens, right? I will protect you. So that's critical. Otherwise, it won't happen. Sir, how are you? So that is the recipe. That is it. Or whatever we have unearthed of it so far. In the non-agentic AI world.
I have a question about adoption.
Yeah.
This is my own personal life or what I have observed around.
Yeah.
I believe that the last mile change or last mile people who are actually going to use the technology are the ones who needs to adopt.
Correct.
That I have seen even in my household. The domestic help who washes the utensils. If I change that Vim bar to this new system of auto
Yeah.
another way of using how to decipher this last mile connect of technology to the
Yeah.
end user.
Yeah.
And what are the methods and steps to actually make
Yeah.
it work, no matter how they love the technology.
Yeah. So I'll give you, so let's take within the org because that's supposed to be the easier one, right? Because consumers, it's harder. See, firstly, we have to be honest with ourselves about what the real from to on the experience is. So very often we think it's, when we sit in rooms, right, we think we're giving the better experience, but it's not necessarily. So first we have to check that is it really going to be better? The to state has to be significantly better than the from state, ideally 10x better. So when we created YONO for State Bank of India, we had this big question that what will the branches do, right? Because technically if you can do everything on YONO that you would do in a branch, then branches should feel insecure, they would want to kill it, etc., etc. And yeah, I mean that's a legitimate reaction. But when the branch guy saw that a lot of headache is reduced for my customer and for me, like form entry and all that stuff, right? So give an example, account opening used to be a 5-7 page like form. They used to give that form and you to fill it, etc., right? And now in YONO is like some 10-15 fields, on a typical online bank account opening process, right? So when the branch person saw that this can happen, it's a life-changing thing, right? Now, the first reaction was obviously resistance. But so you need a little bit of energy to overcome that initial resistance to change. But then the to state has to be a significantly better state. So the moment they saw that this can now, imagine that they're sitting in the branch, they're getting frustrated because they're in the queue. They're coming and asking 10 questions, how do I fill this, then they fill it wrong. Then I have to again change it, right? It's a headache for the person sitting there. So the to state, which is that ERA app, just take it, open on your phone, I'll show you, walk through it, right? Is a much better state for both people. And if you're sitting and facing this daily wrath with people, abusing you and shouting and whatever that stuff, it's actually a transformative experience for you. So the adoption was wholehearted after that initial resistance. But had it been something which said, okay, their previous version of this was the same 30 fields, but on a digital format. So that means you have not only the same pail of filling everything and all, but you also have the thing that the tech is not working sometime, it goes down, all that stuff, right? So actually, that's actually a worse solution. You think you have digitized everything, but actually it's a worse solution. So, and by the way, a lot of solutions like this out there, a lot of solutions out there which are genuinely not 10x better for the user. Yeah. And then we say, why is adoption not happening? Then we put a big change management effort and all that, it still doesn't happen, right? By the way, on the Salesforce thing, the example, what people have done, right? Those particularly these pharma Salesforces and also, they used to pay a guy to go on a scooter. Yeah, take the phone. You take my phone and go. So yeah, this is a standard thing. Obviously, if you put something like this, people will find a way to game it. You put something stupid, it will get gamed. So the thing, so we actually had the strongest adoption of YONO driven through the branches because they felt that if they could get the customer to do this, then the headache was reduced from there. And then their big demand was that on my terminal also you give me that same app. So that in case they don't have a phone or something, I'll fill it, but I don't want that old form. Yeah, I want the new process, right? I want the new thing which is easy for me to fill. It also, by the way, makes me look much better. If I am tech enabled and I have.
So I think I know the failure mode of that example where my domestic helped to do that.
Yeah.
Because the technology which I was experiencing as me.
Yeah.
Not as a client.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right? I should have made
For
that
her, it may not be
technology
disruptive.
for her. And her experience matters.
Yeah. If she had something, she just dip in, take out without doing all the, right? That would be transformational. That would be transformational. Yeah. Then the energy to get the change done is much less.
Just one more question. While we discussed on the success recipe, we discussed on how agentic AI are transforming these days and we're deploying it into it. Threat piece of it still remains.
Yeah.
The thinking of what kind of threat would possess to an organization as a whole, and even to the people who are working there. Because while there are talks about and memes about AI taking up people's roles and responsibilities and so on and so forth, that's something which is a part of the joke. But then eventually, and we have also heard about Google's and Meta's start shutting down their AI agents because they started communicating with each other, and that was posing a lot more major threat for us. So how and what do you as a practitioner for this particular field
I think the answer is we don't know. Okay, honestly, we don't know. Like with this thing will go out of control, what will happen? We don't know. In the past, also, any new these transformational things that we have brought in had some risks and threats with them, right? Like when I suppose the same online account opening thing, when I do that, now it can get hacked by some person sitting 10,000 miles away and they drain my money away, etc. Which was not possible when I was doing physically putting it in and the system was not online, it was not on the cloud. Then it was not there. So these risks have been created in the past by many of the transformative things that we have done, right? And somehow the benefits still outweigh the risk. Again, from that 10x thing in view, right? Because if the benefit itself is very small, then any risk can is not worth doing. But this particular one, with these more and more intelligent agents taking over and doing things, etc., we don't know. Honestly, we don't know where it's going to happen.
The threats or the shortcomings that we spoke
Yeah.
about initially,
Yeah.
where the banking turned into a
Yeah.
transformative feature, etc.
Yeah.
That was not from a human angle, it was not more intelligent perspective.
Yeah.
It was more efficient.
Yeah.
But when we talk about AI, we're talking about intelligence.
Yeah.
We are saying that what I can do
Yeah.
is something that there is a machine that can do
Yeah.
probably 20 times better than me
Right.
in a more efficient manner with
Right.
managing emotions, managing biases, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
What will happen to me is always a question.
Yeah.
And I agree to your point that it's still unknown.
Yeah.
And it might, I think, as a technology person, I think it might also hamper my adoption at some point.
It will. Yeah.
It does.
Well, yeah.
Because the fear of unknown is always there.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what will happen
Yeah.
afterwards.
Now just take the example of let's take the personal example because it's easier than the company process things because those are always subjective as to depending on the company, right? Now let's take your email automation one. Would you adopt it?
I would, of course.
But it might give some garbage response and maybe an important person, that you're writing to. So it will suppose it sends some, it hallucinates or sends some wrong this thing and, it could affect you, right? Or it goes and forwards something of your bank confidential to somebody, right? So you'll put some guardrail, you'll say, okay, put it in drafts first before I start trusting you. You'll try it out a little bit, right? There's a way of maintaining, that's how we'll have to do this. So let's say now, suppose I'm automating campaigning, right? We talked about that agent which does all the marketing. Now suppose in one of the content variations, it creates some garbage, customers are seeing something, yeah, right? That risk remains. But maybe we'll have a human clicker before it goes, or maybe we'll have a review or a sample review check. There'll be ways in which we'll put to guard it. There'll always be there. And this was true even the previous one. Even by the way, we used to do credit risk models. So let's say these loan approval, right, online. So how were these created? Because before that, the credit risk used to all be a file used to go. A guy used to collect some information. Some human being would expect it and then pass the file every customer. Now you're moving to credit risk. Model. Of course, the algorithms are very simplistic, but still they could make a mistake, right? So when the first versions of these we did in 2016, there was a human checker alongside. So the machine would do the assessment, but before it actually went, so it was semi real time. It would say, we'll get back to you, and then somebody would quickly approve, etc. That was a guardrail you put, until you can start trusting it. Actually, any company, actually companies love maker checker. That's why you have so much management, no? So, some doer and everybody else is checking only.
See, one question on the, actually implementing these things basically.
Yeah.
The two big challenges I do foresee, especially in the large organizations, is that one is that the so-called champions or the sharpshooters or the archers of the time when the wars used to happen in a physical way, those days are over, but those are sitting with their own glories. The world is changing. They are still concerned with their quarter price stuff. So no investment is happening basically, for the 2 years, 3 years, or if after 2 years, if say this organization has to be there, nobody is, care about that.
Yeah.
They just care about abhi ka mera batao bas.
Yeah.
So the buying of a past success leaders
Yeah.
is still kind of not very changed.
Yeah.
Second is the tech side of it.
Yeah.
Not only at my bank, but across the large banks that our peers working.
Yeah.
Every business senior is kind of completely, dissatisfied with the tech delivery and the experience what it brings.
Yeah.
Everybody's crying.
Yeah.
Hamara ye bhi nahi chalta, ye bhi nahi chalta, ye bhi nahi chalta. So the things are changing so fast.
Yeah.
But who usko chalayega kaun?
Yeah.
So the ways at which the changes are coming, the legacy systems are kind of a real challenge.
Yeah.
So the tech and the leadership,
Yeah.
old school thoughts, basically, they are the big two, in my view, hurdles.
Yeah.
You know,
To
there
add to
has to
that
be.
piece,
Yeah.
to add to that piece, actually speaking, with the current generation of hires that we have, the current generation of workforce that is coming into picture, I foresee these hurdles to be going down, because today the current workforce just wants everything at a click of a button. They just want that, okay, this is getting done, I'm sorted with
I
it.
believe it will help.
No,
Yeah.
it will go much worse. Tech hires today are not the real tech hires.
No, it's not about tech
But,
hires.
you know,
I'm
the-
talking about the
I have findings.
overall
Yeah.
workforce.
Their applicant
I'm talking about the overall workforce. I'm not talking only about the tech applications per se. But the kind of Gen Alphas
the
and
challenges you were asking
the
about,
betas.
saying that we don't know what will happen in the application of AI or anything. We really know, but we are in denial.
See, we have to recognize one thing, that we are at the low point. We started with this. We are at the absolute low point of the innovation cycle, because all the past stuff has a very dubious track record, mostly, right? Mostly. And we don't have external inspiration examples. Now, which is why I started with that, the advertising title, right? That's the one which is going to get us out of this wave, because that's where the inspiration examples are going to come from. People are going to suddenly say, oh, we can't miss out on this. But you need the leader. Those leaders are there. They don't have the inspiration how to, like the same leaders in the companies who drove the first round of innovation, whatever, are still there. They just have been missing inspiration. So when they get their inspiration examples to latch on to, the problems are still to be solved. Problems have not been solved actually. They have one more chance to bring it. But those two leaders have to come together. So you can have a sponsor, and he doesn't have anybody who's actually willing to take this risk, right? Who's also credible in the organization. Or you can have that person and they don't have a sponsor, right? In either case, it doesn't happen. So that's why we talked about the two disruptor leaders. But we need those, but we also need some inspirational examples. And my sense is that those are coming. Those are coming. We don't have to look back to the examples of the past to draw examples. We can look at. There are enough of those. It's not like, because in every company, in every large organization, within the organization, there are good examples. It's just that people, when say, oh, that one won't work in this case because of all the cases. So, so you need some fresh inspiration.
That might serve as good references for the guardrails that you want to put across.
Yeah, you can actually learn a lot from those. Absolutely.
Exactly. The past and
Absolutely.
will always help us putting the guardrails along the futuristic path that we are working towards.
Absolutely. So we use that a lot. We refer to those programs, they may have been done 5 years ago, but we refer to them a lot to say, listen, we can, this is what, remember that one. Forget all these ones which have not happened. But I think we still need fresh inspiration, which is where this AI wave can help. And I think that's why it's a good time for all of you to be doing this, because you have one extra tool, right, to drive some of this and inspire some of this change. Because if you don't have that story, it's an important part of the story that's missing. People say that we've seen this, we've heard this, right? We were hua nahi, ye nahi hua, wo nahi hua. 3 more examples that you were telling me, right, ye nahi hua in the beginning.
You're saying something, sir?
Yeah, let's move on to the next segment, which is basically a conversation between you and the.
Well, the conversation has started.
Yes.
We're already into it.
So I think
Yeah.
now we can do with Dr. Pramath also, and we have Mukesh and also joining us. So Mukesh, he is the CTO and EVP for Capgemini. So we have the three of them over here, and you can start asking questions. So we've kept the agenda as
No, hi. Hey, how are you?
entrepreneurship in the digital era, but you can ask questions around whatever you would like just keep the conversation flowing. So we keep the chairs over here.
Maybe we should sit. I'm just thinking.
Think that. Okay, you want to like.
And please use mics when asking the questions. This is one of the most fun. This is one of the most fun groups I have spoken to, by the way. There is great hope. There is great hope. No, for the cause of transformation. If they are going to be out there driving it, yeah.
Actually, I wanted to just make a point on your question also on driving this transformation piece. So, since we were talking about Salesforce, it seems to be the popular example for the day. My organization has actually been one of the leader adopters of Salesforce. We just got in a couple of years back. Is it, am I too?
They want it on.
Okay. Okay. Right. So yeah, since they were late adopters, the way our management perceived how to drive the transformation is pretty much in line with what Kush had advised some time back. One of the ways was we used to be on our own internal CRM before that, something that was custom made for us, right? One was clearly to announce at the beginning of 1 year or 1.5 years that in the next 1 year, this internal piece will be phased out. Ultimately, everybody is going to be on Salesforce. During that time, an entire library was set up of how to use. There was a help team that was supposed to, help out. You could reach out to them. And at individual levels, at team levels in the sales organization, at my level where I'm an individual contributor, we picked up Salesforce champions, right, who would be driving to adopt. Now, one of the advantages that came in was it is from the frontline community. It's not a leader coming in and telling you that, "Arey boss, ye to ho jayega," and you should be adopting and everything. It's somebody who's there as your Salesforce buddy at that level. And for example, for my team, I am, right? So it actually helped drive that transition. And I think just about before the deadline of 31st December, now the organization is completely on Salesforce, and now no one is actually using the old one. The challenges that typically come are exactly the type that Ravinder pointed out, that ye to ye nahi kaam karta, isme wo nahi karta. People are quick to point out the things that don't work, and which is why it is important to have a champion who's part of that community at that level and not somebody from an outside or even from the leadership. And I think that really helped to drive this transformation for us. I mean, not a question, but at least just a footnote to.
Specific question,
Yeah.
justice to the. I just trying to check times. So to sir, since you in the McKinsey work globally, right? So why is that India is not able to come out with a lot of service companies come, but why not the products basically come out from us?
I can take the answer question because I'm one of the unique persons who have worked in product and service. So I used to work for, just a bit about myself, in the industry for 29 years. I worked at Microsoft for 13 years. I built product like Outlook, which a lot of you use it. And then I decided to join service company. Last 6 years, I'm at Capgemini. So the only thing I would say is the mindset what we have, I studied in all form, right? Follow certain steps and do it rather than innovate. Like how many times you have tried to paint an apple with a different color and was appreciated by the teacher? For apple color was always red. The first time I came to that it can be green as well, then I went to US, right? So the innovation part is not appreciated as much. Log kya kahenge? Like what will people say if I'm the odd one out? And that's also all product about, right? So coming up with the product ideas and so on. That is the first part of it. Second part of it, the fear of failure in India is very, very high. When you talk about product, definitely there is an opportunity for failure as well. So I've seen that also first time that coming up with the idea, and even when I was in the US and early days in Microsoft, tell me what to do. Because you are in Microsoft, decide what you want to do. That difference was there. Here, everybody you have to do exactly A, B, C, D, E.
Is it because of the difference in the time of the prosperity, maybe the second generations who are more secure?
Yes, probably. So definitely one of them is the education system. But before that, our mindset working, Britishers and all with us, right? The whole part about your service part, you are providing the service to us. And yes, the next generation is slightly more open to try new things, but still not at that, because the teachers who are teaching them are still the same. So it will take maybe another 2 more generations to get there. But that fear of failure is the biggest part. And that was something which I did in my TEDx also. I keep talking about it. That reducing the fear of failure is the big one. I don't think we are there yet.
We are the problem.
So I'll give you an example. Like I was talking to one of the university and I said, let's coach our students so that Microsoft can come and take 1 or 2 students. No, sir, why not? 1 or 2 people, what's the problem? TCS, Capgemini will be better. 200 people, they'll take it from us. So that's all bulk, right? Always thinking bulk. But was one university, Soma University was clear. Mukesh, tell me what to do. 3 years we worked on it. Now 6 people got hired from Microsoft, from Soma University, right? In Mumbai, right? So that's how I think it's a mindset change. People have to adopt it. That yes, product is good. Getting there is good. It's not bulk volume. And there's a risk. And it's okay to be odd now.
Thank you.
I think we'll see exponential rise in innovation now. You look at all these SaaS companies that have come out of India. These are all software products at the end of the day. You may say, I'm multi-wired.
I relate very strongly with this. We started our ERP solution in 2016. Basically, we went to schools and we started designing and developing our own ERP system to make it frugal more efficient. It is one of the most advanced systems out there because I spent 2 hours a day in the past 8 years in building it. Because it is not built by tech or anyone else, it's built by someone who's actually running and operating a school. So it's got a lot of our insights and the human behavioral aspects to it.
You should market the product.
Yeah, but we started to sell, like hired a marketing team to sell it, and the biggest challenge was finding sponsors and finding people who would wish to adapt. And because when they see such a vast system, they will be the data entry operators and the people and the principals would be, ये इतना बड़ा हम लोग कैसे मेरा काम बढ़ रहा है, and the leadership will not understand how it will make their life easier. So for like one and a half years we tried to sell it, but then we thought that the franchising or directly buying the school is better and easier option in order to ease the adoption.
Yeah.
So I had one question. So what matters the most in achieving a successful business transformation? Technology, people, or processes?
I would say people is on the top, always on the top. And I tell you, I like to give a simple example. I think. So in Capgemini and the CTO, I've taken a slightly additional role, which is about people analytics, HR analytics, right? So after I joined, after I took this role, after an additional role, and within 1 week I told the CHRO that I'm going live with this for all the execs. He said, Mukesh, you're too fast. I said, no, this is my slow speed. We'll get live. So we went live. Okay? And I've been tracking this project for 5 years. The project is still not live. And I took it, and within 1 week I live. And I know there were problems. And people screaming, people calling names and everything screaming on me. Okay, what is the problem? Within 1.5 months, stabilized. And data quality achieved the level. 5 years we were struggling with data quality. Why? Data quality problem, ये problem is system, they were reasoning. Now it's live with CEO. He's calling people, why these numbers are not matching? Okay, I'll get it done. Now everything getting done. So force factor. I don't like to do this, but once in a while you just have to do force factor and go live with that.
Point number 1.
Bold aspiration, ruthless word. I like that word, ruthless. That another something with Mukesh, thank you, Mukesh is ruthless. But yeah, now after that, our adoption at that time was 37 people using it. Now there are 4,400 people using this system. 4,400 people using it, and my queue is full with all the requirements, ye bhi karo, wo bhi karo, and everything. So yeah, it works sometimes.
Mr. Mukesh, which segment you are working on the CTO and consulting? You are in CTO and consulting, right?
Yeah.
Which segment of the Capgemini business?
So I'm at the global role.
Global
So there's
role.
no specific business, but I work in healthcare, finance, manufacturing, insurance, and this one recently into oil and gas as well.
Okay.
So now I'm on the people side of it.
Okay, so tell me that which segment actually uplifting more in the digital transformation?
I have a slide for that, so I don't want to steal the thunder. But
Oh,
yes,
okay, next
I have a
slide.
slide exactly for that question.
Okay, okay.
Hello, good afternoon. So your TEDx talk, the art of trying.
Okay, so this is that already, okay?
Yeah. So that TEDx talk actually is very nice, but for this small forum, if you could actually give it in a small capsule size, it will be a good take home for people like us.
This is my first time is on that.
Just a one line, like, because art of trying, because I don't believe in the concept called trying,
Okay.
because I can't try to take this bottle. Either I can take it or I cannot take it. Trying, it's
Okay, I'll tell you my
so in that way,
So I'll tell you a story behind that session, right?
yeah.
So my session was actually called "Puchne mein kya jata hai?" And as soon as I put the title, they said, "No, Mukesh, it will be in regional content because it appears Hindi." So I said, "No, I want you to be in the global content, English content." So I changed the title to "The Art of Trying hyphen Puchne mein kya jata hai." So I kept the main title like that. It's all about people not even trying with the fear of failure. And the story goes long way, including my first job, Microsoft, not first job, my job at Microsoft, where my friend told me, Mukesh, you can never get into Microsoft. I asked why. You cannot get into Microsoft because you are not done from IIT, your language is poor, you stammer, and you are not done masters. So you can never get a job in Microsoft. So I had a mental block. But come September 1998, I applied through 15.4 kbps modem. I went to the internet and applied for looking for a job in US. And the site came, which company you want to apply? I said, I want to apply Microsoft. With the thinking, why should I reject Microsoft? Let Microsoft reject me. पूछने में क्या जाता है? That's why you need trying. It means the fear of failure. What if they reject me? I want to remove that fear of failure. See, I don't know if you noticed so far, I stammer. I stammer a lot. But I start speaking fast, I don't stammer. But even my first presentation in 1992, in Aurangabad at IEEE conference, when I stammered, everybody laughed in the audience. Then I stopped presenting and I started laughing. Okay? And after that, they stopped it. So that I have a fear, not fear, I have a disability. But I don't want to limit that. That's why pushne mein kya hai, even more important, without fear of failure, I keep asking. So that's the main motto of this particular session. For me, it motivates me. My kids, everybody is motivated with that. My daughter is now working for Google. Okay. My son is also working for a really big company. So definitely all these things are working out fine. It's just that I want to motivate others that don't, the biggest challenge in India is people think that English is not good. And you are not competing with Shashi Tharoor. You are not competing with Shashi Tharoor. You want basic English enough to get a...
Shashi Tharoor's English is far worse than your English.
He's an English major.
Five
masters in English or something.
Sorry, I know nothing against English. My English is very, very basic.
So, my one question of my previous one is that, to build all this, you look at credible tech partners. I find them missing basically. Either they are all big companies who are working overseas. In India, all these small chutku fintechs are there. Oh, this making a payment here or some slow. So why there is no investment in the tech basically heavily, to support the innovations? Anyone of
I'll give my view, but he's facing this every day. So,
so I'm part of it. Again, my personal views. Every tech company you go to, right? Every tech company, service provider mostly, right? They say the answer always is yes. You go and ask anything, the answer always is yes. And once you get a project, then you can start getting meaning, and then you realize how much the percentage of yes is yes, and it's not right. So that part is there, right? They have taken yes a little bit too far. My only thing is over here, there is no silver bullet, there is no clear answer, right? Even at Microsoft, even at Google, right? Even at Amazon, right? When they bring innovation, they take solid 1 year, 1.5 years to do a small thing. I done so many features, I talk about some of the digital transformation at Microsoft, but when they're doing some of this part, it does take time. But now when our patient level is less, you say, I want this custom solution. But why custom solution? Now you said you are done ERP, right? You do a custom solution. Again, sorry, but I might direct question, right? Why can't we use one standard ERP solution across? No, I want this shade to be slightly more blue, mera wala blue. No, I want this to be a little bit no, I want this to be round or set. Why? If we start using very standard stuff, like Tally, you all are using Tally, right? Whoever is income, right? Standard stuff, like very simple, frugal, very simple, basic, it works. If you start doing that, there will be no need of custom software. Yeah. Salesforce, amazing, it has all this feature. Why would you need any other software? But yes, Salesforce is one company. If there's another company, oh, we are solving that problem. And that's why the custom build happen, and that's why this market has grown up. That's why Captain is making money. There's a lot of companies make money because of that. But the custom requirement is what is, I would say, there's a lot of I call it wastage, software wastage. Yeah. I call it.
So I mean, obviously we are have this experience and been on the alongside clients, right, watching this. And I mean, I've come to the conclusion that when you're doing something genuinely transformative, where the outcomes are always uncertain and there's a lot of agility required, there's a structural flaw in actually having a vendor partner do something which is so critical for it, because they can't budget and they don't know when they're getting in, right? You also don't know what you're getting in. But we have a contractual relationship where you have to deliver something. And as a company executive running that, I also have a responsibility that I have taken a budget to this, means I have to get it done in that. So I'm always scared that if this guy doesn't deliver in time, then what am I going to do? I have to go back and ask for more. And so there is that person, it's not that any tech team that comes, doesn't want to do it. Obviously, they also want a great reference case, etc. But it's the way that these contracts are driven that you can't. And you can't make it fully like time and material because then it's about to control in area. It can be anything, right? And therefore, most people who are doing advanced transformation eventually take their tech team in-house. That's the thing. But there could be a model, but then that would have to be almost like you're getting a partner in, but they are part of you. And they have to be compensated like they're part of you. So if that model were possible, then something like that is possible. Second thing is,
Just to add, bot model is becoming more popular. These operate this way.
yeah. Second thing is that, when the process by which we choose our people versus the process by which we choose a tech partner is totally different. And it's funny because actually when I choose a tech partner, it's the people who are coming, right? But when I'm asking a person, when I'm interviewing somebody, I'm trying to see whether I get along with this person, can we work together and all that stuff, right? When I went to RFP and evaluate, I look at how many projects or similar things have you done, how many in the same industry have you done, etc. Right? So there's an organization which can say, I built the same thing in London, something, whatever. Some guys, right? They did something. Now the people coming here are XYZ. They are nothing. I mean, they have no. Right, so now you win the RFP on that basis, and the people. So this is a human being. We're getting a human being. They're going to be part of the team. This is part of my agile garage. Right. So I should be choosing each and every team member the same way I choose someone that I would work with, and that usually doesn't happen. And also organizations. I mean, on the provider side, will not like that you're getting my. But actually, it's a win-win thing. That actually you should genuinely be coming together for that. And so then and then obviously then egos, and then people try to escalate, then the whole thing goes out of whack. So there are so many breakdown scenarios of this that you see playing out. But and that's why most companies end up with, okay, let's just have the team in-house, because then it is. But if we could have a vendor system where we work like we are part of the same team genuinely, and an incentive structure like that, I think it is possible to do. By the way, in this new agentic world, I think this is also again going to change, because what is the provider doing? A lot of young smart kids on this side can actually create a lot of those tools. So there's always be a temptation now to do that, but I need somebody to take responsibility and integrate. I don't want to take responsibility and integrate for something I don't know better, so I better to have Mukesh come and do that, right? But yeah, correct, right? So this is always there, no? Because there's the problem with it. I'm taking responsibility yourself, right? Whereas this way I can blame someone if something doesn't go wrong. So it's a complicated emotional interplay that actually happens, which takes away from this. But honestly, building the tech solution is the easiest part of these transformations, always. In hindsight, it is always the easiest part. So I think, as long as the good model, which doesn't lead to bloodshed, is discovered, it'll be okay, right? You'll but at least a success case study for everybody eventually.
I have a question about adoption rate, but more like a sales and marketing perspective. So in terms of our decision making, we are basically prejudiced people, and our decisions are driven by a lot of prejudice. Who we buy from, what we buy, who is selling, all those things matters. And like an organization, if you go for a unique problem, and if a startup or if a company is coming us with the solution, will say how many or more you have solved the single problem.
Yeah.
But we started with a proposition that it is a unique problem. Then how can they solve it? So, but the prejudice that I will ask their preference, and I will ask their pedigree, I will ask their market cap and all past vendors. It's itself a flawed approach in buying new technology which has not been generated. So how do we overcome that hurdle of prejudice where the decision making happens for buying innovative product, which will be transformative and which will disrupt my competition as well as market share and everything. So if I have to, I already know what I need to make in terms of my industry, which will be so innovative and it will maybe change the whole market. But how do I go about selling it? Because it's so transformative that I cannot sell it in open market. I have to be very precise.
You need a success story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If that happens, then it's already there. Then
No, you need one success story. You need one success story. You need one success story. Then you can sell the next 10. But if you don't have that one success story, it's very hard. So any energy for anyone building anything innovative is to go and get one success story. It can be in your brother-in-law's company. That's fine. But you need a success story.
With that precedence, the ChatGPT has no success.
Actually, that's not true, right?
No, the architecture and theory has it. It has transformed into something. But original ChatGPT has no success. It was just there for people to observe and experience.
No, but it needed a more, see, the product is so transformative that it doesn't even need any marketing support. It just gets adopted, right? But this is a consumer product. It's a consumer product. Consumer products have some of that virality element, and they, people tell you, you would tell your friends about it and all this stuff. But in a B2B product, which is I thought where you were going initially, you need the success story. With a consumer product, you can actually get the virality, but then that's immediately about the immediate consumer experience. So, and it's about expectation versus what you deliver. So, for instance, we have an Ayurvedic company startup that we have created. It sells two types of products. One, I'm oversimplifying, but it sells sleep gummies, and it sells joint care capsules. Okay, both of them are Ayurveda based. We've had tremendous success on the joint care capsules, and we've had very little success on the sleep gummies. Okay, and the reason is very simple. When people struggle to sleep and they're saying you're giving them sleep gummy, they think that you will have it and you go to sleep, right? But obviously it's not that simple. I'm not giving you a sleeping pill. I'm giving you something Ayurvedic. It will relax you over few months of usage, and then and then so many other things matter, and you have to. And we tell them all this, right? You need to, we have all kinds of tips around, how mindfulness and how you meditate before, and your breathing, and so many. But eventually people they don't want to make all the effort. They want you take something and you go to sleep. So there's a big expectation mismatch. The joint one, people understand that the joint can't get okay in a day. So inherently the promise is that if you take this for a period of time, I'm fixing you from inside. As opposed to a pain medicine, the pain medicine is just giving you temporary relief, and tomorrow your knee will pain again. So we managed to get great success with on this one, and very limited. By the way, we thought that it would be the other way around. Some of us knew, because we'd done some chronic disease work, we knew that that would not be the case. But most people expected that the sleep one would be more popular. But we actually had huge success with this in the marketing of this. So there is a very big art on consumer marketing which we haven't talked about. That's something we should have a separate session on that, because driving a lot of the transformative things that we bring, if they are for the consumer, then there's a whole that number 7, the agile marketing engine, that takes on a completely different role altogether. And we've learned this now through many iterations, hundreds of iterations of how to market these two. And with best efforts, we were not able to make the sleep one successful, but this one we were able to make successful. You just take a picture of him. You can then use some AI tools to put him with each one individually. Thank you for invite.
Yes, please.
Thank you. They are working closely with Anant and team at
Hello. 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 Hello.
Sorry?
Hello. Hello.
Okay, I'll leave it. Okay, yeah, that one. Okay, thank you. I'm glad. I will take your leave now. Thank you. Very nice to meet all of you. I have lots of hope from this group. I hope I see you guys. Of course, please. And if you anybody has any questions, please feel free to get in touch. And if you need a subsequent discussion on any topic, we're happy to do deep dive. We just touched a lot of different things today. I will try and do a yeah. We have a lot of that. I mean, there's a lot of that. Actually, there is. But we can do that separately. We can have a separate discussion on that. I'll try and give one which is just common cleaned up, because I think some of those slides are maybe confidential. I told the team as well, please don't circulate to anyone, because oh, पूरा unwire कर लो.
Wait. Thank you.
I want to see this one.
Yeah, tea break quickly. Yeah. Sure. No problem. Which school you are talking about?
I have Innovative International School in Rajkot.
Acha, okay, Rajkot, okay.
Yes, a group of 6.
I'm going to be in Rajkot on 4th and 5th of this one. There is an event on Bharati University.
Yes.
So I'm coming there. 4th and 5th of Jan. This is my card. Yes. Happy to stop by. Definitely. Nice to meet you. Yes. So we'll maybe start maybe tea inside. I'm sending the deck. I'll just maybe trim down some slides and then you can do a PDF, right? No, we'll do it. It's already formatted, right? So what I'll do is I'll just delete few slides and then PDF we can send on. Yeah. Take it. Yeah. You also leaving?
My nephew is for Capgemini in US.
Yes, okay. Which city? Thank you.
San Francisco.
San Francisco. Okay. What is his name?
Onala.
Okay, you can ask him to contact me, Mukesh. Yeah. Okay, I'm happy to. Okay. Yeah. But I do go to San Francisco regularly. Every 4-5 months I go there. Yeah. Definitely. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Okay. Interesting.
which is
Okay.
a blockchain. In Singapore, we are in Thailand, and when it comes to real estate, and we are in Dubai also when it comes to virtual assets. So I'm so happy when I saw you.
Okay, okay. Sure, definitely. Let me give my card. 79 72 637 347. Yeah. Call me. Your full name?
Suresh Satyanarayana.
Suresh, definitely. I'll save your number. Yeah, this is the number, right? Yeah. So you're based out of? Are you based? Which location are you based out of?
Tamil Nadu.
Okay.
And I have community of 785 families.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We are all like working as a community.
Hmm?
Community creates immunity.
Of course, of
So
course.
that is the reason why I asked you about that question.
Yeah.
I keep on telling people, no, don't try. When they say try, I ask them to try to take the word for my hand.
Yeah, okay.
They can't try. Either they can take and they can't take.
Okay.
Because like your speech goes very good.
Okay.
The title is
Title, yeah, because see, mainly because a lot of people don't attempt. I don't think I'm going to get it, so I'm not going to attempt it. So that attempt is very important.
like my argument says attempt again to succeed.
I say yes, agree. Yeah.
I never was in college in my life.
Okay. Wow.
Mass communication, HR, distance.
Oh, wow.
Your speech I liked so much actually.
Okay, thank you. Title is okay.
Like I thought, okay,
But if you look at English, if you do Hindi,
compromise is what I thought.
yeah, because see, English title is a compromise. See, Hindi, see, पूछने में क्या जाता है? It's a perfect meaning. But I could not find English answer. Yeah, English translation, the compromise I have to do that one. Because I don't want it to list into regional content. Definitely, yeah.
My internet stack was in Virat actually.
I said, okay.
What I seriously I want to be with my people.
Okay.
Something in English to try to
Okay, we'll start. Put it. So about myself, I think this location is comfortable. Let's see. Is it okay if I stand here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So a bit about myself. I'm in the industry for 29 years. Worked in Mumbai for a couple of years. Then I moved to US, worked for Microsoft for 13 years. Had the honor to work with Bill Gates, Satya Nadella directly. So build Outlook, a couple of the products. How many of you use Outlook right now? Several of you? Yeah. Outlook? Okay. So you might have observed you get a lot less junk in Outlook compared to other email providers. So if that is true, then you can thank me for that. That was the first Microsoft AI algorithm I wrote in 1999. So I'll talk about that story also, how this was done. It was a very small algorithm, but it was just challenging something, right? And then I moved back to India, worked for Reliance Jio with Mukesh Bhai, 2.5 years. The whole strategy about how Jio should be launched, how we'll make really money. Of course, Mukesh Bhai knows more about how making money. I was helping him on the digital side of it. Then I wrote 2 books. I don't know how I wrote the book. I want to write the 3rd book, not getting time. But yes, I always wanted to be a teacher. Okay, but when I came back to India and I was looking for it, nobody hired me. They said, no, you need to have a PhD to be a teacher. I said, sorry, I don't have PhD. At that time, I didn't even have master's. And only B from a small college. Then, you know what, let me continue my corporate job. And then I started teaching in parallel. Now I'm advisor to 18 universities, including IITs and IIM, where my subjects are taught. And of course, still nobody's hiring me as a professor, but I'll continue my CTO job and then do this teaching. This one is my 5,202nd lecture in last 13 years. So just the numbers. This slide is very important for me because make sure you take advice from the right people, right? So I told about Microsoft and explained, right? My friend told me, Mukesh, you'll never get a job in Microsoft, right? But a lot of times we fail because we get advice from the wrong people. So taking 2-3 people advice is always important to do. So why do we need digital innovation? When you talk about digital, right? So my focus here is why digital innovation is so important right now. We all agree, right? We all have choice.
Yeah.
Ola, Uber, Flipkart, Amazon, Swiggy, Zomato. Everywhere we have choice. Any guess? When you try to book any app, let's say Ola. You open Ola and you try to book Ola. And it's showing you like this circle. How many seconds are you going to wait? How many seconds? 5?
7 seconds.
10? 7?
7 seconds.
One of the only few people have given odd answer. Normally people give 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Answer is right. 7.2 seconds is the right answer.
Yeah, right. The attention span is only that.
Yes. 7.2 seconds of India, 5.5 seconds for Mumbai. Attention span. Okay? But we have this attitude or a habit of rounding off everything. So from after this class, I'm sure you're not going to round off. When somebody asks you how much time it's going to take, even if you take 1 hour, you're going to say 45 minutes. Or not 45, 57 minutes. 1 hour, 2 minutes. That accuracy is important. That's why people know you are serious about it. And somebody was arguing with me, what if I'm wrong? I just 1 घंटा बोला तब का right होने वाले थे. Right? So you have to build that attitude about it. You will be very, very specific around those. The expectation right now on digital side is anytime, anywhere on any device. People expect it should just work. Right? You're going to switch immediately, right? Ola nahi, Uber nahi, Ola. There's no loyalty required there. There are only few products right now, there's some loyalty required. And not because the cost of switching is huge. MNP, you can do mobile number portability, so there's no cost of switching. Gmail to something else, yes, it is a cost of switching because the email address is changed. Otherwise, most of the time, the cost of switching is not there. And main is analysis to understand. Now, any digital product, it has successful only when they have people using it. Otherwise, there's no value. Yeah. So when people are using it, right, we need to understand how are they using it. Every activity or inactivity generates data. That thinking we need to have. Most of the books and most of the materials say every activity generates data. I don't agree. Even inactivity generates data. So that inactivity generates data, activity generates, you capture those points and understand what is it. कहना क्या चाहते हो? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to understand? You are trying to understand those pieces. So about 2 years back, I was just after pandemic was over, I was coming back from Paris. I landed at Mumbai airport. Take out my phone, Uber. I'm an Uber fan, not an Ola fan. Take out my Uber, booking a cab from Uber to Lower Parel. 750 rupees, very costly. 2 years back.
Now the price is more than 1,000 nowadays. 750 rupees too costly. So I moved to Ola. 450 rupees. Booked and left. Few minutes later, I get an SMS from Uber. You tried to book, you did not book. Can you give feedback? Sure. One click, feedback. Why you did not book? Price was too high. Took too long to come. Driver asked for cash. Baggage did not arrive. Went with a friend. Price was too high. Submit.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Apologies for the inconvenience. 300 rupees voucher, cashback. Yes. 300 rupees kama liya. How did Uber know I left the airport? How did Uber know I left the airport? No? GPS tracking. When Uber was on, location was on. When I went to Ola, I did not kill this. Ola left. Mukesh is going. Uber is tracking me. Mukesh is going. Speed has increased. Oops, gone. Lost opportunity. Analytics to understand usage and innovate, understand what's happening. Which means something happened and maybe it was price, maybe something else. We don't know. Even that inactivity, even that the record did not happen. Actually, if you see, I did not do a transaction, but I attempted. Very few places we even capture that attempt. And that's where it is. That's why it is. And of course, I checked with the person, and the head of AI was somebody who was working for me at Microsoft earlier. So all these, a lot of people, a lot of this company, some of these senior leaders, good connection there. And then, of course, how this can translate into digital growth. You attempted, something came, get every data is data. And last point, of course, we can compete with digital and AI. I'm going to talk digital and AI together because right now, a lot of people are debating, should AI be included in digital? And a lot of people are saying, yes, why not? Of course, there's the new role which came up, which is Chief Data Officer and all, is not as effective as thought in the beginning. But Chief Digital Officer is still effective. So they're saying maybe it makes sense to combine that role. Yeah. Chief Digital Officer includes data, but AI is different. Right? So again, a lot of these things are coming up as we go forward.
So I have a point actually
yeah.
to add here. Since you were talking about the previous slide, right? So the market is moving with the digital transformation. It's a pull approach. So earlier it was product push and your solution push like that. But the 80-20 ratio it's going
yes.
on, right? So 80% is pull approach is coming, 20% from the push approach. The product company is pushing. That's one thing. And second thing, actually, wherever the adoption is more.
Yes.
Let's say Uber adoption is more, then business is more.
Yes. Right? Yes, of course. Yes.
So that the two things actually I can contextualize
this slide, yeah. And there's one last slide which I'm going to talk about towards the end of the session, which talks about this part, that how each of this matters.
Yeah.
Right, from the very smallest digit of digital translating into a dollar or a rupee, right? Yeah. The whole cycle of that I'm going to talk about towards the end of it. Right? So it has evolved over a period of time, mechanic to electric to electronics. But if you look at the evolution, the way it was evolving, right? It took 150 years for us to move to electric. It took half of that 70 years to move to electronic. Half of that 35 years to move to digital system, which we are right now. I'm calling AI tomorrow. I'm not calling it today. A lot of people, when I do a lot of these workshops at a lot of the companies, a lot of people still think ChatGPT equal to AI, AI equal to ChatGPT. I said no. ChatGPT is very small, 1% of AI. And AI is a lot more bigger. We not even know, a lot of people don't even know what AI is. I'm calling it tomorrow because we are not started leveraging the real power of AI. Having fun, getting your email type is, no, it's good, but not that one, major one. And that's what I would say the overall transformation is happening right now. We are at this part. Anybody have heard about the Kano?
So Kano model.
Kano model, yes. This is an old slide, 19-year-old slide. Why is this 19-year-old slide? If you notice, at that time we had this phone, remember? Yeah. Flip phone. At that time, I used to take pride in telling people, hey, I can check email on the phone. That was a pride factor. Delight. Compared to, you can make a phone and receive call. Make and receive a phone call. Compared to, I want more memory, more RAM, more everything. Compared to, yeah, phone little bit charging is not good, network is something issue and all. What Kano suggested was, over a period of time, delight, more, and dissatisfactor become must have.
Yeah. Down the line.
Everything become must have, which means no longer you have choice. Delight, what delight? Email is required. You don't go and say, can I check email on the phone? No, you don't do that. Camera, delight. Now camera is required. Not 1, 2, 3. Selfie camera also I do extra. All these things are becoming must have. So if you don't innovate, out. That's why 50% of Fortune 100 companies no longer exist. Canon, Kodak, we're the pioneer brand. We don't even talk about those. This was shot on iPhone. right? That is Cano.
So basically, today's requirement, which is a delight customer, tomorrow is a must have.
Must have, yeah, exactly. That's
Any
the
new innovation add on to that.
summary of that, right? Because if you think, hey, I am the innovator part, your innovation will last for 6 months, 1 year, 1.5 years. By the time somebody else will copy and something, and then you are no longer innovator.
See, the most important point actually, the salespeople, and I am also working with salespeople, they should understand the theme actually. So
Yes.
the whole, you must have seen actually the salespeople, right?
Uh,
What are the ideas, thought process you are bringing into on the table, then execute as a practitioner role, I'm
Yes.
basically talking about, right? Where you will bring the idea, thought process, implement POC, POV, then execute GTM strategy, right? But what happens actually sometimes salespeople are talking the traditional way, they want to sell.
Yeah.
But nowadays customer is not taking at all.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I don't want this.
Yes.
Okay, do you have anything new? You tell me.
Yes, they knew.
And where I can go for wow approach. If not,
Okay.
sorry.
So I'll tell you my practical experience. See, I'm always in technology. I never done sales. It was very funny when I was interviewed at Capgemini. I was taking pride in saying that I've done everything except sales and HR.
Yeah, yeah.
So CEO started laughing. He said, Mukesh, I asked, why are you laughing? He said, no, nothing, Mukesh. I said, fine. After that, I started working all the things. After 3 months doing my one-on-one, he said, Mukesh, how are you finding the job? I said, I'm really enjoying. I'm doing this, and that. Then he said, Mukesh, that's sales. How can this be sales? I said, yes, Mukesh. You're talking to clients, showing them the big picture, exciting them, and clients are buying from us. It's sales. I said, no, but I never went and knocked the door of the client. I never tried to get the client. I said, no, that's the job of a sales associate who is doing it. But you as a CTO is giving the big picture.
That is correct.
Okay? And that's why, as you, to answer your question, right? Innovation, right? So when they call me, not for the typical client. Clients say, I want A, B, C, D, and they know their client is not going to give one single rupee on top of it. They don't even call me. A, B, C, D, I don't even get involved.
Absolutely.
My team will do it.
Absolutely.
But when they say, client is open to new ideas, then I'll go, I'll decide, okay, for this client, let's have a meeting in dinner.
Correct.
I spend 3 hours, 4 hours dinner, talk about big picture and everything.
Correct.
They get an idea, next day, they ask specific question, I give this, and at the end of it, client asks, Mukesh, will you deliver this project?
Consulting lead actually.
Consulting is there. But then client don't want sales. And client also know, sales people will, whatever, right? Exaggerate or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But they know if a CTO is telling, there's something truth. Because if they challenge me,
Correct.
I can give them answer. Sales people, let me get back to you.
Common answer. Common answer.
Anyway, so that's my personal learning around that. So can you just one or two answers? What is digital?
See, basically, whatever we were talking about few days before or few years before, that's a completely analog or physical.
Okay.
Right? Now, slowly it come to the digitization. Okay. That means the entire thing is actually moving into process-oriented and technology.
Process and technology.
Now,
Very good.
complete digital transformation means people, process, technology are aligned,
Yes.
all aligned, and moving into the faster speed,
Faster
where consumer is seamlessly accessing that.
Seamlessly accessing. Any other answer? Digital? Paperless, okay. I'll just give one example
Yeah.
so that you know what is not digital.
Yeah.
One simple point. I recently did my health checkup and they told me they are going to send this report digitally and they send me scanned PDF. Is it digital? Completely no. Digital, I would have expected an XML format with a view I can import to a file or Excel and I can compare with my last pattern. I have to do last pattern? No. You have to do all manual. This is not digital. Just scanning it? No, it's not digital.
That is soft copy.
Soft copy, right? No.
And if you talk about DocuSign, this is the digital platform. Right?
Digital, DocuSign is digital. Yes, I signed digitally.
Yeah.
That's digital, right? So I was running a company called Nice System in Pune, Israeli-based company. You know, so I was the head of that company for India. So I was doing that part, and I convinced my management to do SEZ, okay, for getting the tax benefit and all. So the whole thing came and document came and everything, digital sign. I signed everything digitally. Done. Waiting, approval. 7 days, 10 days, 15 days. Continuously follow up. And I said, sir, you're not signed. I said, sign everything digitally. You told me digital. Yes, sir. Thank you. Download all the pages. Sign physically. Okay. And photocopy. And then scan it and send it. And then send somebody to physically take these papers and then do it. I said, seriously? Is it digital?
No.
I objected for more than 2 months. Then I gave up. Sorry, ये चाहिए वही लो तुम जो चाहिए वो दो. Okay, that's not digital. Digital means digital, and it is digital format readable format, machine readable format, and that is digital. An Excel file, a report, beautiful report is not digital.
No.
You have stored your data in an email is not digital. Digital will be something can be tracked, something can be used. Database, yes, digital. Right? So again, there is a thin line, but I just want to differentiate between these two. Yes, of course. Comprehend first part, but when I say this word, okay, मैंने बोला ना कर लो ना अच्छा, मैंने बोला ना कर लो ना अच्छा, मैंने बोला ना क्यों नहीं कर रहा, ठीक है? तीनों में tone अलग है मेरा, right? But when you translate it in text, the tone doesn't get captured. There's a loss of information. When I say yeah right, which means I'm saying affirmative, but when I say yeah right, sarcasm, वो भी convert नहीं होता है. So long picture अभी बाकी है, long way to go on this. So when I talk about digital, what else we are talking? Yeah. So what else we are talking about, right? The question somebody was asking, right? Which company, which is?
No, my specific question is based on your experience now. Which area actually more transformation?
Next slide is on that.
Yeah, that is
okay.
what my question.
Yeah. So if you look at it, right, there are 4 segments. If you see, transformation management and digital intensity. The data has shown, the research has been published in the book Leading Digital. It has talked about that Digirati, which is very advanced. They have got both profitability increased and revenue increased. Compared to this, like beginners who are still not, the profit is continuously decreasing. And this has been monitored over a period of time with a lot of companies. These are the one conservatives, profitability increasing, but revenue is not. But people who are fashionists, you know what I mean, right? So something they are doing it just for the sake of fashion. Right? Profitability is not very high, but they are increasing revenue because people are adopting it, not more. But again, the investment is very high. And here is a question, here is the answer to your question. The question was, which company, right? High tech is the only one which is on the top. The borderline is telecom. Banking and retail are also there. Very close to that, but not fully there yet. I normally bank with Yes Bank, sorry HDFC Bank, but I normally bank with Yes Bank. So when I do this part, a lot of things, sir, of udhar aao, paper पे sign करो. ठीक है. You are trying to convince me, huh? But make sure you give me service, huh? I'm hypertension high. Anyway, banking, right? Even abhi bhi paper पे sign करना है. And after signing and everything, it took me by 6 years, only 6 years, to get my address changed in Yes Bank.
But this is the report you're talking about India, or you're talking global markets?
This is global. The report is global, and it is all published. There is a URL also in the thing. When you get the PDF, you will get the URL also. It's published. These are some of the parts of global. Even banking and all, even in US, is not very advanced. Yes, you might do everything online, signature and everything all, but still, are we really all online? Not much. But yeah, it's getting there. Still in this bucket, retail and also. But look at the laggers, manufacturing. Still very much behind. Look at the pharmaceuticals, consumer goods, behind. Now, travel and hospitality is the one in the fashion. Digital, everything, right? They're trying to do this part compared to here, insurance. I was surprised to see insurance. I was expecting insurance to be here somewhere. Insurance is on the lower side. Why? Because insurance people still think because of the regulatory requirement and all this, it's still there's a long way to go for insurance.
So we have plenty of scope actually in the transformation these areas, right?
In this area, manufacturing is the biggest one. I keep now encouraging people to do mechanical engineering, electronics engineering, because that is the biggest shortage Capgemini have right now. We have so many manufacturing projects, including Tesla, Airbus, Boeing. We have those projects. Computer engineering क्या करेंगे वहाँ जाके?
Yeah, actually, even also Capgemini last, I think 8 months or 10 months before, you people have hired freshers and who are specialized to...
Specially, exactly. And that is a big demand.
Yeah.
I was at Parul University delivering a workshop a few months back. I see a board, okay? Mechanical 60 intake, 60, electronics 60, electrical 60, computer science 120, artificial intelligence 1,500. You can imagine difference, 60, 1,500. Nobody wants to do this.
The overlapping, help me understand that the overlapping areas we are talking about, it's a manufacturing AI enabled. That kind of transformative.
Exactly. How many colleges are doing this? How many colleges are doing this right now?
That's what I'm saying. There is plenty of opportunity in the academic side.
Academic
I
side.
am seeing actually a lot of guest faculty is going at their teaching into that.
Yeah.
Industry
driven, yes. And that's what I'm doing for the 18 university I'm advisor to. I'm doing this part at least for those university. Udhar to kuch to hoga.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
And those areas actually, those are the areas that's grey now, and which will be heavy lifting into come into that level of upper side right come.
It will come in because here the problem is even still now it is managed by baby boomers or maximum by Gen X.
Yeah.
Gen Y, Gen Z were not there. So as soon as they come to this picture, but they are not going family managed business करना नहीं है, उनको आगे जाना है.
I have
Yeah.
Manufacturing graduates getting trained on AI is going to create basically backward transition. The reason is, I'm a chemical engineer and I took maybe 10 years, 15 years to become better in my trade by learning, constantly trying and all. And I cannot allow an engineer of 5 years of experience to put an AI in a plant which can create some kind of an incident or something which is not known to that person.
Yes.
So that the reason for manufacturing lagging behind is because of this. Right now, AI is so. So my situation is, I have designed plants, and I know what a machine should do because it's basically designed by me.
Yes.
And if I put an AI, I have a significant information loss from the process where I know before what a process does and what AI does after using that.
Okay. So that the only thing is, the reason is because first of all, you probably are not trained on AI first.
No.
Yeah.
The thing is that I know more about data before putting AI
Yes.
than putting AI.
Okay.
So the idea is there should be information increase rather than information decrease of any.
But why I would say information decrease with AI?
Because say for example, you have hundreds of variables interacting in a reactor.
Yes.
By the way, I work in GGU also.
Okay.
Industrial reactor.
Okay.
So if I know a reactor chemistry and catalyst activity, and I put all those data, and my AI system is telling me to change a particular parameter to increase the yield, I should get an explanation why it is doing so.
It does that.
No, it does not.
No, it depends who is working for you, right? For example, I will never approve an AI algorithm at Capgemini or anywhere I am working with, right? Without having the understanding about telling me what the parameter is influencing what. The whole parameter modeling I have to see and then do it. So there is, if the person is not giving you the information, if it's a black box, nothing I can do, right? The AI is not black box.
I know.
Yeah.
The thing is that if you go increase, again the problem with multiple parameters, the multiple variables and thousands of parameters, the more you increase the parameter scope, the complex the algorithm becomes.
It becomes, yes.
Right?
Yeah.
The more the complex the algorithm becomes, the least it becomes explainable.
See, theoretically I agree. Theoretically. But then it's not a challenge because see, I implemented at Tesla. I implemented Airbus. The highest model I had was 220 parameters. But to get to 221, I started with 3,600 parameters. 220, it is complex, but I'm able to explain because it's computer, right? It's able to do all of those parts.
So you started with a higher parameter scope and you start trimming till the time you don't lose the accuracy?
Yes, so trimming not because of the purpose of trimming, because I trimmed a lot of them, but I increased also parameter. Because my thing was, can I explain with high confidence?
Right.
Okay, it's all about this. And this is something, sorry to say, but a lot of people are lacking because these are not taught in the regular data science crash course and all. These are not taught. You run this model, you get the output. That's what is taught. So that's the reason people are missing out. You are saying something?
Another thing in manufacturing industry is we see a lot of people who spend a lot of time with the machine on the process itself, and the amount of knowledge that they have, putting that into a computer, either it is difficult or people themselves don't believe that it is possible.
Yeah. So I think the bigger problem is people don't believe that's possible, but training that people, that's what I've been tell, right? Last couple of years I've done so many workshops for the leaders of the company, including recently HDFC Life. A lot of the workshop, just to get these people, at least open up their mind that data is good. Then doing the workshop and so on. But translating that into this, it can never 100% happen. But if you think AI as an assistant, it will work.
That is acceptable.
AI is assistant.
What my premises of showing that the introducing students early in AI is going to be a problem because it absorbs a lot of knowledge by itself, and students really don't know what AI is doing.
AI becomes amateur thanks to what the data it is.
Yeah. Right now what's happening is we are lacking good engineers to hire right now, and we are having half AI engineers who are exclaiming them they are the masters of AI. Right?
That's a challenge.
There is a overconfidence on AI and really no bias and foundation.
Very few people, I interview people at IITs also, I've been to a lot of these places. Very few people I see who are real AI, they understand fundamentals. Because who is teaching them? Are these people who are teaching, are they expert in AI?
No. Today everybody in LinkedIn is AI.
but everybody thinks they know AI.
I have to add
Yeah.
two points actually to this conversation. This is must have actually now.
Yes,
We are
must have.
talking about on the other way, but it is must have now. There is a conversion required basically manufacturing AI enabled, completely tightly coupled.
Tightly
Otherwise
coupled,
it can't run now.
And by the way,
Industry demanding that. And now going back to the Kano model, right? When
yeah.
we're talking about customer delight in the manufacturing, I'm giving you an example of manufacturing automobile, where the design thinking part is coming, let's say EV vehicles, right? Where outer side actually you have art of possible what is there, and inside is the technology side is there, how it run effectively, right? So it must have actually, it is necessary to put in an conversion way.
Of course, yeah, exactly.
It can't run.
It can't work. And by the way, teaching people on the last year that AI is this in manufacturing, it's a complete no-no.
Yeah.
They should have the subject from first year, and then they learn about this part.
And another thing is that the premise of AI is to solve uncertainty and unknown, which we cannot measure or estimate primarily. But in manufacturing, the endeavor is towards precision. And most of the time we basically know exactly what is the pellet density for a PET.
Yeah.
And we have been maintaining so that you get this clear water bottle all the time. So where is the manufacturing is laggard because the uncertainty is so small that you implement a very deep algorithm to actually solve that uncertainty. It really doesn't benefit anyone.
Okay, so it depends on use cases, right? So for example, AI is not just for uncertainty. And for uncertainty, yes, the simple use case is machine maintenance for uncertainty, right? But mostly it is about whatever you are doing, what are the optimized one. For example, you are manufacturing this bottle. Now I saw, just last week I saw a smaller bottle of this. This is 250 ml, I think. Yesterday or day before I saw 200 ml bottle, right? Now, do the math. This is 6 rupees, that is 5 rupees, okay? If I was the person who is manufacturing, I will do the math and say, tell me which one is more optimal, where I am making more money. Okay, because I want to see the cost of making this and making that is almost the same. Then why am I doing 5 rupees? Am I saying somewhere, right? So the calculation and everything, humanly doing it or AI doing it might be helpful. TOC, theory of constraint. AI can do a better job there. That you are producing all this part, but this other machine can only produce 10,000. This machine is producing 11,000. So there is 1,000 which is a lag. Because of that, you are not getting full output, full throughput. So those part AI can do slightly better. Computation and all. Predict uncertainty, I would say very few people even have that, I would say, mindset to be able to give that scenario of uncertainty to AI, to be able to come to uncertainty. Healthcare, agriculture, okay, will be the huge use of uncertainty. Two of my PhD students actually, were doing this course on this analysis for 4 years on use of AI to identify health, lifestyle disease, cholesterol and diabetes based on the parameter. And they got decent amount of success. But do we have that data in a digital format about my last 10 healthcare records? Don't have it. Scan se kam chala hai beta. Actually, scan se check.
Sir, I have one more question.
Yeah.
So with the industry 5.0, right, in the manufacturing, don't you think that it will go up?
It will go up because now what is happening is because of IoT, because of the PLCs and everything, the kind of data we are capturing is decent. I was doing one project in Germany, and even after good algorithm and everything, it was continuously failing. I'm not a mechanical person at all. I'm an Anguta chap there. But when I was observing the machine, I went to the floor, I was observing the machine, I saw oil was dripping at one place. Then I asked oil, I said, just out of curiosity, I said, do you also measure oil viscosity? Looking at the model, it was not there. So oil viscosity we entered, humidity, temperature added. We solved, we increased the accuracy to 91%. Because the humidity was causing a viscosity change and temperature, and because of which the machine was getting challenged. Again, a lot of those things, it comes there after some time. So this big movement is happening now. Beginners are still in a lot of people are in beginners, and slowly they are moving into digirati, we call it, digital masters. It does take time, a lot of time, because to have everybody, and especially everybody. Initially we thought bottom up. A lot of AI is done bottom up right now, which is no. It has to come top down. Management needs to get trained, and I use the word data literacy. My CEO objected to multiple times. Why are you calling literacy? Are we Anguta chap? Are we unpad? No. It is literacy. We have to acknowledge that. Do we know the data? And that's why we wanted to highlight this. So let's talk about data. When you talk about data, so we need to understand what is data first. And first you need to understand data doesn't come automatically. Data comes only after somebody does the measurement. That measurement part is missing out a lot of time. Do we even measure? Do we even know exact measurement, right? The part about qualitative, quantitative. Though both measurement need to be there. And it can be structured or unstructured, that's okay. But you have to start with some measurement, some data. And that's the part where he's saying, talking about every activity, inactivity generates data. So once we capture the data, we understand, yes, I know what this really means, and it's giving you intent. Let's talk about it. 2020. What does 2020 mean to you? 2020. Okay. Other than COVID, anything else? Work from home, COVID? No, nothing related to COVID. Anything else? 2020.
So it started digital transformation.
अच्छा वो भी नहीं और 2020. Okay, you're assuming 2020 is the year by then, yeah? Match, cricket, that's the right answer actually. India में और क्या था 2020? Anything else? 2020. Cricket match. T20. Abdul Kalam book. Vision 2020. 2020 I Vision. 2020. Even I don't follow cricket. So 2020 is a weight loss program in US. Very famous. And 2020 is a talk show in UK. Now when you're searching for 2020, of course all of you assume a year, but 2020, what does 2020 really mean? Intent. You need to understand the intent. Right? American coming to India and saying, I want 2020. Pehle cricket khelo. Pehle Parle biscuit of 2020. No. 2020 is, for that person, it is weight loss program. For me, I don't like cricket. But when I said 2020, I don't get cricket result at all. But my son is a cricket fan. 2020, he gets cricket answers. So it has to be based on, there's a movie, that old movie, Dulhan Wahi Jo Piyaman Bhai. That's the English word for personalization. Okay? So whatever we do, right, it's all about.
Personalize you, Yes. I didn't know that.
What was it? Sorry? What?
Meaning, can we personalize our
Oh, yeah. So all these things what we are doing, right, it has to convert into business value, dollar or rupees, right, always. So analytics also, sorry. So when we talk about analytics, right, we're talking about converting data, analyzing, getting insights. Insights. What, why, how, insights. Just the data itself is not useful. So you got the data for the factory, machine, okay, 1 month of data, and you see there are few days where the productivity was high, production was high. If you don't know why it happened, it will be challenging. In some cases it was low. Consistently we are struggling. Why February we have less output? There are less days in February. I thought it was obvious answer. But then somebody said, oh, is it true? Let me check. Oh, divide by 29, 28. Oh, yeah, that's correct. The productivity is actually high in February. Right? All these parts, Saturday, Sunday, number of Saturday, Sundays and everything, all these things do matter. Do matter that a lot. So when we talk about machine learning, so we started with the data. We went to analytics. But when we talk to machine learning, what is machine learning? It is actually learning from the historic data. So I have historic data to talk about which day, how much of my production happened. That will give me productivity. Right? Productivity, if I know that this Wednesday is the highest productivity, so I want to optimize on Wednesday more and more. And then try to see what I can learn from other days over there. So learn from past data. Input and output. So what is machine learning? Anybody want to explain? What is machine learning? Simple terms? Machine? Feedback loop. Keep improving. Anything else? Machine learning? Machine learning is a technique where
Take the basic platform of the activity and we take the data and see basically if you talk about my IT term which I am talking about, but take the basic data which is let's say network, server, storage, but each and every second, right, how it is performing, right?
Okay.
Taking the performance data, metrics data, event data, all these actually
together.
Doing that aggregation and giving the
Perfect. So machine learning is a technique where it looks at historic data, establish pattern between input and output. Multiple inputs, one output. It's established pattern such that
near real-time data also we can take.
near time, no, but it is historic still, na? Near real time, after 1 second later, it's still historic. But it establishes pattern between the, generally it's done for a historic data. Last 3 years data, last 2 years data. It takes input and one output, establish pattern so that we can predict what is going to happen in future.
Time series.
Time series is one of them. But machine learning is mostly about data. Time series is mostly about cyclical nature. The Monday morning traffic, Tuesday afternoon traffic, all will repeat itself every week. That's your input output. So that we can gather insights and publish patterns. So publishing patterns, okay? Establish pattern, and then you can say, yes, I'm able to establish pattern that this is how these things are going, and if you continue doing this, and that's where it is not about uncertainty. It's about understanding the pattern and saying what will happen next month. Predictions. For example, if I ask you, which month of the year the sugar sale in India is highest? Sugar. Diwali, right? October or November? Huh? Can be anything, right? And that was some of the biggest challenges. Machine learning model, most of the model, not most, all the model runs on English calendar. But Diwali doesn't come on English calendar, Diwali comes on Hindu calendar, right? How do you understand those parts? How do you translate that numbers? Because twice it came in October, twice it came in November, I cannot decide. Machine learning model will throw away if you apply pure mathematics. But you have to apply human intelligence. And that's why we understand what really it is trying to say.
That makes a difference between historic DOE and machine learning.
Exactly. So when we are looking at it, then you say, okay, fine, let me add this part. Diwali minus 10 days, Diwali minus 20 days, Diwali minus 30 days, and you're adding new columns now. And that's where enriching the data from 3600 to come, bring it down, but at the same time enriching what our knowledge is telling us. Diwali plus 10 days, Diwali plus 20 days. You decide all those numbers, and that's why you're creating the column, that's why you're enriching the data. And you said, right, the machine operator have more knowledge than the data can read, but when you capture this machine operator's knowledge as much as possible in data, it will become as good as machine operator. May not be perfect ever, but at least 10%, 20% of what machine operator is doing. So your things will work better. And finally, it can predict. Now, when you talk about artificial intelligence, always remember 4 items. Yeah.
When we talk about the prediction part,
yeah.
Just to give it from an amateur's lens,
yeah.
When we're looking at, are machines then capable of taking into account the various environmental factors also, because data may not capture those correctly, right? Like we say in the case of mutual funds, right?
Yes.
It is impossible. So even in the case of rather,
I would not say I would not say impossible, but yes, still.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm sure it's pretty much possible, but typically people give disclaimers that it's not possible. Right?
Okay. So yeah. So good point. So normally there are 2 parts, right? Have you anybody done a little bit of mathematics? R square? Are you aware of R square? Yeah. So what it happens is, let's say if I give 20 parameter and I'm looking at one output, I will build a model with only 20 parameter, one output. I get accuracy, whatever accuracy I get, 82%, 87%, whatever, and R square I'll get some value. If I think my model is correct, it will correct. Tomorrow, my model predicted something and tomorrow something else happened. The question we should ask, and that's why you use continuous feedback loop, the question I should ask is, why that happened? My model predicted it will be this one level. It happened. Oh, because of China. Oh, our model does not have China? Okay, include China. Right? So that's where a person who is expert on that area, that person should tell, mutual fund is the market, is all these things, I did okay, right? But okay, when Shashi Tharoor will tweet, this might happen. When Australia does something, this will happen. When Trump says something, this will happen. If you add those columns, talk about comprehensive way. In fact, I have added all of those, but I even went one step ahead. I look at news, I scrape news. And is there positive news about the company or negative news about the company? If yes, if within that, after so many hours, this will be a ripple effect of that on the stock price of that particular product. Doing that as well.
Theoretically, there could be no limitations to the potential.
Exactly, theoretically. Stimulus, yeah. And that's where some of the vision I said, and I run an innovation lab at Capgemini, I run at 4 university also, innovation lab. And that's what I keep telling people. And theoretically, at the extreme end, which is impossible, which is, if I think something, AI should be able to do it. That's the extreme end of it. And it's coming also, that also is coming. That also is coming another 10 years maybe. How? Here, we send signals. Here. Neural, right? These real signals are there with very low frequency. We send a signal. If you start capturing those signals, we'll know Mukesh क्या सोच रहा है. Okay? तो वे चलेगा ना? तो AI को करने दो ना. Let the AI get confused there. So we started with computational. 30 years, 40 years back, AI started computational. Able to do things faster. People thought that is AI initially. Computational. System that can think rationally. But then he said, no, automation. It's more about automation. Let's get things working together. RPA, robotic process automation, all this automation happened. That was last 15 years. We are currently in this era where we have a system that can act like human. acting like human. We say, do this, do this, do this, do this, act like human. We are somewhere here, mostly here and here. Some companies just start here. And that is the cognitive part where the system can think like human. Thinking like human. Kabhi ya, kabhi wa, all of them included. But that is the future part. We just started scratching the surface. A lot of potential here. But a lot of people are not investing in AI primarily because pata nahi kya karna hai. Use cases are not clear. What can we do, what can we not do? All these things are another challenge to achieve. Right?
So basically now in the industry, the requirements of these last two, what you were showing, right? Intelligence and cognitive, the requirement is coming more actually.
Yes.
Decision
Decision making, yes.
And intelligence actually, you have the intelligence, then hence you will do that decision making. That means you are going from the reactive, the first initially to the reactive, then proactive, then predictive,
Yes.
then prescriptive.
Yeah, exactly. Prescriptive. I'll do it prescriptive. Right? I have one slide for that as well. But I think 6 years back, when I started at Capgemini, 6.2% of our projects were AI related.
Absolutely.
Now, 74%. Huge transformation. We are hiring like crazy, not finding people. And initially, we were only hiring AI. Then we started hiring computer engineer. Now we say, no, we want to hire BCom. We want to hire mechanical. We want to hire chemical engineer. So these are the people who are really going to understand the process. AI layer on top of it. Then we are doing twin. This chemical expert, this AI expert together. These two things.
Just like your primer, actually, you are putting it on top of that.
Yes, exactly. Okay. So when you talk about B2C, chai आ गया क्या? आ गया? चाय ले दे quickly? Good call. तो कोई बोले मुझे चाय के लिए? पूछा भी अच्छा. over there, but the whole part about how to get some of those things is important, because as a leader, each one of you probably will be driving the digital innovation, and understanding those is more important there. Okay? So junk filter I talked about, right? Yeah. Bill Gates used to get 16,000 junk email per day. Per day. We used to get 10 or 15, we get upset, right? So it was very interesting that Bill Gates had this issue, and then we were in the team. Microsoft had this philosophy wherein if any important meeting is happening with Bill Gates, so Microsoft had this philosophy, if an important meeting with Bill Gates, a junior most person in the team will be taken in that meeting. I had just joined the company, Microsoft, within 1.5 months, I got selected, no qualification of mine, just because I'm a junior most. They invited me. So I went there, long table, Bill Gates sitting there, discussing all the senior people, I'm at the end of it. And Bill Gates says, where is the spam filter? Spam filter. Spam filter. He looked at it, spam filter. My GM said, oh, that's too complicated, we'll do it after 2 years. He threw it on the table, and Bill Gates left. Meeting cancelled. I'm like, first time meeting, I didn't even get the chance to look properly, Bill Gates and everything. And that was no mobile phone, I could take a selfie, right? Anyway. So they're discussing and struggling and everything and all done and all. And I come back and I ask my manager, I want to work on this. No, Mukesh, this is the PhD level problem. I don't think you can do this. So fine. All they were trying to do was look at the keywords, spam, no spam. Look at the keywords, spam, no spam. I said, that's wrong. Keywords, spam senders are smarter than us. Instead of 0, they'll put O. And then we'll wait. They didn't listen. I said, forget it. Now I'm going to talk about human behavior. See, it's all about human behavior. It's all about human behavior. Human behavior. Okay? Now, you'll not get an answer there. You'll not get an answer there. Okay. So that was a polite way of saying, stop using your mobile phone. Okay, so human behavior. So are you going to read a junk email for more than 5 seconds?
No.
Are you going to delete an important email in less than 3 seconds?
No.
That was my solution. Every activity, inactivity generates data. I said, the activity the human does on the email, that's my signal. I'll capture that signal and I'll train my model. That time pattern was not there. I'll train my model in C language, C++. I'll understand those parts, and then I'll use NLP to see why Mukesh deleted Flipkart email in less than 5 seconds. Why Mukesh is reading Amazon email for so long, trying to understand, trying to come up with a theory there. At the back end, all automated, and understand. Did that part, it worked. It worked for me.
That's why Nigerian Prince mail was never considered as spam. Like people are reading.
Reading it, yeah, exactly. And then, I said, if I'm doing it at a general level, everybody, Flipkart can be junk for me, but you might like it. So then in that case, it will be disparity. So again, same thing, Dulan Bhai jo Piyaman Bhai, right? Making it personalization, the solution should be personal to the person. Did that part, it worked. Went to Bill Gates, implemented on his machine. 94% of the junk was caught after 1 week. 94% of the junk, immediately.
Just a small
Yeah.
question. You said it's completely personalized, right?
Yes.
Solutions that are there. So even the Outlook that we use today, what is landing in my junk folder may be not landing in junk folder for my colleague?
It's 2 levels. One is at the system level where it is sure shot junk for everybody. And it goes at the system level. And the second level where the email is genuine, a marketing, okay, proper marketing, genuine email, and not Nigerian lottery fraud and all, proper email, but you don't like this. And that's personalization for you.
So then you have your priority folder and
Focus.
focus one as well.
Focus on others.
If I, some mails in the other I started reading.
It automatically comes. And that was the next version. So once I did this part, people liked it, and they said, can we do further? I get too many emails. Okay? I know I don't want to see the email which are coming from the XYZ group, but I want to focus on email coming from innovation group. Right? So that also gets segregated automatically. Again, same thing, personalization. But main important part is human behavior. What did human do? Learn from those and then make it easier, because AI is assistant. I still have option to go back and change it. That was the thing. Search. Any guess? Why when you do a search, the results are blue in color? Search results are blue in color. Why? Sky is blue. Good. Search link. When you do search, the links, hyperlinks. Okay. This is the category I call curiosity. Each one of us are born curious. But after that, we start assuming and we just start stopping asking questions. Why this? Why this? Bache log, we ask all these questions, but after that, we stop it. I asked this question as a kid to this person, 2006 I'm talking about. The person says, Mukesh, that's because blue color is a color of trust. Blue signifies data. I said, fine. Trust? Junk also comes in the link, blue link. How can you do trust? Anyway, so I asked, why this shade of blue? Why can't we change the shade of blue? He said, Mukesh, which shade do you have in mind? I said, I don't know. What does that mean? Let's experiment. 10% people were given different shades of blue. And the purpose was to see where we are making better results. Better results. 9th darker shade was selected because that gave 42% more click-through rates. 42% click-through rates more. 2 days, shade of blue was changed. I don't know the reason. I don't need to know the reason. Statistics, the number saying is proven. Human behavior, it is behaving better on this one. Go for it. Experimentation. Digital. Instead of saying the Mukesh, mera wala blue, my favorite Asian paint blue. No. Do it what the system is telling you. You might have also seen. Yeah?
The cost of doing the experiment.
Huh?
The cost of doing the
Experiment. There was a cost. Microsoft, right? But anybody can do an experiment. Experiment cost how much?
No, but I understand in this case, in many cases, those might not even be required, right?
No, but the main point is, you decided that you want to go for this particular shade of blue. Yeah. What is the rationale? Can you prove it? You cannot prove it. But you say, okay, fine, I don't know whether this blue, let's have 5 shades of blue and run an experiment and see which one is giving better results, and then you decide. Don't prove it. We got what we wanted. But because I proved it, I got 42% more click-through.
She's saying why in the first place I did research?
No, you don't need to. That's what I'm saying. You don't need to, right?
So when there is difference of opinion, when there is that
No. There was no difference of opinion. I'm saying they had decided blue based on their research. All I did was challenge them. I challenged them and excited them to run an experiment. And then they ran an experiment. It was not required. Nobody thought about it. But then they ran the experiment because I curiously asked that question. The person got excited. We might have spent $1 million running the experiment, not a big amount for Microsoft, right? But when they got the results, 42% more click-through means more money. They changed it. But then that excitement, the first question, who will say, okay, run an experiment? Nobody says that, nobody challenged that, right? So that part is important, somebody to challenge status quo. Somebody to challenge, why this? That part is my part. You might have also observed when you're doing Excel or PowerPoint, depending on what you're doing, your menu changes. That was again my idea. Then I said, people should be able to do the task in 1 click or 2 clicks. I'm not able to do 100% successful, 98.1% I was able to achieve it. Which means, whatever you're doing, what is the most common task you're going to do? How? Collecting the data, same thing. When you see in Office, you get a prompt saying that participate in customer experience improvement program. You might have got the prompt sometime in the past. And you said, yes, it tracks it. My manager said, Mukesh, nobody will click on it. And he was right. Only 1.4% people clicked on it. 1.4% out of 300 million users? More than enough. We understood what people normally do. Some of the tasks, 7 steps to complete a task. 7 steps is too much. Can we do it in 1 click or 2 clicks? And that's what was done. The whole ribbon was done based on this. This was the old menu. Remember? Yeah. Even Notepad, even today, you can see the same menu. It was moved to the ribbon and automatically changing the thing depending on what you are doing. So that you can finish in 1 or 2 clicks. You might think it's just a matter of 1 second.
No, but it's part of the user experience.
User experience. Quick flag. You saw, right? Flag?
Yeah.
When I was in Bill Gates' office, I had total 7 interactions with Bill Gates, 1999 to 2004. I was in his office for solving his junk problem, and I see him doing right click, unread. Yes, but right click, unread, right click, unread. Yes. Then I asked him, why are you doing this? Why can't you use flag for follow-up? It was go to the menu, go there, clear, 3 clicks. He looks at me and says, Mukesh, that's 3 clicks. He said he don't like 3 clicks. He's doing right click, unread, which is 2 click. What is better than 2 click? What is better than 2 click? 1 click. So I got this idea on Thursday. I said, while reading the email, if I just click a button here, and it flags. Thursday I got idea, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday worked on it. Monday I go to the office, show it to him, he said, good. Getting a good from Bill Gates is like a Nobel Prize. He implemented it without being tested. He said, okay, implement on my computer immediately. And then it took almost 6 months to get into the Outlook product because my manager didn't like it. He said, Mukesh, why did you override me?
That's how new features get implemented
Yeah. Without testing. Without testing.
Outlook used to crash.
Outlook used to crash. In fact, in this slide, I don't have all this part, but there's also a system I created to track why Outlook is crashing. Testing and all, right? By the way, my manager, I had a very badly, I was almost leaving the company because he gave me really a tough time because of this feature. But I thank him, but because of him, I actually wrote the document about how this feature to be implemented. It was already implemented. I wrote 1.5 page document. Okay? He said no. He kept rejecting. 1.5 month it took to create a document of 48 pages for this small feature like click. 48 page long document. Follow the process, everything, right? And I thank him because of that I became a product manager. Otherwise I would have been just writing something on a code and all. And I found 2 defects also, by the way. I found 2 defects because of that. So I thank my manager because of that. And of course, Geo launch when this happened. So I was in the room when this was discussed. You know, I can go in detail. When I teach product management at IIM, I go in detail. I take 2 days in product management when I teach and I talk about what can go wrong. And people say, oh, that's small thing. I said, we are building a product with a 200 million user. Small, there's nothing called small thing. Geo. I was in that meeting discussing how much should we charge SIM card? 25 rupees, 50 rupees. And why it was given for free? Why not 25, 50 rupees? So there was a discussion happening. I raised my hand saying that we should give it for free. Marketing guy was upset with me, Geo marketing. Mukesh, it's not your idea, you keep quiet. But Mukesh bhai said, no, let him speak. Mukesh bhai, MDA should always come on Wednesdays in the campus. Then I said, if you're giving it for free, comparatively, you'll have more users. Agree? Everybody say yes. Fine. If you are asking to pay money, people will complain. Free, not many people will complain. Agree? Agree. Now, if I'm doing it for free, and if I don't get a network, what will I do? Network. This is exactly the act I did in front of Mukesh bhai. He said, I like it, let's do free. I said, no, it doesn't stop here. It is not just about giving it for free. It's about capturing the data. If 10 million people in India are roaming with their phone on, Geo phone, finding the signal, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 बार, कितना बार किसको मिल रहा है? यहाँ पे इतना बार मिल रहा है, यहाँ पे नहीं मिल रहा है. I'll be able to optimize it. And that's why you saw when Geo was launched, September 2016, every month the network was improving everywhere. Today you go anywhere, that's the algorithm is still working in the backend to capture how much is the bar you're getting.
The same strategy is now being used in air fiber.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so for doing this, right, you require a backbone. You require a backbone of innovation, somebody to challenge. पूछने में क्या जाता है? All those strategies need to come out. And that's the program, innovation program I implemented at Capgemini, which is about how do you really do innovation. So I'll just take 2 minutes to explain this, how this works. So I joined Capgemini, first time from a product company, joining a service company. So it was a big change for me, big shocker for me. So I thought, you know what, let me just talk to people. Talking to people, asking a fresher, what are you doing? Oh, I'm not happy, I'm on bench. Asking a person who is on a billable client, yeah, it's all good, but they're not doing innovation. Asking the salesperson, yeah, it's all good, but there's nothing to show to the client. Everybody had a complaint. Okay? Then I talked to the service line head, oh yeah, it's good, but we are not able to skill people. I said, fine, let me create one solution for all. So I created this program called Millennial Garage. Primary focus, innovation. Innovation, hatke, challenging innovation, something with no fear of money. I'll give unlimited, not money, infra, right? So, got these people. Now, people who are saying, I cannot show anything to the client. I said, fine, list 20 use cases you want to build. They created only 2 use cases. Do to chart hua, give this use case. Now, go to this guy who is saying, innovation nahi kar rahe. Half of them came, half of them didn't came. I said, aajao, you want to do innovation? Take this innovation. Oh, 20% off, time milega? No time off. 120%. You're working on the thing, you want innovation, do this. But one thing I'll give you for free. You coach these kids, I will coach you for free. So they got something, they're getting coaching from CTO. Okay. Free resource, I'm all Marwadi, all free resources for me. Then come these freshers. आजा काम करो इधर. No, you need to tell me what I'm going to work on. कुछ नहीं पता लेगा. आने का तो आने तो बताओ. 20% people ran away. नहीं आने को. अरे we need to have work-life balance. Seriously? 22 years old. Work-life balance? What is work-life balance? Your CTO is sitting in office for 12 hours, and you want work-life balance? Matao, out. Out. Okay? And we started this Millionaire Garage. First Millionaire Garage projects for first meeting was 35 people. People started to do something. क्या करना क्या मेरे पता नहीं. But start करते. Okay? We started. But then we realized पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे? Infrastructure, cloud कहाँ से आएगा? Fine. Contact Microsoft. Give me money. No. AWS. Give me money. No. Google. Give me money. No. Again Microsoft. Amazon is giving me $50,000. Oh, Mukesh, I'll give you $50,000. Okay? Amazon. See, Microsoft give $50,000. Oh, I'll give also $50,000. Google. Yeah, $50,000. Enough money for me to run all the infra with zero cost. The only cost was cake cutting and samosas and all I used to always bring. That was the only cost for the whole program, and all for free. Because freshers were playing Ludo and Antakshari. Now they got something to work on.
Are you still advising zero?
These are like Capgemini. These are Capgemini.
Exactly.
These were that CAC. Yeah. So I did this part, and it worked.
Sir, you're telling in front of vendor.
कोई बात नहीं.
अरे ज्ञान है, नॉलेज है, जो यूज करा करो. Knowledge मिल रहा है सब कुछ फ्री में. It's okay. We started this, but then I thought, let me put some structure. काम करे, बच्चे लोग काम करे, but then structure चाहिए. Monday, ideas on. Monday, group पे आओ, call पे आओ, everything 12 to 1. No, everything is on my calendar. आना नहीं आना मत आओ. No compulsion. Ideas on. People come with ideas. बस idea लेके आना है. और जो idea लेके आएगा उसको पकड़ेगा. भाई तू idea implement कर. हवे में idea नहीं चाहिए. Implement भी करो. Tuesday tips. Techie पकड़ के सबको 1 घंटा में काम करना है. And you can imagine a CTO sending a mail कल आके presentation देना है. Nobody will say no. Techie. Wednesday, my favorite. Innovation of the week. Imagine करो जो बच्चा fresher था, अभी join किया Capgemini, 1 महीना 2 महीना हुआ है, and they get to present in front of a CTO on Wednesday. 3 projects, 20 minutes each. That's it. Innovation of the week. And calling it innovation of the week. You can imagine English is poor, ये सब कुछ struggling and everything, but they're getting it. And I say, good job. Imagine the proud moment they get. And then I start shopping from here. And I get those good people, then I 12 people. चाहिए? चार बच्चे चाहिए क्या? हाँ ठीक है, ले लो. I give these people, all free, no money exchange. Then Thursday. This was the most important motivational part. We're actually running this, by the way. It's been running for 6 years now. Not a single time they've repeated a person. Guru Gyan. 9 countries I have deployed. I've not changed the name. I kept it Guru Gyan. Guru Gyan में मजा आता है सुनने में, right? Expert lecture. मजा आएगा? Guru Gyan. And Friday Masti. Friday Masti I do mostly chat पे चर्चा. Modi ji's chai पे चर्चा copied. Samosa, vada pav and all. Chat पे चर्चा. So that is the model we created. Now we are doing it for 14 clients, the same model. And 6 universities. I have deployed this model. It works. And I can tell you, अंदर का जो था innovation करने का कुछ बड़ा करना है, कुछ करना है. They can try and do all of this here.
One question between that pressure and you.
Huh?
There'll be hierarchy of people, right?
Lot of them.
So which वालों को ऐसा ये
नहीं है ही नहीं, मेरे hierarchy है ही नहीं ना. I'm a CTO. I only have 4 people reporting to me. And किसको भी report करता होगा. 8 layer, 9 layer doesn't matter. मैं directly बात करता हूँ. मतलब मुकेश मेरे बच्चे लोगों को बात किया, मेरे पूरा पीछे भी ना, नहीं पूछा. Because for them, तुम्हारा बच्चा तुम्हारा ही बनेगा. In your organization, it is yours. मैं तुम्हें free में पढ़ा रहा हूँ ना. I am babysitter for all these kids now. Hierarchy सब कुछ होता है, सब कुछ होता है. But I'm telling you, after they get the idea, they can हाँ ये कुछ अच्छा ही हो रहा है. Yeah, there are some people say हमारे बच्चे नहीं आएंगे, मत भेजो. Out. But yeah, थोड़ा सा boldness हाँ थोड़ा सा. But now the program is very successful. Capgemini, we created 442 solutions, innovative solutions. Several of them sold to the clients, multi-million-dollar revenue out of 0. Plus, when you talk to client, they get excited about it.
How are you selling this as a product and this concept?
No, concept is sold free, given free. We all the templates, everything. See, this cannot be done without a program management. The whole template, everything sweet. We just give it to client free. The client free ले भी नहीं, client को चलने तो free में लेना. Give a service. Have somebody do this for 2 months. उसमें पैसा कमा लो थोड़ा. उसमें थोड़ा पैसा कमा लो. So do this. Send one of my team member. 2 महीना करके आएगा, थोड़ा घूम के आ जाएगा. They do 2 months and then deploy everything and then come back. And then we charge for the 2 months, we charge for that person. Okay, so in summary, what we are really trying to do.
HR would lead it typically.
Normally HR get involved. Yeah, on client side HR get involved. And this is what I found out, right? My answers, most of the answers, if you notice, it's all about people. Okay, now when you're doing digital transformation, you need tech, but you need people to be bold. It doesn't happen, you cannot train that. You need to create an environment and let that environment, people run in the environment. After some time, after a few months, people become bold. It took me almost 6 months, my team members, new team members, which I've taken now, to be very comfortable telling Mukesh and say, Mukesh sir. I call him Mukesh, no, comfortable. Then coming up with the idea. I say, let's do this. Okay, okay. And I stop saying, okay, challenge me. And I give example about how I challenged MD, Mukesh bhai. Once in a while, I said no to him also. I said no to JT also. So people say, oh, JT ko na bol diya, Mukesh ko bhai kuch na bol diya. Yes, that time that I have to say no, because I'm representing as a CTO of the company.
That is the crux of the story, because this program, and you know, right, all of us, and when you are going presenting to the management, let's say, we are talking to Mukesh, one of the CTO, CFO, all CXO people are there, we are going to the board to present it, right? That's what the challenge questions will come. And all of us to face that challenge actually. How we overcome it, we have thought through. We have to tell that, we have thought through what questions you are asking. I have those questions answered actually in my mind, and these are the answers. You should think well behind them.
So I'll just summarize this and then we'll be done. First, start with product. What is your product? What is your offering? What is your digital part, which is your core for your business? HDFC, what is core? You know, for any of the business, what is core? That's where Cano also comes into picture. Second, does it work? Quality of service. Hotmail, I'm sure all of you use Hotmail sometime, right? And it worked. But yeah, 2006, when dongle came in, it did not work, stop because of dongle. Because when the dongle came in, our expectation went up. That it should work on 256 kbps also. And it did not work. We switched to, not we, I didn't switch. A lot of people switched to Gmail at that time. Quality of service was poor. Microsoft lost it. If you have good product, it should work. Then comes adoption and satisfaction. Are people happy? Are people adopting it? iPhone was in this category. Now it's no longer, it's become a commodity now. But Harley Davidson is still a pride factor. Because the CEO tells in the annual report how many people tattooed Harley Davidson on their arm. That's the pride factor. That's adoption satisfaction. And then of course, business results. But making sure profit, growth, all of them are good. But is it sustainable? Sustainable from both the angles, which is sustainability for the environment. Sustainability means I'm just burning money and getting people. At what time you will start making money? And that's the question I asked Sachin Bansal when he was trying to convince me for CTO position at Flipkart. The only question I asked was, when are you going to make money? You have 2,000, 3,000 crore loss every year. Mukesh, you're going to be CTO, don't worry about money. I said, no, I want to know. That depends, the whole DNA of the organization depends on that. And that's where it's not important for me because कब तक चलेगा, right? But it's not about getting a job or not getting a job, but is there a vision? Is there something to you have it? That is that. So that's the whole part of summary of how it actually works end to end. So that's what I want to share with you. Digital transformation, when you look at it, right? So beyond, like when you go to 2030, some of the leaders will be the one who can motivate people. And it's all about people. It's not tech. Tech is available. Tech ban jata hai. Okay? I get a lot of my tech done with interns in college. Free of cost. Almost free of cost. I just have to pay them 10,000, 20,000 rupees per month. And these people will go out of the way to build it. Recently, I completed 18 professors doing internship with me. 18 professors. Okay? Initially, I thought I'm doing a charity. It's not a charity. It's a win-win. Because the professors comes in, they understand what is happening. Now they actually train these kids better, and these kids come to Capgemini to hiring. It's a win-win part. And again, this professor will come and bring some more people aspect, which I may be missing out. At the end of it, it's all people. For me, all along with people. And recently, I launched a program called Destination Abroad. Most controversial project in Capgemini. So what I did one fine day, I sent an email to 400 people. Where do you want to go? Which country you want to go? When? There's no promise. Which company you want to go? When? For how duration? How long? Most of the people replied. Few people did not reply. Sent. And with a disclaimer, no guarantee. Okay? They send it. 7 people want to go to Germany. 10 people want to go to Australia. 6 people Singapore for a few months. People, I looked at us. Germany people. I contacted my counterpart. Hey, do you want people? How many? 7. How are we going to do? I said, I'll make it. My CEO was upset, HR was upset, how can you do such a thing? I sent 7 people to Germany. Now, the Germany person, I've done a favor to this guy. So next time I'm asking, he will repay my favor. These 7 people went, the remaining 400 people are thinking, Manu, tera hua, mera kab hoga? Right? Which means these people are thinking, my attrition went down. Okay? Now they are thinking they can get career in my Capgemini. Okay? Now, when I go to Germany in future, my masala chai to pakki hai. These kids will give me masala chai. And if I want to get something done there, these 7 people will do whatever I ask them to do. Because I help them in their career. After this was successful for few, then my CEO said, Mukesh, this was a brilliant idea. Now we implemented this idea for everybody in Capgemini. So like that, you have to come up with, excite people. Log kaam karte hai. You just touch that part. A lot of people think it's all about money. People want money. Yes, money is important. Roti, kapra, makan, वो तो ठीक है, चलता ही है. But after that, if you touch that part, people will love it. That's why my attrition is 0%. ये सब करना पड़ता है. It's not a lot of money by the way. अगर the person want to go to US, भेजो, खुद ही भेजो ना. बाहर छोड़ के दूसरी कंपनी आके क्यों करने का? खुद ही भेजो. Clear? I hope this was useful. So a lot of the digital innovation has to come with people, and that's my own summary about it. Digital literacy at the top, excitement at the bottom. लेके आओ, बीच वाले लगेंगे लोग, थोड़ा excitement दो. Especially people who come to you always, promotion कब होगा, उनको काम पे लगाओ. These people will work out of the way, 3 महीना काम करेगा अच्छी तरह से. And this is my high power energy people. जो भी promotion मांगने आता है मेरे पास, आजा लग जा काम पे. 16 घंटे काम कर, चलो जी, promotion चाहिए ना, कर काम पे. 16 घंटे काम किया, अच्छा output दिया, why would not you give permission to that person? काम नहीं किया, you have one more reason to say no. No promises anyway. And it works. So I'm sharing my stories about that.
Able to also do it from a position of power, right? With federated
थोड़ा फर्क पड़ता है.
decision making.
थोड़ा फर्क पड़ता है. But then position of power is there, but nobody reports to me. And I'm not a PNL. I don't create revenue.
Only innovation and thought.
So because I'm innovation, I'm exciting people, and I'm challenging everybody. I'm challenging my CEO. Why? So that's why people. But then people get excited कि नहीं इसका कुछ नया सीखने को मिलेगा. And that probably the excitement I'm capitalizing on. Okay? I don't get money to go and I don't get money to babysit people, right? But I do that part because it's good for Capgemini.
So one important key
Yeah.
takeaway I can say, like I can correlate actually, the user journey and other things we were talking about. Right?
Yeah.
So now what is happening in CPG industry and even also travel hospitality industry, this is happening actually consumer behavior.
Consumer behavior, yes.
Just know that, right? So consumer behavior there, and mostly in the medical science also going for the research actually how the consumer behavior is happening, then supplying the data to the travel hospitality and also CPG. Right?
Yes.
So take this data, how the human behavior is interacting with the entire journey, and develop your product solutions accordingly.
Perfect. You nailed it. Product is all about human behavior, consumer journey, you can call it.
And that's the pulling up the data.
Bas.
With the digital transformation, pulling up the data is important.
Bas, exactly. Cool. Thank you very much. It was nice interacting with all of you. Thank you. Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, please.
भेजोगे कैसे व्हाट्सएप पे उनको इस पे भी लिखो
नहीं वो देंगे ना सेंड इट राइट द ग्रुप
फोन पे लोगों को मेरा फोन आ गया
Megna will send it to the group right or upload it
Yes.
definitely and ask her to sharing upload it in one of the links